Well, we made it, folks. The end of the work week. At least for some, it is Friday. Welcome into Simland. This is the Nooner, first of 6 Madden simulations coming your way over the course of this stream day. He is Geoff Ulrich. I am Adam Kaufman. We are thrilled to be with you, and you've got about 2 minutes before lineups lock, so jump in the free roll. The Nooner, the give us Alex Smith and a sim, please, just once free roll that we've got going on here. We'll get to our lineups and all that good stuff, obviously, shortly. But how are you, buddy?
Doing good. I got my lineup in. It's looking pretty fantastic, if I do say so myself.
Sounds like a winner.
Why do people want Alex Smith in a sim? What is so? Just because they want to say they played Alex Smith, or?
I just want, he was so much fun this year. The story that is Alex Smith, and Dwayne Haskins isn't even obviously on the team anymore. Let's go next level. Bring us Alex Smith.
Dwayne Haskins is pretty terrible in this game too, so I guess there's that argument, But okay, fair enough. I just, I don't even know what Alex Smith's ratings would be in Madden. I can't imagine they'd be very good. But now that I'm looking at Haskins, maybe they actually will be better than that, because Haskins is a 70 with some pretty terrible ratings. Let's just be honest. So, anyways.
On the heels of a grotesque, life-altering leg injury that nearly cost him his life, still has better Madden ratings than Dwayne Haskins here in this simulation. Yikes. So what are you thinking for this game? Obviously, I don't want your full lineup, but if you want to give me your captain, just your overall thoughts on what we should expect.
Yeah, no, I mean, I went with J.D. McKissick in the captain spot. I think, using him or Drake gives you a little bit of salary savings over, using Kyler, who is the obvious other sort of blow it off the top upside in this one. I don't mind a Washington stack here. Haskins is like I said, he's bad, but he can also produce those ceiling games. I mean, he's got pretty good wide receivers as well. And just from a value perspective in Simland, right? Like with Sims and Inman. So I kind of went that route, a little bit more heavy on Washington. Put McKissick in the captain.
So, just looking up and down these two teams, and I think the numbers are going to be high once we look at ownership percentages after everything does lock in about 20 seconds. But for me, this is one of those games where I don't even question captaining Kyler Murray. I'm going all the way up. I'm paying up for Kyler Murray. I'm relying on him to get me touchdowns in the air, touchdowns on the ground, and then just feed it around there, because there's nobody else other than Kenyon Drake, who obviously back in the Madden 20 days we know was, hashtag team always fade. Well, now he's, hashtag play most of the time, or whatever we want to call it. Yeah. Other than him, there's, there are guys, certainly, as you said, you can make a case for J.D. McKissick and, Sims and maybe Dwayne Haskins, but the bread and butter, folks, is Kyler Murray. So now the lineups have locked. I got Murray, I've got Drake, I've got Sims, Christian Kirk, Dontrell Inman, and Zane Gonzalez. In honor of our own Jason Rossi, I had to have a kicker.
Fair enough. Yeah, I went with Inman, Sims, and Haskins, like I said, as along with McKissick for my Washington stack. So more Washington centric over here. We'll see how it turns out.
Well, we do have a bunch of people playing along. Obviously, the thousands that are playing the larger free roll, and then 179 in the Nooner, the give me Alex Smith and a sim, please, just once free roll that we've got going on. We'll monitor that and see how things go. Although it's interesting here, maybe not surprising given these two teams, Arizona and Washington, but something that is interesting as I just pull up our contest. There is not a lot of defensive love. In fact, only the top 13 lineups have a defense, and they are all on the Arizona side. So
interesting.
Nobody is thinking contrarian Washington football team DST today in our smaller little grouping we've got going on. Probably shouldn't be a great shock, I suppose.
And I mean, realistically, this actually should have been a spot maybe where we should have been considering the defense a little bit more. I mean, just because of Haskins, right? So we'll see. We'll see if we all get burned, but yeah, I mean, the defenses are in the Sims, a little boring, but yeah, could pay off in the spot. I think especially the Arizona defense has a little bit of interest, but Washington has Chase Young and actually a pretty decent pass rush. So,
all right, I imagine I'm being called out in the chat. I haven't even looked yet, but producer Drew is leading the charge. Says this is fake news. I have the Washington football team DST in the contest. So you know what it was. I pulled up the contest, and for whatever reason, I didn't even realize this. I guess I don't generally look this early at lineups as they're all kind of loading and generating for the sim shortly in the moments following lock. But it loaded all the Arizona DSTs right away, and then it took a few extra moments to register the Washington football team as well. So Washington, 12.3% owned in our smaller free roll. And then you've got 0.6% in the captain spot. Yeah, Drew says stats are manual. It's not just the scoring is manual. Stats are manual. Frangelico, Game Ops Squad, says, I put both defenses in just for funsies. LOL. Derek, did you jump in the free roll as well? Let's all line up for the Cops and Idiot Challenge that we've got going on for the Nooner. Maybe that's what we'll call it. Completion here. DeAndre Hopkins out toward midfield. A quick 20 to start things off.
I mean, the ops team knows where it's at. I mean, defense wins championships, apparently. Just like the ops team wins, Emmys, right, or whatever. So there you go.
Sure.
Shouldn't be surprised that the ops opted for defense. Just like the ops is the underrated component of these Madden sims. The defense very underrated.
I really hope that at this stage, the ops isn't underrated. I mean, you're probably right. I think, because obviously, like, we, the commentators, are the front-facing component of these sims, other than the game itself, obviously, that everybody is watching. And then, we'll mention the production team and feeding us stats and contributing to our shenanigans. I like to think we shout out the ops a lot, and that people should know by now that there's nothing underrated about the ops other than we don't mention them first every single time, because without the ops we're just not here. That's just a tried and true fact.
Yeah, no, I mean, I don't know how to get on the interwebs on my own. I mean, like, I don't know how to launch myself into stream mode or whatever we're on, so it would just be me sitting in my office, sadly talking to myself, or to you, which would be even sadder. So
right. It's just Jeff and I on FaceTime. What am I gonna do?
Right, exactly.
Life.
Trying to find the stream button, that's a disaster right there, folks. So obviously the ops, the backbone, like I said, just like
good word
defense
for it.
Wins championships, ops teams, they win.
Ops team makes free rolls happen.
That's right. They win.
Second and 14, 2 minutes gone here in the opening quarter. Virtual Washington. You see the shield on the field, obviously. Murray first in completion. He's 2 of 3 for 32, ball to 46. Let's get to the important stuff, though. Jeff, formerly of Ops, is hanging out in the chat, as he does from time to time. Love to see you, Jeff. Says, I need some lunch advice. Let me know what the people think. Now, I don't know if he's thinking delivery, if he's going to go pick something up, if he's working with what he's got in his house, and I don't know what's in the man's refrigerator. That's his own personal business. But if you could eat anything for lunch, what would it be, Jeff? You are on Mountain Time. You're a couple hours away from lunch, unless you want to eat a little early. But what are you feeling?
I mean, I'm not feeling a heavy lunch today. I'm not going to be honest. So, I'm not like starving right now. I did eat a late breakfast, so something light. This might even be a salad day for me. I'm not going to lie. I'm just not like in a heavy lunch mood, but maybe catch me in an hour and that'll change. I don't know. Turkey sandwich, tortilla chips. Sounds good. Something like that.
Let's all remember to go back in time at, once we get to the hour mark at the end of this sim, as kicks away. Will it get there? Just barely. Arizona and Zane Gonzalez taking a lead. 3-0 here. Few minutes into this first quarter. Let's remember to go back. We'll circle back with Jeff in about an hour after all this talking and see if he's worked up a little bit of an appetite. He's working up his, different kinds of muscles.
Yeah, definitely.
These aren't exercising muscles right here.
Definitely working on the speaking muscles and the writing muscles this morning. So not the actual muscles, but yeah, I don't know. I'm not starving today. I have to admit, like, oftentimes I'll be working and then you realize you haven't eaten in like 3 hours, but I don't know. Not that super hungry right now. I did have a big meal last night, so maybe that's just, keeping me boosted for the next couple hours. Who knows? I don't know.
What'd you eat?
How the human body works. What I eat last night?
I mean, it does run on nourishment and liquids. You at least have water to keep you going or something like. Yeah, what'd you have for dinner? What was this big meal?
Oh, I had like this, basically like a chicken burger from a local restaurant. It was great. Convinced the wife to order food in, so actually I didn't even have to convince her for once. It was great. So
I was gonna say it works the other way in my house. My wife just orders food, and I'll be like, "Do we like every night? Do we need to order out? I mean, we don't. It's a pandemic. We didn't plant a money tree in the backyard. What are we doing here? Every once in a while, I think it's okay if we just make a little pasta." Good God. Tie again? 3 times this week. They know you by name.
Sounds great.
Says,
do you want to adopt another kid if you guys are ordering?
That's why Cuff does so many Sims. He needs to pay for takeout. That's what I'm saying, guys. When I start to do 4 Sims a day, you're gonna know it's just because I can't afford to feed my family. Never mind these ridiculous. I mean, they're not trips anymore. Now it's just, delivery or curbside pickup. But these grocery store pickups with 3 little children, like heaven forbid what those grocery bills are going to be when these kids are teenagers. My God, they are eating us out of house and home. It is insane the amount of food that these kids can just chow down. We're at like $700 a week at the grocery store. Some ridiculous. It's offensive. It is offensive what these kids are eating.
Yeah, that's one. While we're on the topic, that is one thing that did surprise me. Becoming a parent, how much little kids can actually eat, or at least maybe, I don't know if it's just my kids or the other all around, but like at 4 years old, like eating meals as big as mine, it's like it's a little scary. So, anyways,
I don't think there was one aspect of parenthood I was less prepared for than what my grocery bills were going to be. Everything else makes sense. Fantasy Hawk says, "Yeah, right, Goff. We all know you got that 7 figures tucked away in a trust fund. Perhaps you've heard about the Koff compound here." I have many plastic-wrapped DVDs on the wall behind me.
All right.
2nd and 8. 3
Vintage
minutes left here.
DVD collector, Adam Kaufman. Hey, who knows, man? One day, you'll have your time in the sun.
You guys just wait. There was that Beanie Baby bubble for a while there, and the Disney VHSs and all those weird things that everybody had that nobody thought would be worth it. You just wait until my Crank Volume 1 and 2 DVDs are going on eBay for $700 each. Jason Statham, eat your heart out. Yeah.
Irwin says Jeff just goes out and downs a moose. Boom, meals for 2 months. First of all, I would never down one of my own kind, but there are enough moose around here that I could if I wanted to. although you need a license for it. But
haven't you guys heard Jeff's moose story? He saw a moose.
Yeah.
About 500 watching the Dream Stream on YouTube here to begin the day. Never mind the thousands we have across our other platforms, including Twitch, twitch.tv/DraftKings. 3-0 Arizona in front, about 2 minutes to go, opening quarter. Smash that like button, folks. We're sitting right about 50. Let's get to 100 here by the end of the first quarter. One big push. Jim says, "Hey, Koff, hope you made out well last night against Glash in basketball. You and I were first and second in your late contest, so congrats on that." Yeah, good to finish in the money, Jim. Tell you what, here's what happened with Glash. And boy, if you've been following his Twitter or whatever, he is just reveling in this little run that he is on right now. And I applaud him at that. He is, I was up on him going into the Laker game. I was done, and I had, 284 points, I think, which is, a reasonable night in the NBA. And all he had was LeBron left. That's it. He only had LeBron left, and you never count out a LeBron game, obviously, but he only had LeBron left, and he was down by 60 points. And I thought to myself, this is by no means a lock. I know what LeBron is capable of, but I've got a pretty good chance of winning this one.
Yeah,
LeBron
could get pulled early, too.
Yeah, it could be a blowout. He doesn't finish the game. LeBron puts up like 67 points and beats me at the last minute. So Glash, of course, right on cue, texts me. He says, "Let's go." And, to have fun, I text him back with the Will Ferrell gif of, we're going streaking from old school. But then I promptly also wrote, by the way, last 30 days, 25 and 10 me. So we'll see what tonight has in store.
I'm sure. Well, I think, am I on with Clash next?
No, he's not working today. Well, I'm sure he's working, but he's not on Sims today.
Who am I on with next?
I think you've got Emerson next. That's what Drew tells us.
Oh, I haven't seen Emerson in a while. Okay.
I ought to ask Emerson if he wants to play a little NBA DFS. I haven't played him.
Emerson is not. He doesn't have the attention span for NBA DFS. There's not a chance.
Well, we don't need to play on the regular. We just every once in a while take his money.
Just looking for easy targets. Emerson would be an easy target for NBA DFS because he'd set his lineup. There's no way he'd look at the late injury.
Oh, he'd set his lineup at noon.
Exactly.
And that would be it. He'd be done.
Like, why are all my players out?
This game got postponed?
And then that's the last time he played NBA DFS.
Yeah. Making a big prize pool for that first one, just in case he walks away right after. Still 3-0 final seconds of the opening quarter. No, I'm glad, genuinely. I mean this, folks. I don't know if Clash is in the chat. I haven't looked. But I'm glad that Clash is coming back a little bit because I want him to have confidence. I want him to win every once in a while because if he doesn't win ever, he's just going to stop playing. And I don't want that. I'd rather beat him 75% of the time and have him keep coming back like a dog looking for his bone than to just, get swept, dragged through the mud and decide he's done. Where's the fun in that?
God, that's so cold and cruel. Oh my God. Well, whatever. I'm glad you guys are having fun.
Drew, our technical director, says that's my plan: win once and leave. And Drew, our producer, says that's how Goff pays for takeout.
Yeah, exactly right. It's all coming from Clash.
Yeah, it's the kids' college fund that we're working on right now. 3-0. Hopkins 2 for 33 is your leading receiver. Drake does have 2 for 25 out of the backfield. Goodness gracious.
Yeah, that was a slow first quarter. Drake with a couple receptions.
Yeah.
Just D-Hop on the board, but Hinman's got a catch. Sims has a catch. McLaren has a catch. Not much.
The Edge says was Reed on TV this morning. He was. I didn't catch it. I did record it so that I can watch. He did NFL Network. He did Good Morning Football this morning.
Oh, wow. They keep having him back, hey?
It's unbelievable, right?
Gee.
There's something about that flying Hawaiian. He just draws you in with that smile.
No, exactly, right? I mean, not shocking. Not shocking. It's well spoken.
No, I'm sure it did very well. I have. He's been on. I asked him. I think this was the 4th appearance on the show for him. So excellent. Plenty of DFS strategy talk. I'm guessing going into the big game this weekend, and looking forward to checking out the replay and seeing how things went. What kind of advice he has. Luke says, Koff, did you hear about the Glash incident last night? That's always a very dangerous question to ask. And no, I didn't. So, Luke, you can tell me, and if it's something that we are actually able to talk about, we can get into it a little bit. Did somebody try and, go all Moe's Tavern with him again and give him a username he shouldn't be reading out loud?
Days without incident. Back to 0 here, I guess.
We're going to get a sign for Simland. You should put it on your whiteboard behind you.
Yeah, exactly.
Must be here. Koff, did you Google the zebra ad? It's your twin. So I did, actually. I looked up the ad. And, I could see the resemblance. Not to the point where I would be convinced it was me who did the ad. But, sure, there's some doppelganger, some looky-likey going on right there. He looks like he's in better shape, however.
Well, that probably doesn't take much, to be honest, does it?
Drew sending us the Craig from The Office. This department has worked 0 days without a lost time accident. That's us in Simland for sure. Steven says, Koff is the second highest paid employee behind Emerson's insane contract. You can afford to eat out. It's true. Emerson does get that million a sim that he tells you about.
Yeah, he's like the cast of Friends, you know, million per episode. That's Emerson.
Joker says, Rossi and Kenny's 6 o'clock contest is titled Winner Gets a Pizza. Interesting. So, Joker, I'm glad you brought that up, and I saw that, and I texted Rossi, and I said, I entered the free roll. I'm coming for the pizza. just so I could feed the kids, because you know I'm not going to eat it.
Yeah, I'm not getting in on that. Giving away free pizzas.
That's what I'm saying. Let's find out. Let's find out if they're true to their
Oh,
word.
Kyler,
Good run for
get
Kyler.
there.
Get
Wow.
there!
Yes,
Touchdown! My captain, Kyler Murray.
Kyler styling and profiling Kyler. 91 speed for Kyler Murray. Actually, only the 4th fastest on the team. Andy Isabella. Isaiah Simmons with a 93 speed. That's interesting. The rookie, looks like they got him listed as a safety. I think he's a linebacker. But Kirk, 92 speed, and then Kyler at 91. That's very fast, obviously. I think only Lamar probably is faster at the quarterback position. On display, though, folks. On display.
14 total rushing touchdowns in Simland here in Madden 21 for Kyler Murray, his first in 6 games. You guys can tell how far back I am in the chat, just scrolling back here. But Jeff, formerly of Ops, I have many plastic-wrapped DVDs. My apartment smells of Home Depot pine. Steven says, in 20 years, the millennials will be buying DVDs as cool retro. That's what I'm saying, man. You got to save all these.
It's the truth, man. One day. Like I said, Kaufman will have his day. I'll be buying his DVDs off him.
I'll have a going out of business sale like, you know, Blockbuster and Hollywood Video and all those. Fantasy Hawk says, wait, so Glash got 2 in a row on the great Adam Kaufman? Actually, I think it could be 3 or maybe even 4 in a row. I'd have to look in our history because there was a Celtics showdown game in there as well. It wasn't just classic. So it's at least 3, could be 4. Glash is on a good run right now.
It's good for Glash.
Well, I'm proud of him. Like a proud pop.
We're all proud.
He's come a long way. Had a nice NHL night last night. Did you play last night? I mean, I don't think I would have been out there winning any big tournaments or anything, but I had 158, I think.
No, I didn't play. I threw a couple bets in, which were disasters, so it's probably good I didn't play DFS to add on to the pain.
Probably for the best. 10-0 Arizona. 5:20 to go second quarter. Smash that like, folks. Jeff hasn't told you where that button is in a while. Maybe we'll convince him if you can get to a certain number of likes. And then
no, they're big now. They don't need
us get over the top.
They don't need me to tell them, but let's set a good precedent. Let's do it anyways. I'm not going to tell you where the button is, but I'm going to say let's get to 200, folks. You smash that like, you get the Sims up. Guys, we got a 25K free roll coming on the weekend, right, Kaufman?
So let's tell you a little bit about
let's do it, because I can't remember when it is, so you're going to have to tell them.
There are a lot of great things going on this weekend, both Saturday and Sunday. You might even call it a super weekend. The DraftKings $250,000 tailgate weekend stream that you can follow not only on the YouTube, but Twitch as well, and you will have some of your favorite DraftKings commentators all along for the ride. So here's what's up. You have got on Saturday, that's tomorrow, at 2 Eastern, so a little more than 24 hours from now, a free-to-play Madden Big Game Preview Sim. Of course, it will be the Bucs and Chiefs. I will be with you. Glash will be with you. And we will have J-Dub, popular Twitch streamer, will be with us as well. A little 3-man booth action, and that's great. Have not met J-Dub. Seems like an awesome guy. I know Emerson interviewed him recently for the Dream Stream, and he is certainly excited about it. So we're excited as well. It's going to be a lot of fun. Bring your questions. Bring, whatever you want to get into. Let's see if J-Dub is prepared for how weird these streams can get sometimes. But most important, $50,000 in total prizes just for that single free-to-play Madden Sim. And then you have got on Saturday an American Cornhole League battle kickoff at 4 o'clock. That has a $50,000 free-to-play pool. Fast forward to Sunday, of course, Super Bowl Sunday, a free-to-play Madden Packers-Bills Sim at 1 o'clock. I will be with you for that one. $20,000 in total prizing. I think I'm with Kenny. Kenny Ducey. I think you've heard of him for that one. And then the Major League Eating Big Game Snack Down, 4 o'clock Eastern time, would get this, a $100,000 free-to-play pool. But wait, there's more. Super Bowl kicks off 6:30 Eastern time. Leaderboard Live will be happening. Moose will be with Glash for that. And so, you'll get to obviously enjoy the fun and be with us at the same time. But you don't want to go anywhere after that. In fact, if you're not with us on Leaderboard Live, and shame on you if you're not, but if you're watching the game, come on back to the stream, because right after the game, at roughly 10 o'clock Eastern, that's, depends, could be pushed a little bit depending on the game itself, the big game, if it goes to overtime or something. But
right.
Roughly 10 o'clock Eastern, you will have a free-to-play Madden Big Game replay sim. So once again, you will have the Chiefs and Bucks squaring off, and that is a $25,000 total prize pool, and again, a free-to-play pool. So you want to jump in. There's a lot of great stuff happening this weekend, Bruce.
Yeah, man. 25K prize pool. That's obviously going to be a nice little way to cap off the weekend, so make sure you get in on that. But like Kaufman said, lots of stuff. We're gonna have a sweat before the Super Bowl as well, so talking about bets and stuff and fantasy perspective. So tune in, the hour before the Super Bowl around 5 Eastern. But I'll be on with Glash. I'll be on that for the pregame as well. So lots of cool stuff, man. Make sure you tune in. Dream stream. Free rolls, it's all there.
Just catching up in the chat. Luke says, Koff, you got to ask one of the ops team members to tell you what happened with Glash last night on the Ravens sim. Spoiler, there was an onside kick recovery. Okay. All right, well, that's a good spoiler to get us started. DK Simfam, CJ here says, Kay Adams likes Reed. Well, why wouldn't she? Reed's a very likable guy. Reed's probably a fan of Kay and the rest of the team. Johnny says, what's good, Koff? Sim fam, Jeff, bet Reed represented us all well this morning on Good Morning Football.
Oh, yeah.
I have no doubt.
I don't
I saw Reed this morning.
I don't know if I obviously I like everyone, but if I was picking someone to represent me of the group that we have, Reed would probably be near the top of my list. So
I get that.
less chance of silliness with Reed, right?
Well, if you're looking to not have the silliness,
yeah,
he will tone it down for you.
That's awesome. Though. Is the NFL studio in Boston? It's not in Boston though, so he must.
No, so they're in New York. He wasn't.
They're
in
New York.
Studio.
Okay.
He was over Zoom.
Oh, he's in Zoom this time, right?
Yeah,
of course.
Yeah. He was not there, but they were all, I believe, in studio. So They are there in New York.
This
Jeff
is actually a question. No, go for it. What were you going to say?
I was just going to say, update on the lunch situation from Jeff. Landed on some chicken tenders and mac and cheese from a place down the street. Sounds good to me. That's a very 12-year-old meal. I'm in.
Chicken tenders are a good option.
Yeah, always.
Not a bad option at all.
Chicken tenders and mac and cheese. What I give my kids every meal. Feed the 6-year-olds.
Mike says, can you imagine if Ducey was on national TV?
I can. I can. It's playing with my heartstrings. What were you about to say?
Oh, what is the timeline between traveling between Boston and New York? Is it like a train or something?
Yeah, you could take a train, you could take a bus. Obviously, you could drive, you could fly. I mean, all options are available to you. If you were to take the train, if you're going right from Boston to New York City on the Acela train, it's probably 3.5 hours, 3:45. It's pretty quick on the train.
It's not bad. And is that train how often does it run? Is it daily?
Oh yeah, it's often.
That's nice. See, where I live, there's another major city about 3 hours away, a drive, and there's no train. It would be amazing if there was a train. Everyone would take it, but that is. I tell you guys got it good out there, man.
Well, Jeff and I were talking about this earlier, guys. The East Coast bias that we have, because I said to Jeff, and he took this the wrong way, but I said to Jeff, what time is it there? And that was me not dismissing like time zones. It was me just not remembering what time zone he was on. Like if he had said, "Oh, I'm on Mountain Time," I would know he's 2 hours behind. He's in the past. But he took it as like, you East Coast snobs, you don't know what time it is anywhere but where you are. And I think there's probably a lot of truth to that. But really, as I said to Jeff, we all know Pacific. Like, we're well aware of what's going on, like in California. But yeah, Mountain Time gets a little lost, and Arizona just makes up the rules as it goes. So Arizona doesn't care about you want to talk East Coast bias, it's Arizona bias. They don't care about the rest of us. But there's there's some truth to that. We do probably here on the East Coast, when it comes to times, put ourselves first.
Arizona's out to lunch. It's there's always got to be like one main time zone that people go off of. So, it is Eastern. It's where this New York is. Wow, this isn't even close. They had Hopkins open too. Kyler Murray still doesn't have great stats in this game, but I assume they'll improve a little bit next year.
Demetrius, what's up, Koff and young McEnroe? It's different.
Young McEnroe.
Eileen, how about a shout out, Koff? I'm your biggest defender. Do I need defenders, Eileen? What's happening right now? Am I under attack when I'm not around? Generally, I think the chat is pretty kind when I'm on here. But hi, Eileen. Thank you for watching. Do I need to ask our crew that handle broadcast that I'm not on? Do I get the Ducey treatment when I'm not around? Freak of Nature says, are you attending the Madden Sim party at, he wrote Glash's. I'm going to assume Glash's house after the pandemic's over. We're having a bounce house. That sounds like a great time. I'll bring the cat.
A bounce house, hey? Wow.
Yeah.
Impressive.
Coffin's movie collection. Hey, we're just talking about you. Says, Coffin Moose, thanks for doing these, fellas. Hope all the people that gave up on the Simland are giving their daily likes miss out on the monster free rolls this weekend. Look, the bandwagon never fills up, man. We say it all the time about the Dream Stream. If you left, you went off to, obviously you're busy at work or real life things, or you're just watching real sports. We get it. We did it. But come on back. You can always come on back. Doors always open. It's like Full House. Doors always open. Bruce says Glash and Brandon were too busy looking at their NBA lineups that they missed the onside kick. So is that the conspiracy? Is that what happened?
Ooh, little catch.
Must be, says Jeff, do me a favor. Don't let Emerson take you down that rabbit hole of talking about men's bodies the entire sim, please. I mean, the self-proclaimed quad father, man, he likes to talk physical fitness.
What's going on with the Emerson Glash field goal contest? Is that on?
So last I heard, they were just trying to find a field.
Yeah, Madison is like putting it out on like social media, like find me some goalposts. Apparently,
all right,
because they've all been taken down. Or something.
Now, granted, I haven't left the house in a while, but back when I did, back when I'd drive around and maybe pass a school zone or something like that. How is this complicated? Can't they just go to a school and walk on and do their little thing for 20 minutes? And then get out of there? Like they don't take the goalpost down for the winter. Like go to a high school. They're
kind of sounds like they have though. I mean, that's what I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what's going on around there. Definitely seem to be having an issue with finding the proper place. Maybe they're just looking for a perfect spot. I have no idea.
These need to be, regulation goalposts. Drew says they've only been talking about Harvard State. Well, yeah, they're not going to let you just walk in at Harvard Stadium.
Well, no,
find a high school field.
I think they actually did take the goalpost down at Harvard. I think that was the issue. You can actually walk in there and do a workout, apparently, according to them. This is what I was told yesterday.
Well, I know you can go in there and run the steps, but can you actually go on the field and just start,
no, maybe
the ball
not.
Around?
Maybe not.
That seems unlikely to me.
Those smart kids. Oh, fumble. Oh, right to the old lineman, though.
I'm out. Geoff Ulrich, Adam Kaufman, Derek Frangelico, our great Game Ops team. Should have mentioned them first. And the Drew Stack. Producer Drew and Technical Director Drew. They are different people. I promise. Second and 19 from the 46. Final seconds here of the opening half. Haskins, where's Alex Smith when you need him? Come on, statue. Let's go. Move a little bit. Big throw. And incomplete. So someone says in the chat, I travel between Boston and New York every day for work. I mean,
oh, wow.
I hope that's not the case.
Every day.
That would be, you might want to just relocate. That would sound excessive. That's a healthy
A lot of train time,
there.
man. A lot of train time.
Drew says he's going to check the park across the street from him. They have soccer goals and goalposts up all the time, he thinks. I'm saying. This can't be that complicated. Who's your favorite punt play for the Super Bowl? So I have not really studied salaries yet. That's much more of a day of thing for me, especially with the late game. But I've been talking up Cam Brate a lot, and I know there's the injury concern, obviously, but I still just I feel like whether you play him or not, I feel like it's inevitable Cam Brate is going to have a touchdown in the Super Bowl. I really do. But you tell me, Geoff, because you are much more in line with all the latest concerning salaries and dummy builds and all that stuff. We've been doing all sorts of videos, getting your tutelage, your advice on how to construct a lineup. Do you have a favorite punt play right now?
So I like Mecole Hardman, but he's not really a punt play. So, I mean, but I don't mind paying that salary for him, $5,600. I think if you're looking for, again, even Brate is a guy who's $4,800. So I think considering what Scotty Miller is capable of doing, like a long touchdown, like a 40-yard touchdown or something, I think you got to give him a pretty long look down there. I know people are talking up Gronk. I think I'd rather go Miller because you got a better chance of hitting like a 20-point game probably with that kind of long pass and runs. So that's where I'm looking. I think that it gets pretty thin under. I mean, Ronald Jones is really interesting at 2,200, but I think everyone's going to kind of be using him. The other guy I would at least consider is Tyler Johnson. Now, he ain't going to see many targets, but some of this is going to be dependent on Antonio Brown. But Tyler Johnson's seen like red zone targets this year. Like they do bring him out there for red zone packages. So I think at 1,200, Tyler Johnson could end up being like a guy who maybe at the end of the game, he's just like, he's got like 3 catches and one of them was a touchdown. I think that's a possibility. He's a really good rookie. He's looked good when they've given him the shot. Like I said, Brady has looked to him a couple times in the red zone, even with the Brown in the lineup. So I think most people will just, say, okay, Jones is the lowest I'm going. I would not hesitate if I was making, again, 10, 12 lineups to throw Tyler Johnson in maybe 1 or 2. Maybe just, again, you don't have to be the nice thing about Tyler Johnson. He's not going to be super highly owned. So if you have like even one of them in 10 lineups, you'll probably be overweight the field or at least equal the field on him. So
we're getting ready for quarter number 3. It's 13-3 Arizona lead right now. Geoff Ulrich, Adam Kaufman, Drew Stack, Frangelico, Derek, pardon me, there's so many Drews. Derek, I apologize. Derek and Frangelico, our great Game Ops squad. All of you here with us, thank you. Dion Jackson in the chat, not to be confused with the old In Living Color character, Leon Jackson. What's up, Kaufman? Geoff, just at work, always watching The Sims. Been at work 30 days straight. Thanks for keeping me entertained. That's a long haul, man, so thanks for watching with us. And keep powering through. I want to mention, by the way, in the spirit of Game Ops doing their thing, all the manual scoring, which is a pain. Credit to Drew, technical director Drew, who is not tooting his horn right now. Knows that a lot can change in a half, but as things stand right now, out of 179 entries in the Nooner, the Give Me Alex Smith and the Sim Please Just Once free roll, Drew is sitting first by about 3 points.
Wow.
He is sitting in first place with Murray in the captain spot, Hopkins, Sims, sprinkled in a little sprinkle, has Kirk and the Cardinals DST. I am top 5. I'm only 5 points, not even, behind Drew. Right on your heels there, Drew. I'm coming after you. He says, even a blind squirrel finds a nut. You're doing well. Lord Silverman is sitting in 9th. Where's Wave Goodbye right now?
Good question here. I'll bring her up. I'm in 121st.
Can't even see you down there.
No, not looking great. Not looking great for my... I mean, I did use Keyshawn Johnson, even though I knew he was like the wide receiver 5, but I just used him because he was so cheap.
Just for giggles. Getting back to the Chat Kings conference room. Smash the like. We're almost at 150. Keep on hitting that like. We appreciate you. Kaufman's movie collection. Conspiracy theory alert. Clash got Kenny Ducey a job in Simland to take the heat off of him from the chat. The two had no previous relationship that I'm aware of, but that would be a hell of a story.
Glash says, you guys love Glash. What do you mean heat from the chat? The chat loves Glash.
No question. Totally agree. Freak of Nature on that party at Glash's house says there will be a face painting, freeze pops, and a friendly game of pin the tail and the Ducey. Fantasy Hawk says, Koff, you are the Bob Saget of DraftKings. Does that mean all of you want to hear my dirty jokes?
Really blew my mind when I was younger and I found out that Bob Saget was like a legit, like
filthy comedian.
Yeah. Like it was really mind blowing. I mean,
it
was like the epitome of like the yuck
dad.
Like the epitome of like the guy who would make dad jokes, you know, hosted America's Funniest Home Videos.
Full House.
And then it's just like, oh, on his side gig, he's like the dirtiest comedian ever. It's like, what?
Yeah, I mean, for people, obviously, none of it can be repeated here, so I will encourage you to Google it. But for anyone that has not heard Bob Saget tell the Aristocrats joke, I mean, goodness gracious, you'll blush. Jordan says, good question. Completely different Sackets. America's Funniest Home Video Saget, or, of course, the Dirty Comedian Saget. This is what I'm saying. Which Bob Saget are we talking about? Mike Drummer says, hey, Koff, we have the same lineup other than I have McKissick and you have Drake. Nice run by my captain, Kyler Murray. 3 for 68 with a score. 2 minutes into the third quarter, 1st and 10 from the 45.
Yeah, he has not run much, but these are massive chunks he's picking up. So we might get a Kyler bonus game here after all. Definitely looking like the person you should have thrown in your captain spot, but still got a bit of time left.
My burner account says, Koff and Moose, I love you two as commentators. Clearly the best duo. Great chemistry between you two.
Thanks. Oh,
Jeff does not agree. Thanks. I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna give it as much awkward silence as I possibly can. There it is. AE812 says, holy wow, when was the last time someone rocked a soul patch? Jeff, would you like to weigh in?
I mean, yeah.
Talking about you.
I guess now is the last time.
Certainly the most recent.
I mean, I've had this thing for so long now. It's probably gone in and out of style about 10 times. So it's out of style right now. It's out of style. I don't know. It's just a part of me. So literally and figuratively.
3rd and 4, 3 minutes into the third quarter. Long shot. Why does Ulrich look like a DraftKings version of Howie Mandel from Deal or No Deal? Can we get a side by side?
Why does Howie Mandel look like a sim commentator?
Right? Oh, that's good. 13-3 still, 4th and 10 on the way from the 45, punt coming. What else do you guys have going on here in the DraftKings conference room? Jeff, you could weigh in on this. Keith wants to know, is NHL DFS the most stat and correlation dependent? Sometimes seems NFL and NBA can be crapshoots. What do you think?
NHL probably is. Yeah, if it's not up there, it's definitely one of the most. I mean, NFL obviously has a lot of correlation with the quarterback, but the other positions aren't necessarily as strong correlations. But you can get in other ways. NFL has stronger correlations, like when one wide receiver is going off, sometimes the other doesn't, or when the passing game goes off, sometimes it means like three different players will get boosts, kind of things like that. But NHL is pretty strict correlations, and from the fact of when one line is doing the scoring, it's going to help three different players, and for the most part, that just generally holds true. So probably some of the strongest correlation is that it's more in line with baseball, right? Where obviously you get like 3 hits in a row, it's going to help the dudes, not just from a hitting perspective, but from a scoring. Guys getting in scoring as well, getting into home plate. But from the NHL, it's even stronger because you get the one goal. You don't need 3 hits in a row. You just need one event in one goal, and it helps the entire line most of the time. So yeah, it's definitely strongest correlated. I mean, it makes it a little bit easier to play as well. I've heard this from people in the DFS perspective. They think you don't need to watch the games. I mean, that there's some truth to that, but there's some truth to that for every sport too. But yeah, definitely, you got to do line stacking when you're doing NHL. So
Drew's still in first. I'm in third. 2.5 points back coming for you, Drew. 4th and 8 on the way. We had an 18-yard punt a little while ago, by the way.
Wow, I'm taking a lot of smoke in the chat today. Not sure if I'm up for this early in the morning, but okay, that's fine. That's the way you guys want to play it.
Is it the? I'm still way behind. Is it the soul patch stuff?
Yeah, and then I just got called Moby or something, dude. So.
Oh, we do reference the Bourne Identity from time to time. Guys, Jeff's here for 3 sims today. Be nice to him.
I have hair. I could actually grow it out if I wanted to. But just choose not
to. Do it. You won't do it.
Do it. Do it. Do it. You want to know why I don't do it at this point? Because it would take like 6 months to actually grow out, and I'd look so dumb as in the process. So, and I'm on video all the time, so I just
go on leave, and then just shock us all and come back with a full head of hair.
Yeah, so that's literally, if I wanted to grow hair out, that's what I would have to do. I mean, it would be patchy hair, but it would be hair. So
yeah, Drew says hair sabbatical.
That's legitimately what I'd have to do.
It's just going to be Jeff will only be available for the written word for a period of time while the hair grows in. Drake 11 after contact, 1st and 10 out to the 38. I happen to find, just going back to that last question, that you were asked about NHL. I just think NBA DFS is the most reliable in terms of identifying who's going to do well. You can tell obviously based on guys that are ruled out, and who's in good spots, who's going to start, what generally speaking what usage is going to be. Now you can't predict a guy having an off night, obviously, or a blowout and a guy doesn't play the whole time, or an injury. I mean, there are always aspects of a game that you can't predict, but you're not going to have like in football we talk about vulture touchdowns all the time, or NHL, like random dude making his NHL debut scored 2 goals, like that, things that are that feel just wildly unpredictable. You don't run into that as much in the NBA.
Yeah, there's the stars bust less than NBA over time. You really have to pay up for the studs in NBA, whereas in most other sports. Oh, Andre Agassi, thanks, Sean. I actually appreciate that. In other sports, like golf is a pretty high variance sport, obviously. Although the golf studs are probably even more consistent than some other sports. So yeah, NBA definitely, you got to pay up for the studs. There's so many statistical categories they can score in, so you get those like sort of 5 categories players. They're uber valuable. But at the same time, NBA, you got to look at the lineup news and stuff, and keep track of who's in, who's out, because it can make guys go from basically no play, like stayaways, to like some of the best values on the night really quickly.
Executive Session says, I'm not sure why I care, but Koff, what's your favorite movie? Field of Dreams. There's a dream coming true right there. No! Stopped at the 1! Man, you got to muscle. You got to muscle your way right there. You were just about there for that score. Kyler Murray hit you with the pass. That was an easy touchdown coming your way. Be better, Max Williams. Just be better.
Yeah.
First catch of the day. Get there.
Especially considering who it was. I mean, Max Williams, you're drafted to get these yards, friend. I mean, you got to fight through that. You had the momentum and everything. It was weak.
What about you? What's your favorite movie? I know I've asked you that before, but I don't remember.
My favorite movie, like, ever?
Ever. That's the question that was.
Oh boy. I mean, I don't know.
Kyler.
Why didn't you just run?
Taking it yourself.
Oh, he felt bad for Max.
The job.
It's like, here, Max, have your touchdown. Okay. I don't know, dude. Lots of good movies out there.
You know the favorite?
I mean,
just never ever
favorite like contemporary that I've seen lately. I don't know. Hell or High Water comes to mind as being a really good movie. Mad Max Fury Road comes to mind. Classic movie, Godfather Part 2, something like that.
Did you see that? Subsim Famkoff Moose. Nice surprise to have Moose on the nooner. Moose is hanging out for a trio today, folks.
Yeah, no, I keep forgetting that I have to do the Madden After Dark tonight too. Hopefully I remember to show up. I will, but I gotta do the next one, and then I got a big break. So. Steven, that's a good call. Carlito's Way, one of my favorites too, actually. Brian De Palma. Everyone talks about Scarface, but Carlito's Way is like a really underrated movie. I agree. It's a good call.
Executive Sessions, I see you, man. Respect. We're going to hang out. Josh, what's up, Goff? Down, Arky! Arky, calm down. No walk. Not yet. I said it. I said the W word. Not yet, Arky. Give him a treat. Give Arky a treat. Arky's being great. Arky's behaving really well. Brother Phil. Hey, Koff, do you think DK would ever consider expanding the size of showdown lineups from 6 to, say, 8 or 9 players? All they'd have to do is increase the cap and there would be less dupes. Well, Brother Phil, I can tell you this, and this is going to sound like a cop-out, but truly, I mean it. DK_assist on Twitter. DraftKings customer service is always there for your ideas, your thoughts, your suggestions, your comments, your feedback. And if anyone's been playing, never mind Madden Sims, just daily fantasy, for the life of DraftKings or, for a few years. There was a point in time not long ago, Jeff knows this, like showdown contests didn't exist. That was a new thing just a few years ago. So there is a constant evolution that happens, in the world of daily fantasy and here at DraftKings. And, once upon a time, and I don't know where it went, I actually really enjoyed it, but, you had you had IDP, like you could roster defensive players. There were different things that DK has tried out and, what works, what doesn't, what people like, what they don't. And so I would always encourage, throwing your suggestions out because you never know what's going to happen.
Yeah, exactly. Showdown is just like so ingrained now, but like it was only 2 years ago, like it didn't exist. So, and even when it first came out, I think people were kind of like, man, do we really want to play one game slates? And now it's just like, now we got like milli makers for the show, like half the showdown contest. So it's pretty amazing. Crazy variants, crazy fun though too. And it's obviously going to be, it just makes things like the Super Bowl that much better, right? So
well, I'm trying to remember, and this is me just trying to remember my DK history. Did the showdown format debut in line with the Super Bowl? Was it a Super Bowl ultimately that brought showdown to life?
Yeah, you might be right on that actually. Yeah. That sounds actually right, because I know one of the first Super Bowls that DK was around for, they tried some, because they wanted to make it a multi-game contest because they didn't have the format. So they combined it with the Pro Bowl for one of the, like they made it a 2-game slate with the Pro Bowl one of the first years. And obviously it was a smaller contest, but people were like, man, obviously nobody wants to play the Pro Bowl, but and then I think you might be right about that, about them debuting it with the Super Bowl. That actually sounds correct, because obviously this is going to be the biggest game or for any sport that DK offers for a showdown contest,
right?
Because it's the Super Bowl. So I actually think that might be correct. We'll have to double check. Some guys do some history, but I think the showdown did debut, if not with the Super Bowl, it was really close to it.
I mean, as much as I love the random Friday night Celtics Clippers showdown that is available to me in the lobby, and I do, I'm pretty sure it was a bigger deal like the Super Bowl that brought the showdown to life a few years back, or a couple of years back.
Yeah.
So fourth quarter here. This has been a fun one. Not so much the sim, but the commentary. 20-3. Arizona's in front here of Washington. Drew has dropped to a tie for second, 3 points off the lead. I'm in sixth, about 5 points off the lead. Wave goodbye. I mean, who can even see him way down there? That's okay. He's got time to make up for it in future sims today.
Shawshank Redemption getting thrown out. That's very rewatchable, obviously. Definitely.
Andrew Garza ranking his favorite DK hosts, and you're right there, top 3, baby.
Great.
That's a good place to be. We got a lot of people.
Angels in the outfield. Our producer, one of our ops teams thrown out. Tony Danza and Angels in the outfield.
How did I was reading the chat? How did Angels in the outfield come up? Like what was the relevance to our ops crew posting that?
I don't know. Just for one of the best baseball movies, I assume.
Oh, okay. Oh, somebody asked best baseball movie. Gotcha.
I don't know. I think so.
I love Angels. I hadn't seen Angels in the outfield in years, and then well, this will surprise nobody. This was a conscious purchase on DVD, like during the pandemic, fairly recently, because I wanted to show it to the kids, and it wasn't streaming anywhere, and it was like $5. So, okay, let's just place the order. And yes, Tony Danza is in Angels in the outfield. He's the old broken down pitcher. Fourth and 4, minute and a half gone by, fourth quarter. Drew says he's the Tom Berenger, Kevin Costner of Angels in the outfield. Yeah, pretty much. That's pretty in line. With a little less attitude than Berenger had. Johnny Heiss says, just a thought, Koff. If Jeff grew a thick mustache and kept the soul patch, he'd look like Schneider from One Day at a Time.
One day, I don't even know what the movie that is, so I can't even comment.
I'm just picturing you with a giant mustache, a big thick Selleck on your face. Dean Murray, hey Koff, Moose, hashtag DK SimFam. Haven't been able to tune in a while. Wanted to pop in, say hi, wish everyone well in their DK Super Bowl contest. Have fun and good luck. Thanks very much, Dean. Josh says, Koff looks like a little league coach who always buys ice cream, win or lose. Andrew, I saw the rankings. Thank you. Thank you kindly. Appreciate you.
A little bullet down the middle. I think that's McLaren. Some people were clamoring about how terrible he's been lately. He's got 3 catches, 47 yards. Always buys ice cream, win or lose. He always gets himself like a triple scoop.
Josh says, I love these. Now we're reaching, but I enjoy when we do these from time to time. Let's see what we get here first. First and goal from the 6. Haskins over the top, got there. Touchdown, Washington to narrow the gap.
Sims?
Sims. That should
Which
help
Sim?
me out just a little bit, although he's popular. About 55% owned, 10% the captain spot in our smaller free roll. Josh says, Koff's phone could still go off in the movie theater and he'd still make it cool. Yeah, what's up? Just watching the flick.
Hoffman's totally the type of person who'd answer his phone in the movie theater, though. Like,
Watch. All right, the movie's got a half hour left. We'll call you later. Is this important? Is everything okay? Are the kids okay? All right, I'll call you back. Just text me next time.
I think he got a split down, but looks like the score's staying. There we go. Yeah, they got it. Look, the replay looked a little weird there. That's why I was just watching, but it counts. Sims and Haskins. That boosted me up. I'm in the top 100 now.
There you go. Let's see what he's saying here.
Go,
So
kid.
Or technical director Drew is fifth. Where's producer Drew hanging out? We got Boo Man Fu in front by about 5 points almost. Jay Barbs. Koff looks like he works at the pro shop on a country club golf course. Yeah, that tracks. He said Drew said he's hanging out with you at the cool kids table in the contest. James. Jeff's worried about looking dumb letting his hair grow, but he leaves that thing on his chin.
Jeez.
People are coming in hot for the nooner.
Yeah, what did I do, man?
Gotta tell you.
Getting up early. I'm not going on these early sims anymore. If this is you guys come in this hot, wait till you guys are all like, a little tired and stuff for the late games. Jeez.
Mocking Jay. Koff is shaking and sweating, trying to ignore the movie talk. There's a lot of good stuff in there. I'm scrolling through, all of it, trying to read it all. Just not reading all of it out loud. A lot of people are ranking their favorite movies. Andrew says, hey, Koff, who's the better all-around actor-comedian? Jim Carrey, Robin Williams, Martin Lawrence? I mean, Martin Lawrence probably doesn't belong in the conversation, if we're being honest. I would go Robin Williams of that trio. Like, by a lot. Long shot.
Denzel movies, eh? We're talking about?
Ooh, Kenyon. Almost spun his way out of trouble. Down to 46. Only 34 on the ground. Feels like he should have more. I mean, he should definitely have more given his abilities, but it feels like he does have more. Obviously, as we know, he doesn't. Yeah, there's a lot of Denzel movies. John Q, Man on Fire. All sorts of talk going on in the chat. He's got a new one out in theaters and on HBO Max with Jared Leto that I've heard mixed reviews. I haven't checked it out yet. Peace of Mind says Jeff is Vin Diesel's mini-me. Yeah, no, I can definitely see the resemblance.
Vin Diesel's my mini-me.
AE, when was the last time anyone was able to watch this unmuted? Kind of refreshing, really. I can't imagine it's been that bad. Kyler, 96 rushing.
Well, I'm trying to think of my favorite Denzel movie. I can't really think of one off the top of my head. You got one?
Favorite Denzel? I mean, Training Day is obviously up there.
Yeah, I guess that would definitely be up there.
He's really good in, what was the movie with Chris Pine? Unstoppable, the train movie. He's good in that.
Yeah.
I mean, he's good in everything. There's you'd be hard pressed to find a.
Yeah, that's the thing. Even if the movies
is bad.
Even if the movie itself isn't that good, like Denzel Washington is always good. So.
Man on Fire, Deja Vu. Good suggestions. Kicking Club says, Koff, honestly, I didn't care for the new Denzel movie. It's one of the few he's done that I wouldn't watch again. What I heard about the movie from some buddies that texted me, Equalizer, for sure, that's on there, is that Denzel is great and the movie is not. That's what people have told me.
Oh, wow. This is, okay, I got to cut in for a sec. So the Coen brothers
Yep.
are doing a Macbeth remake with Denzel Washington as Macbeth.
Really?
Oh man. If you are like a movie fan, you like the Coen brothers. I am really pumped for that. Wow, that is going to be interesting.
Have they just
Denzel
announced
as
it?
Macbeth.
Meaning it's probably 2 years away from
Now
actually
look,
coming out.
I have an English degree, and I've
Wouldn't know it.
Macbeth is probably my favorite Shakespeare play, and I'm telling you that has the potential, folks, to be amazing with Denzel Washington as Macbeth. That's something to watch for.
They say anybody else who's going to be in it, or just announced?
Well, it's got Denzel Washington, and then it's got like a lot of the regular Coen brothers people, like Francis McDormand, Brendan Gleeson, King Duncan,
Brendan Gleeson.
Gleeson.
Apparently it's 2021. It's this year. It says Drew sent it along. The Tragedy of Macbeth.
Yeah, man.
That's fun. I mean, as fun as something based on Shakespeare could be, I suppose. But it'll be.
Well,
a good
I mean,
movie.
that's
the Coen brothers, like you said.
This is the uneducated Kaufman. I only watch Deuce Bigelow, Male Gigolo.
Oh, excellent movie. However,
Macbeth or Shakespeare is great material. It's just how it's presented. Right. Yeah, if it's presented and they're all wearing, the Shakespeare trope and talking it, but if you take the material and present it in modern way or something, like it's a great story. That's why I love Macbeth. But
that's why I turned around the way I said what I said. Like it's not going to be a fun movie, but I bet it'll be really good.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. I guess.
AE coming at me after the way I dismissed Martin Lawrence. When was the last? Or wait, no, where is it? Hang on, AE. I guess we know Koff's type of comedy there, dismissing Martin Lawrence like that. I happen to love Martin Lawrence. I enjoyed the old Martin show. Like him in, Blue Streak obviously was terrific. Naturally love him in the Bad Boys movies. I'm pro Martin Lawrence. I don't think Martin Lawrence would put himself in the same category in terms of all around, comedy background and acting, emphasis on acting, to Robin Williams and Jim Carrey. When's the last time Martin Lawrence did any serious dramatic acting? I'm going to say probably never. And I think there's a reason for that. Not his wheelhouse. Drew, rebound. I almost mentioned rebound, and then I pulled back. I felt like it didn't help me in the arguments.
I keep forgetting Denzel was in the sub movie too with Crimson Tide.
Yeah,
pretty good in that.
Alec Baldwin,
solid,
right? In that one also.
Who is?
Alec Baldwin.
No, Gene Hackman.
Gene Hackman. Oh yeah.
Alec Baldwin is in Hunt for Red October.
Yeah. A lot of people mentioning. I feel like we've listed the whole Denzel catalog here in the chat. Jordan says, I'm a movie guy, but I'm going to get killed for this. I just don't love them, the Coen brothers.
I mean, I'm not like a fanboy, but there's some of their movies that are fantastic. I mean, No Country for Old Men.
Mm-hmm.
Some of them are a little bit quirky and they got their own style, but
they did what the hell is it called? Oh Brother, Where Art Thou, right?
Yep.
Man of Constant Sorrow. Denzel
I think so.
Flight was underrated, says Ark. I've not seen that one, Flight.
It's pretty good. No, absolutely. He is really good in that. That's a good call. That's actually one we didn't really bring up. You haven't seen Flight, actually. I would recommend it. I mean, it's a solid movie. Interesting.
What else here in the chat? 23 to 10, 30 seconds left. Philadelphia. Yeah, we didn't mention Philadelphia. Denzel was excellent in that. Glory, for sure. Going way back. Johnny says, Chris Tucker did a dramatic role in Silver Linings. I know, I wasn't talking about Chris Tucker. I was talking about Martin Lawrence.
I assume Martin Lawrence just retired. Like, he hasn't been in anything outside of, like, the Bad Boys.
He just did Bad Boys 3.
Yeah, outside of that, though, what has he been in?
Well, I'd have to pull up his IMDb and tell you, Jeff.
I don't think he's done movies outside of Bad Boys 3 for, like, a few years.
Well, he did take a break because there was some health stuff going on.
Was there? Yeah, I assumed there was a reason. I mean.
Yeah.
All right, Haskins, get us a garbage touchdown. Oh, that's just terrible.
Final 17 seconds. People calling for Sprinkle. The Black Knight. Yeah, I remember that one too. I'm third. I'm third in the contest. Let's go. 4 points off the lead. Help a guy out. 3rd and 5. Haskins. Big boy throw. Way too far.
Yeah.
Crowd. Gross. Murray's got about 38 in the captain spot. Boo Man Fu still in front. Gonzalez 10-point day. Max Williams has himself a dozen. Jordan Lindenbaum, not a fan of the 3rd Bad Boys movie. It was fine. First one was great. Second one, not so much. Third one, eh. Sims! Sims again! Second of the day!
All right. A little garbage time action.
Both the people in front of me have Sims. That's not going to be enough for me.
Is that Cam Sims or Steven Sims?
Steven Sims. Almost makes this game look like it was entertaining.
Yeah, so I guess Cam Sims isn't even listed. I don't know why I thought that, but anyways, 15. It is Steven Sims. There you go. All right. Just double checking.
Tony, I'm looking at the standings based on what things say right now. Obviously, it's manual scoring, so everything will be fully up to date once we are done, as it always is. Shouts to Frangelico and Derek.
I'm up there in 22nd now, so I see you in 3rd. I see you in 3rd.
And you will
but I've put up a respectable showing now, folks.
Out of 179, you finished top 25.
Made my soul patch proud once again. So
once again.
Apparently, I mean.
Drew has dropped to 39. He had led at halftime as the Cardinals have the ball. That was not a recovered onside kick, everybody. I am not looking at my NBA lineups. That's later.
What, they were looking at NBA lineups and just missed it?
Apparently.
Those goofs.
Drew says, the nut I found was just a rock. Poor squirrel. That'll do it. 23-17 final for Captain Kyler and the Cardinals.
Captain Kyler.
Sean says Kevin Hart sucks. I disagree. I really like Kevin Hart, but you just need to accept that Kevin Hart is always going to be Kevin Hart. There is no range there.
Yeah, there's no range. I agree. Some of his movies I actually find like pretty funny. Like I actually kind of liked Ride Along.
Sure. No, I generally like Kevin Hart. I feel like I get it. Like either you do like him or you don't like him.
Yeah, I can also see how
he that way about all of his movies. Yeah. There's no like I like half his movies, I don't like the other half. He's he is the same in every movie you put him in.
He's the same. There are good, like better, like the one he did with Will Ferrell was pretty funny too. I can't remember what it's called.
Oh, the
Get Hard
one, yeah.
I mean, it was super offensive and stuff,
Hard,
but it was still funny. Yeah, there's like I can tolerate like a couple of Kevin Hart's movies. That I find them like easy to watch and funny, but some of them
you don't it's the kind of movie that like you
you
could sit there and also surf the internet at the same time. I feel like you've missed anything.
Yeah. Oh, exactly. Yeah.
Jordan says if you can't compare him to Eddie Murphy, Richard Pryor, and Martin Lawrence, he doesn't compare. No. Well, who's sitting here doing that?
No, definitely, I agree.
Bruce says he likes the one with The Rock. Yep, absolutely. I can't remember what it was called, but I saw it. It was the old high school reunion one or whatever, where The Rock is basically become The Rock, i.e. Superhero. So we have got Fu Manfu pacing toward a victory here once everything is updated. Kyler in the captain spot went for 40 plus. Jumanji, thank you, Frangelico. Yeah, he was fun in the Jumanji movies, and as was The Rock for that matter.
Yep.
I don't think that was the one that Drew was talking about, but they were good together in that. McKissick, Sims, Williams, Kirk, and Gonzalez in that leading lineup. Who stands out to you as the Krusty Koff player of the game?
Yeah, I think we're gonna have to give it to Sims here, aren't we? Kyler had a good game, but Steven Sims, 54% owned, almost doubled his average. I'll give it to him. 2 touchdowns, only had 5 receptions, but like I said, nearly doubled his average. So we'll give the Krusty Kaufman player of the game Memorial Crust trophy to Steven Sims.
I'm not saying you're wrong, but how about a little love, honorable mention at least for Zane Gonzalez? $3,800, put up 14 points.
Who cares about your kicker?
This is not just my kicker; he's part of the leading lineup. All right, how about the child watching William, the babysitter Billy, not my kid award? Where's that going?
Yeah, let's give it to Larry Fitzgerald. He's 31% owned, 4 points. Yeah, it's below his average. We'll give it to Larry.
Yep. Poor guy. Good friend of DraftKings. We won't tell him. Fantasy Hawk says, later Sim World. Nice work, Koff and Jeff. Appreciate you. So here's what's going on the rest of the Dream Stream day. You have at 2 o'clock Eastern, because again, everything revolves around Eastern time, Jeff. 45 minutes from now, the early Madden Matinee, rather. Buccaneers, Tom Brady's led Bucks, and the Broncos. It'll be Emerson Latzia coming on in with Moose right here. They'll be together. And then Bears, Texans for the early bird special. Emerson and Kenny Ducey.
The Deuce.
Stay tuned. And then at 5 o'clock-ish, after that sim, you will have NBA Pre-Lock Live. Shirag and, if I'm saying this right, Matt Mieselman? I'm not familiar with Matt.
Muscleman.
Matt Muscleman and Shirag Hira, the Wolfman, will be coming at you with a little NBA knowledge before lock tonight. 6 o'clock, Saints-Lions. Jason Rossi is going to be stepping in with Ducey. Go win that pizza, folks. The two of those guys for the, the happy hour sim. Prime time, I come on back with BK, Brandon Cristal at 8 o'clock, Giants and Colts. And then Madden After Dark, Jeff returns with BK for Jets and Seahawks. So, man's got a full day ahead.
I do. Big one.
Fun. This was a good time. Carter says that you were grouchy today, and
I was grouchy.
I mean, that doesn't help your case. I was grouchy? What do you mean I was grouchy?
I should have called in and said I didn't want to do them. Dude, you guys spent the whole sim making fun of me and my soul patch. What do you want? What do you want me to do? Oh, hey, guys, that's great. Thanks for making fun of my soul patch. Man.
You're going to snap at me like that.
Like me in a good mood. I mean, holy cow. Anyways, hope you guys had a good sim. I mean,
goodness.
That just coming in, giving me a lot of smoke today. All right. Anyways, I think I'll cool off now.
Yeah, Drew says you're going to be really grouchy for
this attack. Yeah, you haven't seen grouchy yet.
Try and let Emerson calm you down. All right. Thanks for.
He won't calm me down. He'll just rile me more up. Don't worry.
Barbara says, you mean Moby? All right. Thanks to the Drew Stack. Thanks to Derek, to Frangelico, to all of you for watching. Smash that like button, folks. Almost to 200. You can get us there. And keep an eye out, obviously, for NBA lineups and all that good stuff a little bit later on. The last-minute NBA contest that we all enjoy. I'm Adam Kaufman. He is Geoff Ulrich. He is returning soon. I'll be back in a matter of hours. Catch you later.
Okay. We are on cam for the second of 6 sims today. You did the first one with Adam Kaufman, Geoff Ulrich. How did everything go?
It was great. I got made fun of by the chat for an hour and a bit, and that was the game. So,
Well,
totally not bitter about it.
No. What were they getting on you about?
Oh, just my general appearance, but
Yeah, I like that though. I like being able to like look at you.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Brings me joy and happiness. So does what?
It's all good. It's all fun and games. I'm just joking around, but no, it was a good sim. Talked a little movies, little Denzel Washington. What's going on with you though, man? Is this you got to give us a field goal update? Have things been finalized? Like you found some field goal posts that haven't been taken down. Big question.
So there's a lot going on right now. I got Glash, so I'm in a group chat here with Glash Daddy, producer Madison, and little Samir. Also, Jason Rossi's in this group chat.
Big Samir.
Samir's adorable.
He is.
Yeah, Samir and Rossi are like the same size. So the problem is we're waiting to hear where's Samir, how soon he had to be into work, how early he has to be into work tomorrow for all the Madden sims and stuff. Because he's like, I don't know if I can join you guys. Where he talked it up, said, I got to be out there. I got to witness this. So anyway, right now, Glash said, yes, Emerson's right. We're only going to be out there for about 30 to 45 minutes, and we're just trying to figure out like a location. It's happening tomorrow, people. The Field Goal Fest 2021, that's the hashtag. It's been trending on Twitter all week. It's ridiculous the amount of media requests I've received. I've had to respectfully turn all of them down. Also, DraftKings has turned down the opportunity to broadcast this live on the Dream Stream, which it's tough because I'm the highest paid employee at DraftKings. And for them to turn me down, it was a humbling experience. So we're gonna take some video though. We're gonna have some fun with it. Do you have any predictions for that?
I don't know what's gonna happen, man. I mean, like I want to say the pressure is in your court. I'm not gonna lie. Like you built this up, man. Like Glash is coming in with no pressure. So the dog in the fight who's just going out there freewheeling, that's gonna be Glash. At the same time, I'm not really convinced that Glash has the coordination for this. So I'm gonna side with Team Emerson. Don't let me down here, friend, because
I'm not.
I'm gonna side with the natural athlete here, which is you. Yeah. So, you've got the God-given talents. Like you said, you're the second highest paid after me employee of DraftKings. So,
oh damn! Congrats on your recent raise.
Oh yeah, thanks. But no, I'm gonna side with you. Like I said, psychologically, I don't know if Glash is gonna be able to take advantage of the situation, but yeah.
The only thing I am nervous about. Okay, thank you. Smart bet. But it is interesting that Glash just kind of threw himself into this whole thing. I've been talking about this for months. I said I'm going to deliver for our DK Sim fam in the stream, and then Glash is all of a sudden like, yeah, I'll do it with you. He's like, well, he first brought up the Turkish oil wrestling on the morning of the Super Bowl, and I said, I don't want to get hurt where I got to host a couple episodes of the Sweat. I get to hang out with Jesse and the crew in the studio. I was like, I'm not doing that. So let's kick field goals on ice. We'll be A-okay then. So that is the one thing I am nervous about is like my footing out there because I'm not showing up in cleats. I don't have cleats. I'm not going to have all like the Under Armour crap on. Like he's going to come out there with eye black on. Like he may wear like pads. He could have a helmet on. I don't know what he's going to show up in. I'm sure whatever he does, it'll be from Sarah's closet.
It's a little scary too that he was, like you said, he was so willing to get in on it. Because like it almost gives you the idea like he's been practicing for like the last 3 months or something,
right?
Like he's hired Adam Vinatieri or something, to give him lessons. So you could be getting, hoodwinked here, but I guess we'll see.
Did you fill out, and we'll dive into that more in this sim, and I'm on the next sim with Kenny, so I'll ask Kenny one question about it, and he could talk for a whole quarter. But did you fill out a lineup for this contest?
I did. I got the lineup in today, folks. I'm on the ball with the lineups. I got Sutton in the captain. I got Locke, Judy, and Fant out with a full passing attack for the Broncos. Probably not the greatest idea. And then I stuck Brady in there with Scotty Miller for some value. So,
okay.
full on the Broncos here. I guess I'm a Broncos fan.
Yeah, I stacked. I went heavy on the Bucks as a Gronk on the board early. I don't see him get too involved in these sims, but got 7 yards, 30 inches coming up in the opening drive of this game, everyone. I went ahead and said, all right, Uncle Leo, prove yourself.
Uncle Leo?
Leonard Fournette in the captain spot. Then my guy Tom Brady, Chris Godwin, Mike Evans, Ryan Suckup, and then my only exposure there to the Broncos is going to be Cortland Sutton. It's a pretty damn good lineup.
Sounds good on paper.
It does sound good on paper, which means it's going to absolutely crap itself. We have 112 brave men and women who decided to enter the LOTZIA TB12 Smooch Bomb Contest. We do have, I went ahead and made one already, guys, for 4 o'clock if you want to take some time and build a free roll lineup for that. Again, me and Kenny, Bears, Texans, and I think it's the hashtag Crush Kenny contest. So we're all going to try to beat up on Kenny a little bit there in the free roll.
Yeah, someone brought up a good point in the chat. There used to be a couple kickers who used to kick barefoot, man.
Yeah.
Like, what do you do when it's like, you know, when it's well below zero? You still kick barefoot? Like,
that's an interesting strategy. You know, you remember the old shoes where they'd have like the front of it was like flat and you would toe the hell out of it.
Right.
So those were some. You know what? You never really see, and maybe there's an old school YouTube video. You never really see the misses. I bet there were some terrible, ugly misses during that time because it's like if you're just like half an inch off the center of the football where you're trying to hit the football, that thing just goes like 90 degrees to the left or right. There's some ugly kicks back then. Also, you could pull like a Doug Flutie and do like a drop kick. I wonder if Glash attempts to do that at all tomorrow.
A drop kick. Well, see, I actually know how to do a drop kick because I used to play rugby. So you used to have to. That's how they do kickoffs in rugby. But yeah, I don't think Glash should be able to attempt that.
Tom Brady's first incompletion of the day, and now 4th and 4 coming up. Tom Brady this week has talked a lot about his future. And it started earlier in the week when he said, I could totally see myself playing way past 45. He kept doing it, talking about his future, like I think it was yesterday, where it was yesterday or the day before. I don't know. Every day blends together right now. But he was mentioning, and he brought it up himself, Jeff, like no one asked him about this. He was like, I'm already looking forward to the off season. And I'm going to start working on my speed. So you would think at this age and how good he is, how could he get better? And speed and agility is on the agenda in the off season.
Okay, so what? He's going to rush for like 1,000 yards next year? Is that his goal? 45?
I highly doubt that. But if you ask his mom, who a few years ago said, no, my son Tom is the fastest player in the NFL. I wish I had a mom who believed in me the way that Tom Brady's mom believes in him.
Was that actually on tape? She said that?
Yes, wow. She is quoted saying that for sure. I'm sure it was a little tongue-in-cheek. I mean, all you have to do is watch him play or maybe attempt to run once. I will say if he needs 1 yard, like he's the guy to do it in the quarterback sneak. He's so good at doing that.
It's true. No, we were talking about prop bets yesterday with Kenny and Reed, and we both kind of admitted like Tom Brady for our first touchdown prop bet was something interesting. He's just so good at it. I don't know what it is, to be honest, if he's just good at picking his spots or if he understands, you know, how the O-line just gets pushes or whatever. But through his whole career, man, he's been like an auto for 1 yard. And it's a bigger help than I think people realize having that ability. So,
yeah. Well, I know in this game, in the big free showdown here, 80% of rosters Tom Brady is on. He's in the captain spot, 17.4%.
Guys
right?
are all Brady fans, eh? All right. Okay.
Yeah, it certainly feels like that right now. Uncle Leo, 37, almost 38%, and then 6% in the captain spot.
That's such a
big
mom
plans.
thing to say. My son is the fastest.
Yeah, it really is. Now, my mom, again, typically goes in the complete opposite direction. I talked to her for like 20 minutes earlier today. Most of it was just her verbally abusing me. But we did talk about like the weekend ahead. I said, Mom, are you excited for the Super Bowl? She says, you know, I don't give a bleep about it. I said, that's great. But for you this weekend, you have big plans. You're going to be on the Sweat with us this weekend, correct?
My big plans are hanging out with the DK family during the Sweat pregame, and then I'll be on with Brendan Glasheen. You know, we'll dive into how the kicking contest went, but mostly we'll be talking about the Super Bowl and following the big showdown contest on DK.
Oh, for Leaderboard Live, right?
For Leaderboard Live, right? Correct. So
okay,
if you you know, I'll be here. I'll be hanging out. You know, and what a better way to watch the game. So it's not like I can go anywhere if I wanted to, anyways. So it's also about 1,000,000 degrees below, so I don't even want to leave my house, even if I could.
So how does your wife and kids feel that they're not going to be able to hang out with Dad during the Super Bowl?
I'm probably happy because they don't have to watch the Super Bowl. At least my wife.
That's the same. That's the same. Same with mine.
My wife's party is on the following Monday because that's the end of football season. So it doesn't. She doesn't have to watch football every Sunday. So yeah, she's you know, that's her Super Bowl.
Yeah, Meg is like, sports over yet? I'm like, yeah, we're almost there, honey. Hang in there.
Yeah, my wife. Every year this happens. She's like, "How is football still going on?" Yeah, like, but how long did they lengthen the football season this year? I'm like, no, this is the last game. It's the same date every year. You know, it's about a 6-month season. She's like, no, it feels longer this year. You know.
I saw that there's a chance of rain, which could be
could be dicey.
Could make I guess the game plan for both teams. I would assume that would favor the one with the best running attack. So I think that would probably favor the Bucs a little bit. I think the chance of rain come kickoff time has come down a little bit. So I think I saw like 30% chance of rain, which, guys, that means 70% chance it won't rain. You want to think glass 70% full.
Yeah, no.
But yeah, it reminds me of wasn't that that was the Super Bowl in Miami that Drew Brees won, I think, where it was like rainy down there, which became like a big thing moving forward. They're like, this is terrible. We can't have these, games where it could like possibly rain. And then I think that was also a big reason Miami decided to build like that canopy over the stadium.
Oh, right. Yeah.
So it was Manning versus the Bears is what it was.
Okay. Manning versus the Bears, yeah.
In Miami. Okay. So it was Miami. I got one part of that right.
How dare these players have to play in semi-adverse conditions? You know? No, I think you're right, though. I think maybe it favors the Bucs a bit. The Bucs also have a very, very good run defense, maybe the best in the NFL. So, you know, if KC does need to run the ball a little bit more, it's just going to make it a little bit tougher. So,
about a minute to go here. Fournette with 13 yards on 5 carries. 3rd and 5 coming up. A big day of Sims ahead, but a ginormous weekend here on the Dream Stream. You guys have heard about it plenty. So we will continue to fill your ears with that information as Gronk makes his second catch in this one. It's going to come up short, though. So Brady's 4 of 5, 22 yards to start the game. That's likely what is going to end the first quarter at. 4 o'clock, Bears Texans, myself and Kenny. Again, contests in there right now. The hashtag Crush Kenny, LOTZIA, Crush Kenny contest. Saints at the Lions with Rossi and Kenny at 6 o'clock. Giants at the Colts, Kaufman and Brandon. And then wait. You're coming back at 10 o'clock tonight also to Coliseum?
Apparently. I know.
Did you know about that?
No, I did. I keep forgetting, though. It's actually good people keep reminding me because, you know, it feels like you do 2 Sims and it's like, okay, I'm done the Sims for today, but I got to keep like reminding myself today. Like I gotta show back up for this last one. So no, just, you know, I got a little bit more free time on Friday, so I always make myself available. And Madison, you know, the Sims needed me, Emerson, is what it came down to. So, but yeah, no, I'm doing the last one.
Our Canadian Prince of Poutine rising like the phoenix from the ashes to carry Das Dream Stream to be there, making DK SimFam his #1 priority. He ranks every single one of you ahead of his child, his children, his wife, and his future dog.
It's true. Yes. The
Frank
dream
White
comes first.
Frank White has already said, moose farts after dark. We have about 500 of you watching now. We have come to the end of the first quarter. 0-0 on the board, bagels on the board, not really much cooking, not really much going on, which is why when I poke over to the TB12 Smooch Bomb contest, the leader only has like 25 points. And of course, that's with the defense in the captain spot. It's the beautiful thing about these free roll contests. It's like you can get as funky and as weird and creative as you want with the lineups. And you'll lose just as much as you will win.
It's pretty interesting to see Drew Lock 26% owned versus Tom Brady though. Like the averages on these quarterbacks weren't much different. Lock's averaging 14, Brady's averaging 15.9. So a little surprise there, DK Sim fam. You guys just ate the chalk with Brady, hey? You getting into everyone taking the Bucs this weekend too over Mahomes? Okay, all right. I see how it is. That's fine. Okay. I'll take Mahomes.
Yeah, like I know we can't do the whole we can't talk sports betting like during these games and stuff like that, but I will say my pick for this weekend is 100 just straight up talking. I'm going Bucs, baby.
Wow.
I'm going Bucs. I'm going the 43-year-old quarterback with what is typically a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, but it's really 10 times in a lifetime opportunity for Tom Brady. 10th Super Bowl, trying to win his 7th overall. Unbelievable.
Is there like a net or like a tripwire around you, Emerson? You see anything like a net on your floor? Is there a big hole around you? Because you're about to fall into a trap, buddy.
Oh, wow. Why's that, pal? Go ahead, explain it to me.
The Bucs trap. You break. The Chiefs are the better team here. I'll take the Chiefs. I don't know.
Yeah.
I might pick the Chiefs. I'm just giving you a hard time. I think it's going to be a close game. I actually kind of do. Bucs have a good defense.
Yeah. Do you have a score prediction?
Yeah, I think it's going to be around. I'm not sure. I think you're going to see a little bit of regression from the Bucs offense. So I'm going to say something like 31-24. It'll be a one-score game, but I think the Chiefs will win.
I went 32-27.
Okay.
I think
the Bucs will have to score 30 or more points to win. So I think that's a pretty good prediction for a Bucs win.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, in that defense too is going to have to be. It's like the old bend, don't break.
Right.
I just noticed someone pointed out the dream stream January 5th, 2021 underneath on YouTube. I'm actually really glad it's February 5th and not January 5th.
Oh God, I know it is actually true.
I don't want to go back in time like at all. It used to be one of my like favorite memories, thinking about what could possibly be one day and going back in time. I don't want to do that anymore.
No.
I'm cool, man. I just want to go. I want to live in the future, man, not the past. Come on, Drew Lock, picking up a first down. This dude's got 62 yards, 7 of 10. My guy, Cortland Sutton, showing up, 10 yards on the reception. Who are you guys taking, chat? Over on Twitch, over on YouTube? Give me some score predictions. Let me hear it.
I guess there's a little bit of this is kind of relevant. I guess there's a little bit of chatter that Deshaun Watson is at least considering Denver.
Oh, yes. Let's gossip, Moose. That kind of came out of, although I was already surprised enough that he actually was like the Jets. So once you already say the Jets, no other team can surprise me.
Yeah, exactly, right? Like, he's going to consider the Jets. He pretty much has to consider the Broncos. So,
yeah.
Good point. But yeah, I guess I guess Champ Bailey came out and said that he might be considering him. So
yeah, Bailey said so Watson could change the trajectory of the Broncos. Whatever franchise he goes to, he's going to change the trajectory of that franchise. He's that good. And at 25, someone brought this up the other day, just sitting around the water cooler, chit-chatting. Said, if you're the Jaguars, would you consider trading the number 1 overall pick? Maybe like there's a second first-round pick that they have. As we're going to go for a 48-yard bomb here, and that's good. I'm a big fan of that, Brandon McManus.
Did you roster?
So no, I had Suck Up. I had the other kicker. So like whatever, but I still like when they make their field goals.
Right, you're a field goal kicker, so of course you like.
Exactly. All this is doing is motivating me for tomorrow. But if you're the Jaguars, how much do you consider trading the number 1 overall pick? Or do you even think it's crossing their mind? Maybe that second pick. I don't know, player or two. I don't know how much it's going to take. The haul for Deshaun Watson is going to be ridiculous, but you have a franchise quarterback who's 25. When, yes, all signs point to Trevor Lawrence being great, but we've been through this before. No, there's no guarantees in the NFL.
Nope. It's
would you do that?
The problem with the Jags doing that, and I don't think it would be the worst move, but the problem with the Jags doing that would be you take on a ton of salary. Like one of the draws of getting a rookie QB is that you can build around the rookie QB because they don't cost much, if anything, against the cap for the first couple of years. So you'd be losing that. You'd almost be saying, okay, we have to rebuild right away. Puts a lot of pressure on your franchise. Like if you're terrible for the next couple of years, like Deshaun Watson will just ask to go out again, and then you're left with nothing, right? Now you don't have Trevor Lawrence or Deshaun Watson. So I probably wouldn't do it. It's tempting, though, and I kind of get the argument for it, but I just don't think the Jags are close enough right now. Like I know they got some good pieces, but, they got a new coach in there. I guess it could work. You can overhaul things pretty quickly in the NFL. Tampa's a good example of that. They were pretty good before, but I think you go with the cheap quarterback. Oh, he got tripped up. Godwin was gone there. I think you go with the cheap quarterback. You try and rebuild around Lawrence, and you go from there. But it is a really interesting decision because there's not many quarterbacks you would consider doing that for, but Deshaun Watson is one of them for sure that you'd at least consider it. What's your take on it, pal, as a Jags fan?
I'd just say let's just build around Trevor Lawrence.
I think it's smarter. Like I said, it gives you more salary flexibility. If Lawrence doesn't work out, you can go free agent hunting 1 year. Yeah, the more I think about it, it doesn't really make sense. Also, I don't think Houston would trade him in division. Although, maybe they would for the number 1 overall pick, so maybe I shouldn't say that.
We got almost 600 of you watching right now. We're at 184 likes. I'm going to go ahead and make a $1.85.
Wow.
Because I like what you've been bringing. I like what you've been bringing to the table today.
Oh, thanks. I've earned ever since this day is already off to a flying start.
No.
Let's smash that like button. Let's get it over to 200, though. Let's just do that, folks. Let's do it.
Third and 11 coming up. 1 to 3 minutes to go. And we're having ourselves a hell of a Friday. Friday leading up to the Super Bowl. So much happening. So much going on. One of the many reasons I look forward to the Super Bowl. There's obviously all the funky prop bets. We can't dive into those here, but we can talk about maybe some of the incredible commercials that are expected, the ones we've seen in the past. So that's always something that gets me hot and bothered.
The commercials, yeah. We were talking about that a couple days ago, I think. The Budweiser horses and like the little movies they have. The one where he rescues the dog. That's a good one. Terry, or whatever his face, the Office linebacker. I like that one. Just going around blasting everyone in the office.
Yeah, that's a great one, dude. That's an absolute fantastic one. There was the one with Betty White was always one that comes to mind.
Which one was that? I don't even remember.
It was like a Snickers commercial, I think.
Oh, okay.
Well, we have a 1st and goal. Look at this.
We do.
Almost 2 minutes to play. Brady's going to go to the air.
Oh, wow.
And smack dab right down the middle.
Oh, okay.
Chris
Godwin.
Godwin.
Let's see how it's
Man who used to rock number 12.
Oh, that's right.
But was kind enough to give it up to Tom Brady.
Wow. Selfish Tom Brady. Not surprised. Oh.
Dixie says I'm all muscles and no coordination, and I'm about to pull a hamstring. It's true. I could definitely see something like that happening, but
dare get in Emerson's head right now, chap.
No. It's all good. It's all good. It's totally fine. I'll probably get up early, just do like a light 10 to 20 minute Peloton ride, just kind of loosen up the limbs a little bit.
Okay, I like that strategy. That's good. It's thinking. Just a light stretch, get limbered up a bit. Get Winnie in there to hold your leg up.
I was thinking about bringing her out there with me.
Oh, you totally should. She can flag balls for you guys, She can sight Glash out, actually. Glash is afraid of dogs. Oh, actually, that's perfect. Isn't he afraid of dogs? Oh, maybe he's afraid of cats.
Who's that, Samir or Glash?
No, Glash. Glash is that's why he doesn't want to get a cat. He's he admitted it to me on a stream. He's doesn't like cats. Because he's legitimately afraid they're going to scratch him or something. You should find a big cat and bring it out there. It'll really psych him out. Ooh, no offense.
Times New Roman font. Oh, speaking of that, because I know Reed likes to call him Times New Roman font. Did you catch Reed's appearance on NFL Network this morning?
I heard he was on though. I haven't caught it. Super busy this morning. I think I've done more work this morning than I have in the last month. But I heard he was on. That's great. Previewing the Super Bowl, the big 5.5 milli DK contest, the showdown, I assume, given out the good plays. That's why we send Reed to these things and not me or Kenny or anyone. Reed's got the good plays. And he also won't embarrass the company. And but that's awesome. And we were going over there's a free roll in the sim after the Super Bowl, guys, that you want to check out. So lots of stuff going on the weekend. But definitely check out the it was Good Morning Football. It's called, right?
Good Morning Football. He was great. Yeah, he was awesome this morning as well. I'm not sure if anyone else caught him, but he was on point, crisp. Even Meg said he's glowing. So I woke up, I set my alarm live on our sim yesterday at noon when he dropped the bomb on us that he was going to be on Good Morning Football. I set my alarm for 7:30, so it goes off this morning. My wife's like, what the hell are you doing, getting up so early? I'm like, you're right. So I got on my phone and set my DVR from my bed and then just went right back to bed. And then I woke up by 9:15 and then I rolled back the DVR. And he was great. So I texted him an hour and a half later and said, you did great, sweetie. But he was on there giving some good play recommendations. We're going to be playing the showdown. A lot of free contests available on DK this weekend. I mean, hell, just with the big tailgate weekend we have here.
Yeah, it's going to be fun, man. Got, like I said, sweat pregame on Sunday as well, but then all the eating stuff. It's a shame they wouldn't, televise the kicking contest live, but you'll get updates from that as the day goes on too, I'm sure. So.
Mike Sunken says, as a Broncos fan, no on Watson. So Mike, I know I asked you on YouTube what the reasoning was for it. I missed it if you got back to me, but drop it in there again. Would love to hear why you as a Broncos fan would be no dice. Do not feel like having Deshaun Watson under center for you.
I'm not a believer in Drew Lock. I'm not sure if Drew Lock has many believers left at this point. I'm not sure what other option or direction the Broncos go in at this point. Who else do you want in there? I thought Stafford might end up in Denver. That obviously ain't going to happen now. So who are you aiming for, Mike, next year? Do you like, are you a Drew Lock guy? That's fine. Just wondering. What if they ain't going after Watson, who do you want? What's your best case scenario for next year? I would say yes if I would want.
Yeah. Mr. Ford says yes to Watson. He says, here's Mike. He says just too expensive, and shows he throws a fit, and he said he'd rather have Dak.
I mean, that's fine. I actually, it's a closer comparison than people think. I actually might rather have Dak too over Deshaun. I think that's a bigger conversation, but I think the money conversation is actually like a worthwhile one. Teams typically haven't done that well giving their entire cap to like a quarterback. I mean, look what happened to the Rams when they did it with Goff, right? So it's a legitimate argument. I think building through the draft with the quarterback is a better strategy. At the same time, the Broncos, I don't know if they're going to be in position to get who they want. So I would probably be still over it if I was Watson. But I think it's a legit argument, at least he makes from the money perspective. And I would definitely consider Dak over Deshaun. I think, like I said, I won't put my answer to that question on record right now, but I would definitely consider Dak over Deshaun. I think it's really close, that conversation. So,
producer Drew says Dak is going to be more expensive if you sign him long term, probably.
Probably. That's true. It's a good point on Dak. Might be a little bit more expensive, kind of more in the prime of his career.
Yeah.
Dak ain't taking discounts. I think we already figured that out because he could have taken one about 3 times. Well, he could have taken contracts that paid him well a few times over by now, and he didn't take them. So that was so unfortunate. Busted his ankle.
Yeah, it really was. Just sucks too with the whole contract situation. Yeah. Trying to get that all worked out. Godwin, another catch there. Brady's 11 of 14, 137 yards and 1 touchdown to Mr. Chris Godwin, who is 73% owned, 24% in the captain spot. That free showdown, as we mentioned, Brady's got that chunky ownership number, 80%. Godwin's got 73. Then there's a drop off down to Evans at 58. Court is in session, 57%. And then Noah Times New Roman Fant at 40. It's your top 5. Uncle Leo right on the outside at 37. But I see all you guys and gals here hanging out over on YouTube. Team always here. Bills fan, El Bongo. What's up, Ricky, Bobby, Mockingjay? Can I have some more? Tom Cruise. What's up, Dixie? Broby. We're at halftime, 7-3. Buccaneers on top of the Broncos. So you have Fournette with just 7 carries for 13 yards, really nothing on the ground. Melvin Gordon's got 5 for 14, and then Philip Lindsay is like, hey, don't forget about me. He has 1 carry for 4 yards.
Hey, guys, don't forget about me.
Hey, y'all. Howdy ho. I'm a real boy. Luke Murphy, what's up, dude? Small Ben. Love seeing you guys here in the chat. And then what's up, Twitch? Big weekend with J-Dub. J-Dub's going to be joining us on Twitch tomorrow. I don't know if we want to throw that graphic up. I know no one's heard about it yet. What we have coming up this weekend. $250,000 tailgate weekend.
I'm not rocking Nickelback in the background, chat. No, sorry.
Yeah. Or what's the other? Can you take me higher? Creed. Yeah. No. Anyway, here's the tailgate weekend stream.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, it's all good. 2:00 tomorrow, $55K in total prizes. Free to play Madden, big game preview sim. And then that is the one with Kaufman. That's the one with Glash. That's the one with J-Dub. So it's going to be KC at Tampa Bay. That should be fun. That should make you feel feelings you probably haven't felt in quite some time. 4 o'clock, the American Cornhole League battle. That's the kickoff there. $50K free-to-play pool. Sunday. Free-to-play Madden Sim, little what-if action. Packers versus the Bills. That's at 1 o'clock. 20K total prizes. Look at that. The Major League Eating. Jesse's going to host like a little pregame show, I think, leading up to that. I got a bunch of interviews with all the eaters. All the dudes and dudettes are going to just be munching down on all sorts of Super Bowl favorites when it comes to munchies. And then after, you're going to have Leaderboard Live. I think we're going to have an hour show of the sweat from 5 to 6. We're going to have the sweat, I think, from like 12:30 to 1. And then after the game, after you have Leaderboard Live, there's going to be a big game replay sim.
Yes, the big game and the big game replay sim. Now, correct me, that's the one with the big free roll attached, right?
Yep. So what you have is 25. The replay sim is 25K in total prizes. The Madden, the preview sim tomorrow at 2 is what has 55K in total prizes. There's lots of free money in all of these, Jeff. That's all. Don't try to get into the specific number and the details. Ignore the facts and just take a general look at the weekend and all of the free cash and everything that we're offering up. Basically because the DK Sim Fam has been here for us since day one. Family, we say, hey, let's get it, dude. Let's party. Let's get the dream stream rocking.
What you need to know, folks, is just you tune into the Dream Stream Saturday morning. You don't turn it off till Sunday night. And you'll hit everything, all the free money.
Your roommates are going to absolutely love that.
Totally. Owen's wife will be getting upset this weekend. Or maybe your husband will get upset and you're on. I don't know. I don't know how things work.
Must be. We see us. As much love, Jeff and Emerson. I appreciate what you guys do. We appreciate you being here with us. These Sims, which have turned into can't miss hours of the day. We talk football. We talk food. We talk anything and everything you could think of.
We really do. I think I've talked about pretty much everything there is in life on these Sims, to my own detriment at points. Just Philip Lindsay with a first down. We need some luggage here. We need some excitement. How about a little Cortland Sutton action, something.
Where you guys at in the contest? If you guys got in that TB12 Smooch Bomb contest, where are you at? Or maybe you're in the big showdown. North of 12,000 entries in the free showdown. Bon LaFleur, one of 13 teams tied for first right now. Godwin in the captain spot. Brady, Judy, Sutton, Fant, Buccaneers defense. Drew Lock, who is 12 of 19, has cracked 100 yards through the air. Speaking of through the air, there has been a red tail like hawk tormenting the neighborhood that we live in. And there has been some run-ins with small dogs. So there's a park near us, and people will a lot of the times let their dogs off the leash to run around, and the rangers have now told everyone, keep your dog close to you. Do not let your dog off the leash. This hawk has been coming down and attacking small dogs. And like, sad, one of them passed away. There's another that was in like serious condition. Yes, this hawk is trying to eat anything and everything out there. This is not to be confused with Fantasy Hawk in the YouTube chat. This is an actual real hawk. And this thing is ginormous. One of the biggest birds I've ever seen. Bigger than the big jacked blue jay that we feed during the summer months here.
The Blue Jays really do get jacked.
Yes, dude, the chest on this one never skips chest day.
We got some jacked Blue Jays up here in Canada too. That's pretty scary though, to be honest, dude.
Yeah, I know, dude, it's bad.
No, it is bad. Like, that's not even a joke. I know there was some bird like trying to swoop down one of my dogs one day, but it wasn't I don't know what it was doing, but it wasn't a red-tailed hawk. It wasn't that kind of ferocious, but that's pretty crazy.
Yeah. There's Fantasy Hawks says Hawks got to eat too, man.
I mean, they do, but like, stick to your lane, pal. Like, go grab a squirrel or something, you know? Like,
that's the thing, dude. There are dead squirrels around the park as well.
oh, really?
They've just been gutted from
Like-
this guy.
Like, this thing is done with squirrels. It wants to move on to something bigger, eh?
It's like the movie Scream, except it's like a red-tailed hawk. And everyone's frightened. Everyone. I don't know what you can do. Do you walk around with like an umbrella,
You gotta.
even on a beautiful blue sky day, to protect you from that thing seeing you, or maybe your little fur baby?
I think you go out there, Emerson. You challenge it one-on-one, mano y mano, bird versus man. May the best mammal win. I don't think birds are mammals, are they?
No, dude, birds are not mammals. Are you serious right now?
The chat is very aware that I failed biology in grade 9. I've never recovered, so.
Now, they
The best
are
warm-blooded.
they're warm-blooded vertebrates constituting the class. I don't know what the hell that is, but they're characterized by feathers and toothless beaked jaws. The laying of
57.
hard-shelled eggs. Yes!
Yeah,
Almost
57 yarder.
Almost a 60-yarder.
McManus. What's the wingspan on this red-tailed hawk? Like, what are we talking about? Like, what? Give me a size. What's it comparable? Is it like?
Probably if you've seen Lord of the Rings, like those hawks that saved them in that one episode.
No, it's not that big.
Freaking ginormous, dude. So
Those ones are
It could
like
be-
the size of planes.
like 3.5 to 4.5 feet is a red-tailed hawk
Oh, wow.
wingspan.
Okay. That's good.
That's like a small person. It's like a Samir.
Don't bring Samir Rossi over then. I mean, just flash.
Oh God. Yeah, Stephen Roach is like Rossi.
This is terrible. This thing's terrorizing, rooting families, taking small dogs. Oh,
Oh God.
we can't lose Rossi anyways. We need him in the rotation, so make sure he's, don't invite him
Yeah.
over.
Shady McCoy has his first carry of the day, and he does pick up a first down. So it was teeny and tiny, but it does get the job done as we have 3.5 minutes to go in the third quarter here. Denver's got a couple long, meaty field goals, one pushing 60 yards, the other was in the 40-yard range. So if you did decide to roster Brandon McManus, you got yourself, at least in the flex, 9 points right now. As Gronk with his third catch of the day. Brady up to 163 yards, 4 catches rather, 28 yards for Gronk. Tom Brady and Gronk, there was a commercial of theirs making its rounds on social media this morning. I think like a T-Mobile commercial. It was pretty good.
Yeah, I heard it was pretty good. I'm gonna check that out.
Byron and Kendra says they say birds are the closest thing to dinosaurs.
Right. Yeah, I've heard that too. Again, biology not. Oh,
We have ourselves a nice little interception.
a little foreshadowing for the Super Bowl, perhaps.
Hey, here's hoping he figured out, Tom Brady, what he was doing wrong in the second half of the NFC Championship game. Let's not forget he threw 3 of them then.
Yep. I mean, and look, I'm actually going to come to Tom Brady's defense there because he did throw 3 picks, but two of them anyways, were basically the equivalent of punts. Like they were deep downfield shots. If you're ever going to throw a pick, those are the kinds you want. They're low. You know, they like I said, they act as punts. They don't hurt your team from a field position standpoint. The one that hurt was the one in the red zone. He overthrew Mike Evans a bit or whatever. So, you know, again, not the greatest game by Brady to get them there, but if you make mistakes like that, there's so much better to make when you're throwing them deep, because you're going to be punting on 3rd and long, on 4th down the next play anyways, 3rd and long. Not as bad a game as people made it out to be, but he's got to clean that up. There really can't be any mistakes against Mahomes this week, so if they want to win.
I'll poke it over to Twitch. I see you, fam. Yogi, what's up, dude? Germ, Rufus Von Lots, I see ya. Ducey's Diaper, J Shark 88.
I like that Rufus has been memorialized in these sins. I think that's great.
Today is the 5-year anniversary of Rufus making his debut on the Weather Channel.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So there was a big ass winter storm that ripped through here 5 years ago today.
Oh yeah.
And then, you know, we're kind of we're around the neck of the woods of downtown Boston. So we walk over to Copley Square, and we have a reporter who works for the Weather Channel. So they were, you know, the Weather Channel goes where the weather is. Shocking. And there was someone up here doing a little report, and they were like, "Bring your dog out." I just let him off the leash in this park. There was not a red-tailed hawk around at the time. So then I let him just, you know, frolic around and run around. And like the graphic, the lower third graphic they put up, it was like, Rufus the dog loves snow. It's like so simple. And I was like, that's beautiful. It's such a poetic way of using your words.
Yeah, they always do that with their, like, a lot of their videos and stuff. Yeah.
You know, it's like,
really
let's not rethink it, guys. Let's just call it how it is.
Doug loves the freaking snow, man. Look at him.
Oh,
classic.
I know, man. So, thank you everybody for being here today. Big weekend coming up as we have entered the break between the 3rd and the 4th quarter. So the Buccaneers are knocking on the end zone's door. Up 7-6. So we got an 8-minute quarter to play. Here we go. I got to look at, let me read Travis C's comments here. Hold on, I'll do that here in a second. I'm all over the place. I didn't take my medicine today. 13 of 17, 163 yards, 16 of 23. I forget the number. Leonard Fournette, 7 of 13. Then we got 7 for 13, 7 for 23 from Melvin Gordon. There's Philip Lindsay, 5 for 12. And then this time, Shady being like, don't forget about me. 1 catch, 1 run, 2 yards. Now Godwin's got the only touchdown in this one. 4 catches, 62 yards. This is probably the most active Gronk has been. 4 grabs, 28 yards. I got to look at his game.
What is the average per sim? It's not much, is it?
Here we go. I'll pull him up. So he's averaging 9.7 fantasy points per game. We're looking at like last time out was like 7.5, 15, then a 1, then a 13. See, it's a lot of like 5s, 6, 4, 4.
Yeah, he's got like 1 big game. Two games over 20 points, looks like.
I could really use a big 4th quarter from Ryan Suckup because I only have 1 point from him right now.
Yeah, you definitely went with the wrong kicker. McManus out here throwing like 60-yarders through like it's nothing. So,
well, and we're in Denver too. That's where like most of the NFL records for longest field goal were set. I think I remember Matt Prater doing it one time.
Didn't Janikowski? Yeah, Prater, right? I think
Janikowski booted like 90-yard field goals in practice all the time.
No, I know. That guy really like should have the record. But it's Prater has it, doesn't he? At 64?
Yeah.
Is that right? I think so.
I think there's a couple guys who have it. It's a quick Google search, but I'm not going to do it because I want to read Travis C's comment. Is Brady supposed to win the first Super Bowl at home, or Mahomes dethrones the king? Which storyline is better? All right, so I'll just say this. I think, in my opinion, there's never been a Super Bowl quarterback matchup like this. I honestly, 55 Super Bowls, no precedent in my eyes. Yes, there has been some great quarterback duels before. Melvin Gordon takes the handoff there. He's got 9 carries, 30 yards. Like, you had Terry Bradshaw, Roger Staubach, Montana, Marino, Elway, Brett Favre, Manning, Drew Brees, Brady, Russell Wilson. But like, what separates this one from all the others is the presence of the aging GOAT and the one player like in the game who feasibly could surpass him.
Yeah, it's a good point.
Like, it's literally the greatest quarterback of all time versus the greatest quarterback of this time.
Yep. Yeah,
I'm all about this.
You brought up a lot of good contemporary matchups there too. Breeze, the Favre Elway thing. Those were Those were a little bit different too, because those were more guys like these we said in their prime competing, and those are good matchups. But this one is different. In a lot of ways you could make the argument, well, it's like one generation versus the other, but like Brady is still playing at a high level, and like the Bucs are still a good team. So it's really. Yeah, it's like a weird conflicting like of two players still playing at a high level, and somehow, like you said, you've got the quarterback in the league with basically has had the greatest career of all time, and you've got a guy who is like already on his way to matching him possibly. So it's pretty special Super Bowl. This one will be remembered for a while, which is kind of interesting considering the year we've had. But this game should be. This is one of the bigger Super Bowls just from a matchup perspective we've had in a while, I think, at least.
Yeah, and like the only thing like close to in terms of like, GOAT at the time and someone who could surpass him, there was Montana Elway. I missed that, 89. Okay. So at that point, Montana already had 3 Super Bowl titles and he was at the age of 33.
Yep.
And then Elway was 29, making his 3rd appearance without a victory.
Denver win that one? What am I?
No. Denver went back-to-back. Was it the 97-98 season? Because remember, Elway went out back-to-back. So that's the 89 season.
Elway didn't, because Elway didn't have a Super Bowl for a while until he got those back-to-backs, right?
Yes, that's true.
Montana was like undefeated in the Super Bowl, so I don't think he ever lost. So, yeah. Montana was like the GOAT before Brady in the Super Bowl, in terms of Super Bowls and wins.
Damn, that was a 49ers 55-10 blowout.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Safe to say the Broncos didn't win that again. I think the Marino Montana matchup was one of the more hyped ones, but again for different reasons. Like those were just the 2 consensus best quarterbacks at the time by like a wide margin. So them getting there was a big deal.
Yeah. So like if there's anyone who can surpass Brady in that GOAT conversation eventually, it would be Mahomes. So he earned his first Super Bowl ring, right, at 24, the same age as Brady, and is back for a shot at a 2nd in a row and a chance to become the youngest to win consecutive Super Bowls at the quarterback position. Unreal, man. I'm totally expecting like these ratings to be insane on Sunday.
Really should be. For a ton of reasons. Obviously, people are going to be not out and about and partaking in festivities because there aren't as many. And obviously we got the great quarterback matchups. So
yeah. So like, who is bigger, Brady or Mahomes? Like, the answer here, like after Sunday, might not be the same answer in 2 decades, but that person is going to have another championship ring here in the next 72 hours.
Yeah.
It's great. That's it. I just used my brain for like 3 minutes and now I'm done. I can go back talking. I can go back to talking about other things I don't have to think too hard about.
It's all good. The Super Bowl it's a great event, but like we got to talk about it for 2 weeks, and man, like you can talk yourself in circles about it too, about all the stuff going on. So I'm at the point where I just want the game to start. Thank God we only got about another 48 hours here, and she'll be on its way. So
Producer Drew delivering as he always does. Prater, 64 yards. So that's the longest field goal in NFL history. That was in Denver. Damn, Jason Elam has a 63-yarder. That was in Denver. And then, yeah, Janikowski has the 63-yarder in Denver.
right.
So three of the top seven, the top longest field goals, three of the longest field goals in NFL history among the top seven were set. Those records were set in Denver.
In Denver, yeah. You're right, though. Janikowski probably could have hit from like 70 if he had been given like the correct opportunity, like in Denver.
So, yeah, Florida State legend. That guy, that's what, like, you know, just peak performance looked like. That frame, he was a large human being.
Yeah, he was a big boy.
So I look forward to emulating his success tomorrow in our hashtag Field Goal Fest 2021. We're all going to do our best to not get injured and hopefully deliver some awe-inspiring field goals for all of you, DK Sim fam.
Channel your inner sea bass. Yes, don't get injured. Although it is kind of funny that Glasheen is even worried about getting injured. This is a guy who does broadcast for a living and shaved his own eyebrows off. So, you know, the fact he's even worried about that is kind of hilarious. But.
I'm telling you, it's not going to surprise me if we get out there tomorrow and it's like he's just drilling them down the middle. The guy's been practicing like it's somehow like his hidden talent has just been kicking field goals his entire life.
I don't know how I'm doing this, guys. I don't know.
yeah. BS, bro. He's like the old school Andy Reid when Andy Reid was like 30 in the punt, pass, and kick competition.
that clip is just out of this world, the Andy Reid clip. It's like, and up next, someone's dead. Like,
you know, it's funny because I heard recently about that. The reason why he's so much like bigger than everybody else in that group was because he was the start of the next age group up. That's why he was in that line.
Yeah.
Which completely ruined it for me. I was like, are you kidding me? No, I wanted to think that this guy was like hit puberty when he was 4.
He's still big though. Like he's still massive. I don't care what age category he was in. Like what was he like 13 or something ridiculous? Like I don't even know if he was that, but you're right. Yeah, it was the change of the age groups, but still.
Jordan Lindenbaum says, I think M was the good soldier who volunteered to take the worst games.
This one hasn't bad. Lindsey's get some garbage passes if you got Philip Lindsay on this drive. But yeah, 9-7. The merciful thing is this quarter is flying by. We only have 3 minutes left. Denver driving, 1st and 10. It's like a 2-minute warning here. Oh, that's a
all right.
Tampa Bay defense got to be doing okay.
Yeah. 100, dog. In the contest, I am currently sitting 96 out of 112. Is your team looking okay?
I haven't checked on it for a while. I'm at 64, so I've basically been in the same position for like the last 20 minutes because nothing's happened in this game except Philip Lindsay dump off passes.
Also, it'll be interesting to see about, 25,000 fans in the stands. I know some teams were allowing them this year, but for the biggest game on the biggest stage for the league, nice to have some fans. I know about like 8,000 or so will be vaccinated first responders.
Yep.
and
Yep.
healthcare workers. It's the least
I know
we can
you were
do
the
for
one
them.
bringing that up as a good idea. Definitely is a good idea.
Yeah, I said fill the whole damn stadium. I said, why not just fill every seat with them? They're like, it's the one season you want to give away every ticket and fill it up. Be the first time you have a full stadium. Give it to every vaccinated healthcare worker. Fill the place up, man. It's the least you could do for them.
Yep. Yeah,
But,
it'll be nice to have some fans there, though. 100%, I agree.
Can Tampa Bay's suffocating defense slow down Mahomes? Will Brady win his first ring without Belichick? Will Antonio Brown play and be effective in the Super Bowl? Some think like he could be, the secret weapon or like the
Secret
biggest
sauce.
surprise. Yeah.
Could happen. Brown. He's had a couple weeks off. He still isn't practicing like in full though, and it's been the extra week. So I don't know. I think he's pretty banged up. I might look for that secret player to be more Scotty Miller than Antonio Brown, I think. But, we'll get a little final injury report here probably today and see where everyone's at.
Dixie says in the chat she got her second vaccine, so that's good.
Oh, right on. Congrats.
Yeah, I was pretty excited. My mom's a nurse down there in Florida, so she's good to go now. My dad,
Oh, that's good.
yeah, my dad, who is a great little punt, by the way. My dad, who's up there in age, will get his second and final one, I think, on Tuesday.
Nice.
Still haven't seen him since March.
Wow.
But I know my mom prefers it that way.
Yeah. Good stretch for your mom. Good stretch.
Yeah. But this is
Congrats there.
interesting. This could be an interesting. I just want to poke back into the sim real quick. We have under 2 minutes to play. Tampa Bay has 2 timeouts to go. Like there's no court. Like even if it comes to the game on Sunday, I know that like Mahomes is this just badass young stud. But under 2 minutes, you need a scoring drive. I think I'm still going to lean with a guy who's been on this stage 10 times.
Well, and I had a lengthy argument / conversation with Adam Kaufman about where Brady stands and stuff like this. And I'm of the opinion that people overrate championship rings in terms of talking about players, but I will, and I admitted this already. Like if there's a 1-game playoff for my life, I'll take Tom Brady as my quarterback, 100%.
Well, he's got a challenge ahead of him here. Just need a field goal to take the lead and win this thing. There's a $1.18 to go. And on 2nd and 10, Brady over the middle, and he's looked Gronk's way, early and often. Doesn't have a whole lot of yards, 35, but he does have 5 catches. So he's got you, 8.5 points in the flex, which is close to what he's averaging per game. We have a red-tailed hawk tribute account now on YouTube who says, just call me come field goal time and I will swoop in to scare Glash.
Like that is just very factual, like red-tailed hawk, like not like
But we all know who it is.
Yeah, we all know what it is. It's just because that's what it is. That's what's terrorizing Emerson's neighborhood, just the red-tailed hawk. So now it's terrorizing you in the Sims too. You can't get away from this thing, man. I mean,
Must Be says Emerson, did KJ Hamler listen to the Kenny Ducey podcast? There's 0 points right now. Oh, Brady. Oh, no, baby. What is you doing?
oh, Tommy boy.
Oh, you may need to burn that timeout, boys. Thanks to everyone who liked this video. We're almost up to 250. I know, it's a big deal to us when you guys touch the button. Jeff really likes it. 2nd and 19. TB12. Enough with the short passes. What are they doing? There you go. Burn it. Yeah. I don't know, Ryan. I don't know if you can hit the 90-yard. You're not Sebastian Janikowski.
Bills fan in the chat says, normally this is where Brady cheats to win.
Oh.
Angry Bills fan. You guys got a good team, Bills fan. You'll be fine.
Ducey's diaper on Twitch. He says, RIP my lineup. Now I can devote my full attention to Rufus Von Lotz and Ducey. That is a complete pass. That is your boy Scotty Miller, but with no timeouts to go.
That's it, Bill.
The Buccaneers 7, Brandon McManus 9. And Brandon McManus comes away with the victory. One man only, beating an entire football team of 50-plus grown men.
The Denver Brandon McManuses.
I am rooting hard for our next sim to maybe bring a few more points to the table, which is Bears at the Texans. I'll be on that with Kenny at 4 o'clock. But for this one, your Krusty Kaufman player of the game, please.
Good gosh. I guess we'll just give it to Godwin. He was the only dude who broke 20 points. 84, 6 receptions, a touchdown. Brady had 11 points. What did Locke have?
What about McManus, dude? Huh? What about McManus? Like a 57-yarder, 40-something yarder?
You know what? That's fine. I was going to say he only had 3 field goals, which really isn't that impressive, but one of them was a 57-yarder. So, okay, we'll switch. Let's give it to the kicker. This is really a kicking. Yeah, it was a kicker's game. Let's give it to McManus. I agree.
And he's in the captain spot, 0.1%. 7.3% owned. I got your back, McManus. What about the babysitter Billy, not my kid, I'm still single award? You have a lot. You have a lot to choose from.
Yeah, I got a wide swath here. Gordon. Yeah, let's give it to Melvin Gordon. 2 points. Pathetic.
You are one pathetic loser. Thoroughly enjoyed spending time with you.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Good luck in your kicking contest. Deciding who the best person is between you and Glash. And are you going to be on the sweat pregame for the Super Bowl?
Yeah, I will.
Excellent. Is it you and Jesse, or is it just
Jesse and I are back, batches? Let's go, dude! I'm stoked. It's the first time we've worked together in forever. Because we haven't really been in the office.
You know what's important? They don't want to pay the exorbitant salaries that they give Jesse and Emerson at the same time. So they're bringing both in at the same time.
Yeah.
That DraftKings is all in. So great.
Dude. And then you got Cofield who's got a big-ass Sunday ahead. After our show, she's going to be in 2 Super Bowl spots.
I heard. Is this the end of us working with Cofield? She's just
100%.
Yeah.
100%. She's already she's already tweeting stuff about sportsbook takes and looks at this game, and I'm like, this is it. She's serious now, and we're never gonna have her back. I want more pictures of Thor, but yeah, it's good for her. She's gonna be in a 15-second spot before the game and a 15-second spot at some point during the game.
Yeah, no, that's awesome. I guess we'll just have to enjoy watching her in the Oscars next year for the red carpet.
Yes.
Oh, well.
I know. Maybe she can Venmo us.
Yeah.
All right. There are a lot of birds flying around. I wonder if the red-tailed hawk is here.
Stay safe.
Seriously, don't touch me or Winnie.
Don't call
take my wife. Take my wife or my sister-in-law. They're out there somewhere.
Don't get Samir to bring you lunch or anything.
All right, guys. I'll see everyone back here at 4 with Kenny. There's a contest made right now. Fill out a lineup. It's a free roll. Let's all try to beat Kenny. #CrushKenny. That's the contest. Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, producer Drew, Andrew on the 1s and 2s, Derek, and Frangelico. Much love, guys. We'll see you at 4. All right, everybody. Welcome back to the Dream Stream for the next hour or so. Yeah, what's up? What's up, gangsta? What's up, Flava Flav? How you doing over there? Tossing out peace signs already. We're going to do that thing you guys like here for the next hour plus. Kenny's going to do his best to piss all of you off.
Crush Kenny. That's a good one.
Well, everyone likes that. Everyone likes the
Ducey.
opportunity to drop you, dude. Did you get a lineup filled out?
Drop Ducey. I did. I like. So I played around with this lineup. I'm not going to give it away because we have not hit lock. Oh, we have hit lock.
Yep, we've hit lock. Now you can give it away.
Just got the screen on DK. So I played around with this. I don't love captaining the highest price guy. Like I try to not do it whenever I can, but Deshaun Watson should be far and away the best player in this game. So I captained Deshaun Watson. The other thing is I'm going to test out my wide receiver 3 theory, as I always do. The wide receiver 3 theory, it's very simple. You just want to roster the wide receiver 3. So I got both of them in there. I got Kenny Stills and Ted Ginn Jr., who is the best value play on this slate. $2,800 guy, always gets the ball. I love those two guys. Darren Fells stood out to me as the guy that I wanted the most out of the Texans. And then you had, Anthony Miller at $5,400 is a really, really nice value. He's very involved with the Bears in these sims as the WR2. Both of these wide receiver ones I feel like are very fadeable. So anyway, that left me with enough money to go ahead and captain Deshaun Watson and put Mitch Trubisky in the flex as well. Split it up, 3 Texans, 3 Bears with Deshaun in the captain spot. I'm feeling very good about it.
All right, I have I've also decided to do Stills, which Tom's Microwave on YouTube says, yeah, Captain Kenny Stills, which speaking of the microwave, yeah, you've got fried rice in the microwave. You're going to have to grab it.
I don't. It is right
already
here.
Did? That looks delicious. Okay. No talking with your mouth full during this. Actually, you're more than welcome.
You got to support local businesses in this time,
Yeah, we are big fans of that. So I went ahead and captained Darren Fells. I got Deshaun Watson on there. I got Mitchie Trubisky, A-Rob, Kenny Stills, and a little Randall Cobb exposure. Why not?
Okay. Not Stills. Fells was my original captain. And I decided that I didn't need to do that because I found enough value out there to not do that. But I like it. And I love the chat today. Tom's Microwave, Captain Kenny. I know that he meant Kenny Stills, but I'm going to pretend that he captained me.
Dude, I literally just read that comment to you like 45 seconds ago, and you ignored it, and then
I thought you
read
said
it.
Kenny Stills.
All right.
George Lindenbaum, T. Kane. Shout out to everybody.
What's up, bro? Even producer Drew's like, Glash is rubbing off on you. Because that's what one of Glash's go to. As hey, Mitch and A-Rob, 21 yards. First play, dude. I'm a big fan of that. Let's look at some ownership for this game, shall we? Watson, 86%.
Sure.
Trubisky, 68%. Cooks, 58%. Sipping on gin and juice. Laid back, 46%. And then Anthony Miller, 42%. A-Rob's also there at 42. Fells, my captain, captain, 35%.
Tom Cruise, Emerson and Ducey, can the sim handle this much energy?
I don't think it can. I know.
We're going to over-modulate the microphones.
What have you been up to today? First time you're hopping on.
Yeah, it is. Thanks.
You're welcome. I'm just pointing out the obvious.
What have I been doing today? Well, I've been doing a little writing. I've been doing a little sleeping, and I'm not. Right. I love telling the Sim fam about my life. I divulge, and normally my day starts. My significant other wakes up early, 6:30, to go to work. I'll get out of bed. I'll make some tea. I'll make some coffee. Depends on how I feel, and I'll get to work. I write a bunch of stuff. I'm very busy, and then I'll hop on some streams. I'll have a full day, but. Last few days, or I should say not last few days, 2 days this week, didn't have a ton to do in the morning, had stuff to do later on in the day. So I ended up staying up till like 4 a.m. to watch tennis because there's a bunch of great tennis going on in Australia right now. So
Oh, there is. I tweeted at you because like you're tweeting at the craziest times of day, and I just want you to be
3:30 a.m.
safe.
I had the Instagram story go up. Oh, I'm staying safe. So one night where there was she wasn't here because there was so much snow. She actually stayed where she was at, where she works, where she nannies. So I was here alone. So I was like, oh, house to myself, staying up till 4:30 a.m. to watch the ATP Cup. Alex de Minaur, Roberto Bautista Agut. And then, so that was on Monday. And then last night, I was working for DK Live until 12:30. So I'm watching tennis anyway. Stayed up for an extra few hours, watched Dan Evans beat Borna Chorich revenge match because he had beaten Nick Kyrgios earlier in the day. So that was So I was up pretty late. So I slept in a little bit today, and got a late start. So this fried rice is a late lunch for me.
Okay, well, I'll let you.
What have you been up to?
No. Yeah, I'll let you have a little bit of your fried rice. Well, I absolutely destroyed the 2:00 sim with Geoff Ulrich. We had ourselves a hell of a time. So it was the Broncos beat Tampa Bay 9-7. The Broncos kicked 3 field goals. It was epically horrible. I'm on nothing but terrible games now. I am cursed. I just bring this bad sim energy to the on-field product, not necessarily the chat. Well, the energy here, I'm having this negative impact on the production on the field. I don't know what it is. I can't seem to get a great game. I remember back in the day, I was going to tell my grandchildren about some of these early sims that I was on that were like 40-35 overtime sims. Sims being won in the final seconds with like an 80-yard walk-off by Saquon Barkley. Those are long gone.
You are like the anti-Koff. Koff was on 4 straight overtime sims, which seemed impossible. Mr. Ginn getting involved. TGJ.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you're here, first off, thank you for being here and listening to us. I wish you could watch Kenny eat fried rice as I am doing right now. My Friday has been made, but I need 7 of you who have not hit the like button. I need 7 of you right now to hit the like button, and Kenny will keep eating his fried rice.
You got the gallery view up here?
Yeah, I do the whole little side box. View. Well, that way I can still see you a little bit when you're talking to me or you're eating. As Mitch slides down inside the 5, he's got a couple carries already for 32 yards. The 2020 edition of this game, this guy would run for like 100 yards plus every single one. But we got first and goal coming up from the 5. And the chat.
Sorry,
what's up? No, go ahead.
Obi-Wan, shout out to El Paso #1, saying he's not the only person up watching tennis.
I thought about, because I know you mentioned your significant other nannies. As 4 minutes to play here in the first quarter. Let's see what Mitch decides to do. Probably a little Montgomery action. His first carry of the day. Montgomery in this game is that power back. Tariq Cohen's that third down running back, that passing back for Mitch, who is a 72 overall, which he may be a little overrated. There was one point where work was really slow for me during my career. So I actually, for a long period of time, was looking for Manny jobs because I thought it'd be like really cool to work for like a super like rich family and just hang out with like kids like all day and go do like fun little stuff, like go to the park and, kick field goals or I don't know, go to an amusement park or No one would hire me. No one would hire me as a dog walker, and everyone knows. I mean, that's probably like the job that I was born to do that I have yet to tackle.
Get him!
On the outside, across the goal line. Let's go, Montgomery Gentry.
Flea Market Montgomery. El Paso #1 saying he was watching the draw. I was watching the draw last night as well. I had a great laugh at one of the guys doing the draw mispronouncing Felix Auger-Aliassime's name. He said, Auger-Aliassime. It was great. Speaking of the Canadians, Shapovalov Sinner round 1. Emerson, how excited are you for that? That's going to be a cracker, an absolute cracker.
There's no way I'm going to be able to sleep until that match is over with.
It might. It might end up happening right after the Super Bowl. AO starts 7 p.m. on Sunday. What side are you on, by the way? You think the Chiefs going to win?
No, I told everyone in the last sim I'm siding with the Bucs. So I'm not going to change my pick. Nothing has convinced me in the last hour to do that. Wait, urban legend, tennis is just human pong. Change my mind.
I wanted to address this comment as well. I just saw it. Because I wanted to ask him, is there non-human ping pong? Every ping pong match is human, right? There's humans playing. Maybe giant ping pong? You call it giant pong, but it's not human. Ping pong is played by humans, so I'm a little confused.
Well, I don't know if you popped over to Twitch, but the pickup lines have started flowing again. Pong, not the pong.
No, Pog. P-O-G. That's what they say on Twitch. Pog.
Like Pogs.
But just Pog. It's player of game. It's used as like, you know, if Deshaun Watson just ran for a 30-yard rush right now, I would just say Pog. Or like last night when the AO stream came on, that people wrote Pog. Frangelico, Pog is short for Poggers. It's a hype moment. Yeah, it's PogChamp, Pog, Poggers, Pog. Just to say Pog.
Okay, so my mind immediately goes to back in, the school, my middle school days in the courtyard and exchanging and trading Pogs and Slammers.
What are you, Australian? The heck is that?
Pogs and
I'll trade
and
you 2
Slammers?
Pogs for Slammer. Actually, British. Are you British? It's 2 Pogs for a Slammer.
Your accent is horrible, dude.
Oh, I have it. I'm great at impressions. Awful at a British accent. British accent is by far the thing I do the least well.
Okay.
Speaking.
Deshaun of the Dead scrambling, only picking up 6 yards. He needed 9 for a first down, so 4th and 3 coming up.
Please, sir.
We're
Slammer.
Okay, all right.
Pogs.
We're about 7 minutes into the first quarter, and I'm learning so much about you. Stuff that I didn't know before, but that's good.
What's your hat stand for?
Vitamin C Brewing.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Look, I love when we get to work together. I think that's
Me too.
evident by the energy that I've brought right now. You're one of my favorite people to work with here. And if you're asking me, do you think Kenny knows what a Tamagotchi is?
Well,
Yeah, I don't know. Is it the same as how many slammers does a Tamagotchi get me?
well, like I'm not crazy, right? Like some of you guys and gals in the DK Sim fam, like y'all remember the Pogs and Slammers and stuff like that? That was really cool. And then the slap wristbands, that was something that was big.
I remember those.
My school was a butt from time to time, so like those became really popular. The slap wristbands, and then they banned them. Why? Because there were Buzz Killington. That's why. So my roommates here and their sisters in town, everybody, in case you hear comments in the background. They just got some new headbands. They were out shopping during the 2:00 sim, but thank God they're back to hang out. And so it's nice to have a live studio audience. I don't know if so you said your roommate's not there. She's not on the bunk beds right now.
Do you guys talk in like DK schedule language? Like, do you talk about like, oh, I got the 4 p.m. sim today?
Yes, we do.
My whole day
It's
revolves
funny.
around which sims. Like, oh, do you have the 6 p.m. sim? Do you have the 4 p.m.? Like, we all know when the sims are in this house.
Yeah.
It's very funny.
We just call them games now. My wife's like, Like how many games do you have today?
Yeah. Someone else is like, oh, I'm gonna go out grocery shopping while the 2 p.m. sim's going on. It's just that's how everyone should measure their day like that, right? Like, oh, I got, I'm gonna wait till the 12 p.m. sim to make the eggs, and then I'm gonna go out between the 2 and 4 p.m. sims.
Yeah, dude, my groceries are delivered all the time when I'm on like one of these.
I got groceries coming too at 5 and 7 windows, so it could happen right at the exciting conclusion of this game. It could happen in between sims. It could happen during the next sim that I'm on at 6.
They're always early, so it would not shock me if we're like in overtime of this game, and we're getting ready to toss to Shirag and Matt on NBA Pre-Lock Live, and all of a sudden your doorbell rings, and the guy's like, "Yeah, dude, I got your Go-Gurt and your Gushers, and I got your snack packs right here, Kenny. Come down and like let me in.
I got your Pogs and your
the Slammers, Pogs and Slammers,
and your Tamagotchis.
And the Tamagotchi. You don't remember that? You should Google that, dude. It's fun little. You had like on your keychain or something, little game.
I remember Yu-Gi-Oh. I remember Crazy. Remember Crazy Bones?
Which one? Crazy Bones?
Yeah, no. Oh, I remember Tamagotchi. Yes, I remember I didn't have one. I think my sisters might have had one. My sisters definitely.
The Crazy Bones came in.
It was like in the Crown Royale bag.
Yeah, and I think they came in like didn't they come in McDonald's Happy Meals too?
They might have, but it was in that big purple bag, and that's where you got. And then there was like the one that was super tall. That was like the student or whatever, like the academic guy. I don't really remember. Dude, Crazy Bones, man. That was where it was at for me.
To tell you what, right now, this Houston defense is getting Mitch slacked, especially when he decides to hang on to it and run the football because not too hot at throwing it. As I mentioned before, his rating is not great. It's 72 overall, but he's got that speed, that 84 speed. So when his awareness, which is 69, which is not nice in Madden, he really relies on his legs. They're at midfield. They're up 7-0 with 7 minutes to play here in the first half. And Montgomery now, who has the only touchdown in this game, 8 yards on 4 carries.
Yeah, I used to love Crazy Bones. They did have them in McDonald's Happy Meals.
Oh man!
What?
Well, James Farrell just bringing back another blast from the past with the chia.
Yeah,
you remember chias, right? Chia pets.
I didn't really use them. I actually never had one, but I know what they are. My sister had a Bob Ross chia pet. Jason Rossi just tweeted at all of us.
Uh-oh.
He said, I give an acorn. We all know what that means. To do a Dream Stream call of eating contest. It's an eating contest.
Thank you, Professor.
Grammar police. Yeah. Well, my mother, that's how she raised all of us. We had to have, she would correct your grammar if it was wrong. And that's how I'll raise all my children too. In this house, we speak with proper grammar. And we do not say nice things about Josh
Allen. Do you say nice things about Trevor Bauer? Before we logged on, I totally forgot you were a Yankees fan. I thought you were a Mets fan. So that's why I was like, hey, what do you think about Trevor Bauer shafting your Mets and deciding to join the defending World Series champions, who now, son of a gun, they've got 3 former Cy Young winners in Bauer, Clayton Kershaw, and David Price.
Yeah.
And only 9 teams in MLB history have started 3 former Cy Young winners in a single season. 2014 Tigers were the last to do it with Verlander, Scherzer, and Price.
Pretty remarkable.
Dude, that guy's getting paid, bro. Like, I know, he's the highest paid player in Major League Baseball for the next 2 seasons. Like, it's like 40 mil and then 45.
It was funny because I remember the conversation back in probably 2014 where people were like, oh, could Mike Trout be the first $50 million player? And at the time, right, it felt so ridiculous because it would have been like $20 million more than anyone made. But it made sense because he's worth that, right? Like that was the whole argument, was like he actually is worth $50 million when you break down like the WAR per dollar that everyone makes is, oh my goodness, he couldn't get in.
No, he could not. He's not built like a horse, but
right. So that's sort of where people laid on Mike Trout, and then what he ended up doing was stupid. He ended up signing an extension with the Angels when he should have just waited to hit free agency, and he would have gotten all this money that everyone is getting right now. He would have hit free agency last year. He makes $37 million a year. Like, he could have made 50 for sure. If teams are shelling out 45 for Bauer, AAV, then he could have gotten 50.
Oh, Mitch in the air, completes the pass in the end zone.
Cole Kmet, is that you?
I was just like, I'm not 100% sure. So listed as their fullback.
That is insane.
Not what I expected in this one. Also didn't expect the Bears to be up 14-0.
I'm kind of hurting right now, man.
I am too, dude. I'm really hurting.
He's got each other.
Under, yes, we do. Forever endeavor. Amen, dude. Under 2% owned in the free showdown. I don't know about the hashtag Crush Kenny contest. I'm currently 38. Ooh, I see if the Thunder's up there. Derwin's up there. Slop, slop, slop. Oh, that better be a reference to Slap, Slap, Sloppy Joe. Hoagies and grinders, hoagies and grinders, navy beans, navy beans.
Adam Sandler?
Yep, meatloaf sandwich.
I just watched Big Daddy the other night.
That's a great one. That's an underrated one.
You know what I didn't know about that movie?
Jets?
They're shooting a scene. No, I did. They're shooting a scene. They're walking down the street, and my corner, right out there, they filmed it right out there. Like 10 steps away from my apartment was where they filmed one of the scenes. Because you can see in the background, you can see the sign for the fruit and vegetable market. And it's the same exact sign that's up there now. Well, now it's changed. They like literally just days ago tore it down. But so I thought that was the coolest thing ever. I was like, that's our freaking corner right there. And it looks the same.
Jim Volkmer, yes, ESPN says Bauer is going to the dot. I'm just getting ready to. First off, I don't like to ignore the chat too long because they're the reason we're in this position where we can sit here and talk about anything we want for an hour. So I just wanted to address Jim Volkmer and say, yeah, dude, we've been chatting about that for a little bit, but I appreciate you dropping that little nugget in there. And Kenny, I do find that interesting. I know with you living inside that Big Apple, that you have probably been relatively close to a lot of movies and shows that have been in the filming stages.
Yeah,
we had one recently. We had one recently around here. We had Little Women was like 2 years ago. All right. Okay. They turned like one of these streets around here, brought out like the carriages, covered it in dirt because they didn't have asphalt like 300 years ago. And then recently, it was Leonardo DiCaprio was around the neck of the woods shooting a movie. It's based in New York, but they're shooting it in Boston. So they're changing like the outside of some of these shops.
They do that for a lot of TV shows and movies, I feel like. They'll film it in like California, but they'll make it look like it's somewhere else. Jared asked, was that the scene where they were peeing on the wall, peeing on my wall? There was a scene where they were peeing on the wall outside, but it was what now is a sushi bar right across the street from me. It was a different restaurant back then. But yes, that was one of those scenes. Jason Rossi in the chat said that he's going to give away a pizza to whoever wins the contest.
What is he talking about? So now you're Okay.
his contest at 6. By the way, Drew joked about you can see Kenny's apartment in the opening to Billions because it's a wide shot of New York City, but they actually filmed Succession in my old office at SNY.
What other fun facts do you have that we need to know about? Does any of guys? This is just an open book right now. The rest of this sim. If you have any kind of questions, maybe like what if questions or like would you rather?
How about you? Why don't you go first? Why don't you answer? Why don't you share something about yourself or tell me what kind of pizza you like? Since Rossi's talking about pizza.
Okay, Rossi. I'll tell you what. I'll tell you the pizza you can get me, buddy. How about a nice little Supreme? That
Ooh, you're a
meats.
Supreme guy.
Yeah, give me a little onions and some peppers, and you all know I love that sausage. So take that nice, thick sausage and cut it up, and then put it all over my pizza. And that's it. Real simple stuff. But I also, what's up? What did you know that I like?
I do like. I was just gonna say you have good taste. I do like sausage on my pizza as
Yeah.
well. I mean, it's not my go-to, but anytime that someone has a sausage pizza, I eat it and I enjoy it.
Yeah, choker. Jason Rossi is raising the bar. All of a sudden now he wants to start giving away pizzas for people to win free roll contest. So now, now I guess we're gonna have to start giving stuff away as well. No, I'm just kidding.
Giving away our knowledge.
I just consider myself blessed to be here with you when we get to do these games together.
Me too. Speaking of giveaways, why don't you give me one of those DraftKings sweatshirts that you're wearing?
Yeah, it's interesting. I posted yesterday, as I promised to the Sim fam that I would after my sim with Reed. You go on my Instagram right now, which is _Emerson. You can see earlier this week, my wife and I were wearing matching work from home uniforms. We were wearing 2 matching beautiful tie-dye DraftKings sweatshirts.
Yep.
So that is officially up. Now, I was going to sell the sweatshirt that my wife is wearing to Glash for around $40. And so I am willing to work with you, and I will make you a deal, and we could do some negotiating.
Dude, I'm laughing so hard at what Jason just said in the chat. Jared, sorry. He said, anytime, Kenny, you go up to random people with sausage pizza and you just take a slice. That is sort of what it sounded like I said, right? Anytime someone gets sausage pizza, I gotta have a bite.
El Paso saying, all right, Watson, would really need you to score right now. And they're going to have 80 yards to go. They got a minute 51. What's up?
Is that a laundry basket full of DraftKings?
This thing? This is the big ass step and repeat. Let's go. Randall Cobb, dude.
What's the step and repeat?
It's a step and repeat banner. They call it step and repeat. You know, you set them up a lot of times for doing interviews and stuff.
Yeah. I know.
So that's what I throw up behind me when I do like all the interviews with the A-list celebrities that demand I interview them.
That's right.
A lot of these interviews you guys see up on the stream, the ones that go viral on Twitter, and ridiculous. I'm interviewed on Entertainment Tonight. They have requested me.
They say, "Oh, who you gonna have in the movie? Jesse Cofield? Nah, Clasheen? No, it's got to be Mr. Lazio."
Anyway, this thing is like this. I'm not kidding. I've told you guys before. It's like the size of the Green Monster. It's ginormous.
That was pretty big.
Oh, it's huge. I can tell you that. Biggest step and repeat banner I've ever seen.
I'm making a Super Bowl prop contest for me and my friends, and I was trying to think about cool props that I could put in there.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I think without touching on odds, you could just mention. I don't know.
No, it's not odds based. It's just like, hey, what do you think's going to happen here? Who's going to have the most yards? Whoever has the most right, they're the winner. That's not wagering.
Yeah, I just meant more for like the stream. That's why I was talking out loud, because every time we start getting into like sports betting, like that's why we have very smart producers to hold us accountable. Like producer Drew says, no betting. He's already sent that to us in
that's
Slack.
Not betting. It's a friendly group.
I just know that like sometimes you could be Glash and then you just end up saying whatever.
Sure.
Oh, hold on 1 second. Because we got ourselves a tutty, kid.
Oh, Fuller.
And y'all know who it is. Yes, it is. There's a reason. A chunk of individuals in this game decided to roster him.
No, I'm not asking what a good prop bet is, Fantasy Hawk. I'm not asking what a good prop. I'm not asking what a bet is in general. I'm saying what questions should I ask my friends? Like it's up to me, right, to come up with questions that need to be answered. Like, what's the first song the Weeknd's going to perform? How long is the national anthem going to be? What is a creative question out there that I can put in my questionnaire that I send out to people? Can we think of a good one?
Okay, I like that. Yeah. Meanwhile,
I didn't say anything. What should I ask? What should I put in there?
What are you talking? You're asking for the chat to recommend to you?
I'm asking what I'm the creator of all of the.
Talk about
content,
you got to talk about wardrobe. You got to talk about beverages.
Wardrobe. Whose wardrobe?
The Weeknd's wardrobe.
So we're just gonna. It's not just about the Weeknd, right? It's about the whole game.
It's about everything, right? You're gonna come up with.
So what would you say about the Weeknd's wardrobe? Is he gonna have a shirt on?
Probably something about like, is he going to be wearing glasses?
Will he be wearing those bandages?
What is up with that?
I don't get it, man. I don't. But that's actually, I'm going to ask that. That's a good question. Will he be wearing the bandages? Someone said, how many times will Jesse Cofield appear on screen?
Well, I can tell you that. I have insider information. Yeah, I'd say 2 as well.
And I have no insider information. What's going on? Is there something in my hair?
I'm gonna hang out with everyone on Twitch for a little bit. Ducey's diaper.
There was.
I don't know. I guess he sent you lingerie, so you're gonna have to do what you want with that.
Ducey's diaper.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite accounts, actually. Reed Tees, did you know? Oh, 2 turntables and a microphone. Where it's at? Got 2 turntables and a microphone. Germ, what's good, dude?
How many times will Tony Romo say, "Here we go, Jim"?
Tony Romo and Jim Nantz are going to fawn and drool and become all hot and bothered over Tom Brady that entire game.
Mitch! Jim, look at Mitch! Jim! He's at the bonus!
Jimmy's going to run right up the middle, and he has hit the bonus already in the first half, which means he'll probably run for like 5 yards in the second half.
A quarterback hits the rushing bonus before the second quarter is over. That is something.
Kissing
Mitch
burns
Trubisky
5 calories a minute.
Huh?
Kissing burns 5 calories a minute, says Reed Tees, did you know?
Mitch Trubisky runs more in these sims than any other Madden quarterback. Like, that's undisputed.
Well, that's why you got to roster him in these. And he was even better in the 2020 edition. Here, hold on. Let me pull up the game log. Yeah, so here we go. Last game, 50 yards, then 44, 74, 43, 68, 53, 83, 69, 82, 95, a buck 23. Yeah, dude, he runs the hell out of the football.
Yeah, I'm waiting for Deshaun Watson to run. He's at 6 yards here. He's posted several 100-yard rushing games in Simland.
Yeah. Well, the cousin Eddie has delivered 3 more points for the Bears. Averages 50 rushing yards a game. Oh my God. Producer Drew says, sorry. 66. Ah.
Wow.
Damn, Producer Drew. The hell, man.
You know what time it is almost?
Yeah, it's almost 4:45 because it's 4:35. Let me guess. It has something to do with tennis.
It is
almost groceries.
Time. It is almost time for groceries. It is almost time for tennis. It will be time for tennis in approximately an hour and a half.
Relly Rel says, DK fam, brothers and sisters, what is up? So we have 270 likes right now. We're at almost 600 people watching on YouTube, Twitch. Germ, what's going on, man?
Drew was guessing what time it was as well. And he was correct. It's time for bonus watch. The bonus glasses are going on for Mitch Trubisky.
For who? Oh, God. Well, he's already hit. I thought he already hit the bonus.
Well, when you hit the bonus, you get the bonus glasses. And when you're on bonus watch, you get the bonus glasses as well. I didn't have time to do bonus watch for Mr. Trubisky. He ran for too many yards. Too many yards, Emerson.
Damn, dude. You're like Maverick.
I'm like a cop, and I'm upset.
Oh, my God. You would be...
Too many yards.
You would be the guy pulling people over for a rolling stop at a stop sign. That was my first ticket ever.
My first ticket.
I'm on my way to school. I'm in an old-ass Jeep. And I had a little rolling stop. That's all it was. Dude, it was basically a complete stop. And a cop gets out. That cop looks just like you, bud. It was like 7:30 in the morning. I'm early to class. I just want to study. That's all I want to do is study. I get hammered for a ticket. Right, yeah, go ahead.
Allen Robinson was 72 yards. You know what, Mr. Latzia? Do you see that stop sign back there, Mr. Latzia?
Yeah. You're under arrest for being sexy.
You're under arrest for having the biggest darn step and repeat this town's ever seen.
This thing. Here we go. Here we go. What you thought was a laundry basket is not a laundry basket.
What it looked like to me was you had some sort of like teeth like coming up and holding in like blankets or something, like some sort of container. And then when you told me it was a step and repeat, I thought, oh, you have all the cloth from the step and repeat like bunched into this little container, so you take it out when you, and I didn't realize that it was like an accordion style. It folds.
Yeah.
By the way, that's vocabulary. Accordion style is one of my favorite terms out there. Accordion, great word.
I've never played one. They do look complicated because you got to be sucking like in and out, and then you have to be pressing buttons. So you got to be great with the hands. You got to be
my lungs aren't that great, really. Great with the lungs. Gotta have good lung strength.
You have weak lung strength.
Yeah, I don't think I have very good lung strength. Although I do practice.
Well, do you run a lot? Like I figured you would.
I run. Yeah, I run. I will say when there's like a tense moment in a game and I'm nervous, I'll just like continue to inhale. I'll be like,
okay. All right, Joe, just breathe. Make sure you breathe here.
I'll make sure my lungs are full. I don't know why I do that. Like, it's not like I take deep breaths. I just go.
Okay. We'll take
like
a very long breath.
Sure my lungs
Take a
are
very
full of
long
air.
breath.
Maybe I do have good lungs if I can do that. Maybe I'm stretching out my lungs so I can hold more air in there.
Yeah, our chat wants you to just take a deep, deep breath. I have an interesting fact I would like to share with everyone. It is about producer Drew,
Oh boy.
who says, I know the world champion electric accordion player. Good dude.
Wow.
How do you know him, producer Drew? You know we're gonna have follow-ups to that.
And how do you know he's a good dude? Bruce said he's a friend of a friend.
So
If he's a friend of a friend, how do you know he's a good dude? What do you see him at barbecues
I've met him.
every once in a while? I say the same thing about my friends of friends. I'm like, oh, that guy's a good guy. But when I think about it, I don't really know who that guy is. You know, like, I know my friend knows him. I trust my friend to know a good guy, but like, he could be a bad guy. You know? I've only seen him a few times. I've seen him at parties before. That's it. I don't hang out with a guy all the time.
It just seems like such a difficult instrument to play. And this comes from a guy who I played the saxophone in 5th grade.
Play the sax. You saxy beast.
Yeah, I was big saxy before big saxy. You know what's interesting here is Blake says, I get nervous and I quit breathing. That's what happens to him.
You just quit. You just stop breathing. Then how are you still here?
Well, he probably has learned to manage it and continue breathing when he realizes he's not breathing. Dude, the other night I woke up from a nightmare and my heart was beating out of my chest and I was so scared and I was breathing super heavy. I thought something was up. And like my dream, I'll probably never forget that dream. The dream was like, basically someone was trying to murder me. And I was really scared to go back in this house because I knew he was in there. And it was like in a movie, like you're screaming, you're watching this movie, you're screaming, don't go in there. And it was like me going in there. I was like, sure, I'll come in and hang out with you, dude, with a mask and a knife. And I woke up and, we have a fumble and the Bears defense scoops it up. Houston's not going to win this game. No way.
I have gotten really good at not having bad dreams because I have a very simple mind. And when I was a kid, my number one concern in life was not like, what am I going to do for money when I'm older? Like, am I going to meet someone to spend the rest of my life with? Like, what am I going to do with my life? Like, if people going to like, I had to think about any of that stuff. My number one fear was bad dreams. And my number one concern was not having bad dreams. So I was just like, every night, like, I would just like, when I was really, really little, I'd like ask my parents to like, I'd be like, can you make sure I don't have any bad dreams? And I was so freaked out about bad dreams that I don't know what happened. It's not like I decided to do it, but like I've gotten so good now at analyzing my dreams while I'm in them. Essentially,
wait a minute. So you're in a dream.
Yeah.
But you're wise enough beyond your years to realize you're in a dream. So you're analyzing the dream while you're in the dream. So you're almost up. Yeah. But you're not up.
I know. Absolutely. Yeah. I dream lucidly. I'm not making this up.
You're literally describing the plot of Inception.
This is not cap. This is real. Okay. This is something. So what happens is I'm in a dream, right? And I'm like what you're describing, like with the house, right? I'll know that it's just a dream. And like, if I go in there, I'm just going to get freaked out. And I'm just like, I'm just not going to do it. Or like, if someone's like chasing me or something, I'll be like, they can't kill me. This is a dream. Like, I know it's a dream. It's crazy to like, some people have that, like that they can do that. But I just, for some reason, I like know that like, I know what's led me to have bad dreams in the past. So like, I think it's the heart rate thing. Like, I think like if you get like really worked up about something, then like you'll just freak yourself out in dreams. So like, I just try to stay calm and I'm just like, it's okay. It's just a dream. And then like if something scary happens, I'll just like wake up immediately, go back to bed, dream again. Like I'm very good at not having nightmares. Andrew asked if I could call a sim while sleeping. No, like I'm not like I can't like talk in my sleep. I can't like sleepwalk. I don't do any of that, but I can control what I dream about. I had a dream one time.
I feel like they should study you, if that's true.
I mean, for a lot of reasons, they probably should. I had a dream one time that I was standing in line at Dunkin' Donuts, and Pete Alonso was in front of me. And I was just trying to, like, he was, like, in a slump, and I was just, like, telling him, like, giving him hitting advice. I was like, oh, like, this is, like, it's okay, man. Like, everyone goes through slumps. Like, you just got to stay focused. You know, you got to just stick to what you know. And that's like my dreams. Like, I don't have, like, crazy plots. I just, like, have, like, I'm standing in line somewhere. That's my dream.
You know, Ricky Bobby says this is called daydreaming.
What does that mean?
When you're doing this like during the day.
That's not during the day. It's long at night. It's dark outside. How does that make sense? Or is he saying I'm daydreaming right now? I could be. I mean, I did stay up till 4 a.m. last night watching tennis. I could be asleep right now, and I wouldn't even know it.
I can't believe you stalk Pete Alonso in your dreams.
I didn't stalk him. What are you? I was waiting in line for a coffee. What are you talking about? He was standing in line in front of me. I was waiting in line for coffee. We were friends in the dream.
Dude, you've always, since I've known you, you've always had this weird obsession with Pete Alonso.
Fourth and goal, Emerson. I don't want to say it, but the Texans might have a chance. You said it was over. It might not be over. It might not be over. Anyone want to come over and put away my laundry for me? I got a giant stack of laundry picked up from the laundromat. I don't want to put it away.
Emerson, I have practiced lucid dreaming since I was a teenager.
Yeah, man, it's a real thing.
I loved Inception because that's what it feels like. That's from DeMac Lyon.
Yeah, it's absolutely true.
It's crazy. I feel like I've learned so much just from you, and you know, I guess how your brain works.
We all have different brains, and it's very important to...
We need that on the quote board. We all have different brains. Thank you.
And I have a simple mind. I have a very simple mind. I said that also. No, but in any walk of life, this is life advice. In any walk of life, right? Whether it's I want to get into sports media, or I want to be, you know, a biochemist. Like, I have a good friend who's a biochemist, which you wouldn't know about me, right? Thinking about me, like, you have a friend that's smart. You're not smart. You know, it's important, right, to utilize your own brain, because that's what you have. You know, like the only thing that you can bring to the table is your personality. That's the most unique thing about you. If you want to try to be someone else, you know, you're only going to get so far. And it's like people who think outside the box, or people who bring their own unique personality, their own unique takes to sports as we have it here. Like, you want to exercise your individuality, and that is how you stand out, and that is how you become your best self. You know, you never want to conform and be like anyone else. You don't want to just be like, oh, well, that guy seems successful, I'm going to just do what he does. Or, hey, people like that guy, I'm just going to mirror his personality like that. You want to just be your own person, you know?
I agree with that.
That's something that I respect about you, is I think that you are like that as well. No one is like you.
I 100% agree with you. I've said it in the past, since we're going to get serious here. I think once you are comfortable in your own skin and you are actually doing you, is when you start to really find success in life. Like, if you do what everyone else does, you end up like everyone else. So that's the beauty of just...
And no one is happy, right?
Sticking to who you are. Yeah.
That's the key to happiness as well. We're just dropping knowledge on everyone here.
Yeah. I love Richard's like, wow, this Madden stream became a self-improvement seminar. We love you guys, man.
Look, what else
there was a
Deshaun Watson can't run.
Well, hold on a second, because I would just like to say welcome to Melanie Gutierrez. Says first time being here, in which I said to her, I'm sorry, but I am. Yeah, dude. Andrew on the ones and twos is like, all right, let's do the trust fall. You ready? Would you trust me to do a trust fall?
I just did a trust fall. It was head first into the keyboard. He didn't.
I'm talking about a real one, dude. Like if you ever leave that movie studio of yours.
Yes, I'd do a trust fall. I think that you would catch me.
I'd catch you. I mean, you're probably like 110 pounds. It's easy.
I hit a career high actually during quarantine of 180. Dropped down.
There's no way you are 180 pounds.
I mean,
There's
I'm not.
no way.
I'm not. I was. I'm not. I've dropped back down under 170, but I was at one time. The thing is, it just goes all to my belly, right? Like I have good legs.
Yeah.
Like arms, feet, feet really, yeah, but arms, head, right? It's just like
your roommate's told me. Your roommate has told me.
Okay. I had a gut, and so ate healthy, worked on that gut.
How tall are you?
5'10", 5'10" Ken.
5'10" Ken.
I feel like this is like a gotcha. Like I feel like you're taking down all my personal information during this whole sim.
No.
You're gonna steal my identity or something.
Oh, speaking of that though, I'm glad you brought that up. So I wake up this morning, supposed to be payday, and then I open up my account, and some son of a bitch had stolen my card and was destroying tacos, was having like all these tacos delivered in Dorchester. Someone had my card. They're just out at this local taqueria.
Do they have DoorDash in Dorchester?
So I had to get on the phone with Bank of America all this morning. And Monique, I don't know if you're watching. I'm sure you are. Monique, thank you for helping me out. She was fantastic, very easy to talk to.
Yeah, I have POA as well. They're good.
They're awesome. And at one point, I'm on the phone with Monique. I'm telling her about dude or dudette is just abusing my card. Like, go buy a TV or something, dude. Let me buy you a TV. I'll get the money back. You're just getting tacos. You're done.
Well, I guess people can't buy plane tickets anymore because who is traveling right now. So that's the best thing is just order tacos in.
That's fine. I wasn't super upset about that. I'm just like, I would have done something else, dude. But anyway, I'm on the phone, Monique. She's helping me out. She's getting all this situated for me. And then she's like, I start talking to Winnie in the dog voice. I said, hey, how you doing? Like, what's up, little one? And then she's like, and just a friendly reminder that this call is being monitored, to use for training purposes. And I said, oh, did you say that because I'm using my dog voice to talk to my dog? And she's like, oh, I'm sorry. Yes, I did say that because I thought someone else was on the line. Like, yeah, no, that was just me using my dog voice. Like, wow. Do you have a cat? You have a cat voice? You talk to your cat in?
I don't have a cat. What are you talking about?
Oh, all right.
Dude, I think we've been over this. I'm not a cat guy. I don't like cats.
Retease, did you notice that sounds like Emerson was sleepwalk eating again? So is that something you've ever done? No. With your like crazy dreams?
You know what I want to say about the guy who stole the tacos though is, first of all, justice somehow will be served to that guy. You hope, like maybe the taco was food poisoned or something. I don't know, but like you can't uneat the tacos, right? Like that guy he just faced like 10 tacos, and you might get your money back, right? But that guy. It's not like he's regurgitating those tacos, unless, of course, what we were just talking about with the justice. So it's like, how does that guy, it's like, that guy makes off with the tacos, and you're just sitting here like, I should have enjoyed those tacos, you know?
Yeah. Kaimi Fairbairn's field goal is no good. It is incomplete.
You got to go for it on fourth down. There, you have to.
So fourth quarter is underway. It's 20-7. But yeah, I don't. Oh wow, he is just adding to the damage he has already done. 128 yards on 9 carries. A lot of people thinking Glash was the one who stole my card information and was getting payback because I did not get him Chick-fil-A. Mockingjay 2020, I did get him Chick-fil-A. It was weeks ago. And a matter of fact, the ball is back in his court because he has promised my wife Chick-fil-A and is yet to come through. Maybe he'll bring it tomorrow morning. I certainly hope not, because my wife's not coming to the field goal fest. So therefore her food would be cold. Should be fun. We'll see what happens tomorrow. We'll post some videos on social media, everybody. It sounds like Rossi is going to be there. I'm still waiting for confirmation from Samir. He did respond to our group chat earlier as Mitch fumbles the football and ends up being picked up. And is that Tariq Cohen who has it?
It is.
So he advanced the hell out of that. Picks up a first down. Looks like it'll be producer Madison, Jason Rossi, and myself. Samir maybe, and then Glash. Glash is not here, Steven, because I think he posted something on Twitter. He's calling like a YMCA men's league game right now. Inside the red zone, Bears just looking to add to the 13-point lead.
It's fun to stay at the
YMCA.
Yeah, every day that you made to enjoy.
You can hang out with all the boys. YMCA. YMCA.
Jimmy Graham. There's going to be some angry emojis after he didn't get in the end zone there.
Young man, there's a place you can go. I said, young man. When you're short on your dough, you can
stay there.
Stay there. And I'm sure you will find many ways to have a good time. Hold that down. Get your feet in bounds. Some of us are counting on you in the hashtag Crush Kenny contest. I'm sitting 48 out of 146. The crowd's going wild.
I'm doing the people a service here, getting crushed in 77th. Although that could turn around if Ted Ginn would just do something.
Oh, Montgomery met in the backfield.
Montgomery. Flea Market. You know that song? Flea Market Montgomery song? You don't?
What's it from? Is that from Sammy Stevens?
No, it's a viral video. Drew remembers. He said great video. I'll look it up right now. I'll send it to you.
We're talking about Flea Market Montgomery. A 3rd and goal, Mitch. And is that the second? Okay, no, it's Jimmy Graham. Because I was thinking for a second, there is no way in hell Cole Kmet's going to get a second touchdown. Jimmy Graham, though. Yes. I'll have to watch that after this. Well, shout out to everyone who has been here. All right, they're going to go for 2. This is cool. This could be some more points. And, of course, he's going to come up. No, it's good. It's good. They're giving it to him. They said he cracked the plane up the goal line. There is almost 600 people watching on YouTube. If there's 18 of you who feel like gathering and forming a super team of 18 and getting us to 300 likes, that would be an absolute dandy. Or I just say get them out now, guys. Pump them out now, because coming up, you have Rossi and Kenny.
Living rooms, bedrooms, dinettes, flea market.
Okay, so
Montgomery.
you haven't been listening to anything. Okay, that's fine.
I've been
That's
listening.
fair.
You were talking about the next sim coming up. You're talking about how we need 12 people to hit the like. I can listen to multiple things at the same time. Mitch Trubisky stretching out past the goal line to get in for the 2-point conversion. I heard everything you said, Emerson. You don't believe it?
I do.
You didn't listen to what I just said.
Yeah, I had to listen to you say you were listening to me. We have 4.5 minutes to play here in the fourth quarter. My brain is absolute mush right now.
What an awful, awful sim for Deshaun Watson. Awful sim. Just terrible.
Well, 2nd and inches here. I mean, he's a future.
Yeah.
If you, he's the future Jets quarterback, is he not?
Yeah. He sure is. Did you ever make the recipes on like bottles of sauce or like on the box? You ever do that?
The recipes to cereal?
No. Like I have like soy sauce here, for example, right?
Yeah,
And
it
on the
should just be
back,
like.
there's a recipe for zesty chicken that you can make using the soy sauce. I like that they do that, like that. There's a lot of products that have little recipes. And I was just wondering if you've had any success, you've had any good recipes that you've found just by making what's on the back of the box. Or the bottle or jar.
Well, yeah, there's
in
like
this
the
case.
Velveeta shells and cheese, where they're like, if you cut up hot dogs and put hot dogs in Velveeta shells and cheese, you'll add some flavor to it.
Not at all what they say to do. That's not at all what I'm talking about.
Well, on 3rd and 6, there's my captain, oh captain. Fell's picking up a first down. Houston needs to maybe put a little bit of hustle in that muscle. Down 3 touchdowns. And time is ticking away.
Can you believe that Kikkoman soy sauce has been around for 300 years? That seems like a lot of years.
Yeah, it's like one of the first condiments ever invented. I don't think ketchup was around back then. Mustard was probably, because right, there's the whole mustard seed. Well, I guess then you go tomatoes. I mean, tomatoes were around somewhere. But it sounds like soy sauce had the early lead in the clubhouse.
Oh, I'm not saying soy sauce. I'm saying this brand of soy sauce has been around for 300 years. That's a long time.
Yeah, but that's still a soy sauce.
That's true. Do you ever think about the fact that like in 30 years, like, like your kids, if you have kids or your friends for that matter, who are younger people, maybe your friends' kids, there's going to be different brands out there, like new brands that we know now that are extinct, like I don't know, Reynolds Wrap or something. Like, you ever think about that? Like 30 years from now, that's just not going to exist, and people will be like, I'll be like, oh, like what happened to Reynolds Wrap? Like, oh, they don't make that company doesn't exist anymore. It's all about
like
about
Circuit City.
Jones
Circuit
Wrap.
City.
Circuit City, great one. Yeah, exactly.
Thank you.
Dude, I used to love Circuit. I'm a nerd. I used to love going to Circuit City. Derek saying on our ops team saying future kids may not know what gas is. Frangelico saying Toys R Us.
Yeah.
Toys R Us, another good one, right? Like,
Oh, one more.
everyone knows what Toys R Us is. But there's gonna be maybe there's a new toy retailer by then.
Yeah, Crackle Smack says Blockbuster. That's one. Radio Shack. I mean, we don't want to go down this road. I'm fine with that. What was the music
GameStop.
store? Camelot Music, right? Isn't that gone?
Oh, I don't even know about that one. Tower Records. Andrew said Strawberries, kind of similar. Yeah, that was a record store. But I mean, I'm not even about stores. I'm talking about like brands too, right? Like, you know, there's plenty of, you know, like you watch Mad Men, right? Plenty of old brands out there that don't exist anymore. There's going to be brands like that don't, like you're so used to pulling, you know, Pepperidge Farm off the shelf, right? What that might not exist in like 35, 40 years. And then you're going to be like, oh, you don't know what Pepperidge Farm is? Like, no, Grandpa. You're losing it.
I feel like where your head's at right now is where my head goes sometimes on like really late nights, and I'm just thinking, hey man, you ever realize like kind of how small we are like in the universe?
Yeah, I saw a freaky TikTok where it was like zoomed out of all the planets and then into the galaxy. And Derek from Ops said Pepperidge Farm. And Frangelico said of Drew. Drew said Drew made the same joke. Frangelico, what if no one had heard of Apple one day? Possible.
Sexual chocolate.
Go ahead.
Sexual chocolate says, you know, looking down the road. It's sexual chocolate. That's the name.
Okay.
It's not what's in your pantry, buddy. You do what you want to do when after hours. But remember back in the day when they had Madden Sims on YouTube, just talking about how we're going to look back, you know, you never know in 40, 50 years. That could
Or YouTube in general.
Yeah. Well, I think what eventually will just be YouTube. It'll just be Madden Sims. It'll be you and me sitting here. You're going to be 95. You're going to be decrepit, just laying there. And you're going to be telling me about some dream you just had about, I don't know, milking a cow or something.
I'm going to be still waiting for the Jets to win their first Super Bowl of my lifetime. I'm going to die not having seen the Jets win a Super Bowl. And I am okay with that. And I am totally reserved to that fact. And that is how sad my life is. Yeah, they're never going to win the Super Bowl. I was real convinced that the Trevor Lawrence thing, they were finally going to win one with him.
Yeah, sorry, man. I'll let you know how that goes.
I like that Andrew in the chat spammed this comment ranking me the worst sim announcer, and then he's like trying to tell people to lay off Ducey. Like, oh, you know, we don't know him personally. Can't play both sides, my friend.
Well, I don't know. Well, hold on a second. I want to, did he drop them in? Okay, so here we go. These are his rankings.
His rankings.
These are Andrew G's rankings. One is the GOAT, so I'm assuming that's Glash, because he's the best. I just love him. He's tied with me.
Yeah.
And there's, so hold on a second.
He doesn't have you in there.
GOAT, Adam Kaufman. 2 is DeAndrea. 3 is Geoff Ulrich. 4 is Jason Rossi. 6 is Matt LaMarca. 7 is Tom Carroll. 8 is Kenny Ducey.
He's missing 5. He's also missing several people.
Yeah.
Cristal.
Well, yeah. Hey, you know what? That's good for LaMarca because he's actually not on here like a whole lot. For him to crack what I think now, you're right, is just a top 7 instead of a top 8.
I like that he had to spam that message too. Like he sent that message at least 5 times, and every time it had the error in there. Like he had time to correct it.
Andrew, if you had to expand your list to a top 10. Do I make the top 10 at least?
Maybe you're a GOAT.
No, I think he put Kaufman for that one.
No, Kaufman was 2. It was GOAT and then Kaufman.
This is just going to make or break my weekend. I'm just going to think way too much about it.
And that's
now I need to know, Andrew. Put it in there, bro.
Sim.
Yeah, but it does seem like he kind of came back around. He knows, because after listening to you, we all kind of realize you have some issues, and especially with dreams. Okay. So I think we're gonna give you a pass today, buddy.
Player of the game who's not getting a pass, Mitch Trubisky. He also didn't seem like he really wanted to throw any passes. He ran for 126 yards. He had 45.24 DK fantasy points in the captain spot. He had 2 passing touchdowns, ran in the 2-point conversion, 189 through the air. Pog. He's your Pog.
Dude, stop doing the Pog and slammer thing. You don't even know what they are. I know you did not live the fantastic childhood that I did in the schoolyard.
And you didn't live the fantastic life I lived on Twitch learning what Pog meant. The least valuable player from this game. This is a really tough decision. But I'm gonna have to give it to Ted Ginn Jr. The guy always balls out in Sims. Always. $2,800. Everyone rushed to take that value. He's had 20-point games before. He's had 10-point games before. 89 receptions, 15 touchdowns in Simland. He had 1 catch for 12 yards, and he was over half owned in the free showdown. So I have to say, Mr. Ted Ginn Jr., not a good showing for you, my friends. Shame on you.
Okay. Andrew G has chimed back in. He hasn't seen or heard me enough to rank me, so I'm cool with that.
Wow.
I'd rather remain unranked than ranked low. And he has the 5 spot. Could be reserved for myself.
Well, if you're
I like Andrew G. He's a smart man.
Would you rather be ranked 25 or unranked? You'd rather be ranked, right?
I'm not ranked. No one's really paying attention. Then I sneak in. I'm the Cinderella team, and I win the whole thing. But I like that. He wants a Andrew on the 1s and 2s. I'm a mid-major. You're right. I'm fine with that. I'm just going to be me, man. I had a mid-major performance today. That could be better.
I thought you had a great performance.
Next week, Andrew G, I'm going to crack your top 7. We could drop Ducey off, and I could slide into 8. Ducey, you did a great job today.
Great.
Thanks for taking us inside your dreams.
You're welcome.
Keep him clean, buddy. Okay. Andrew on the 1s and 2s, producer Drew, Frangelico, Derek. Love you guys. We got 3 more Sims coming up on the late slate, but y'all know the drill by now. Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. NBA pre-lock live. You got questions about tonight's slate for fantasy. You got sports betting questions. All the breaking news. You just need to know stuff. Ask away, because Shirag and Maddie are here for you right now. Take it away, boys.
Thank you, Emerson. What's up, everybody? How's it going? Hope everyone's having a great week so far. Thanks for joining me, Matt. Hyped to have you finally back in the saddle. It's been a whole week. How you doing?
I'm doing well. Yeah, this is our new Friday routine, so I'm looking forward to it again. Friday nights are always action-packed slates, ton of games, always injury statuses that will maybe break on the air or just stuff that we have to talk about. So a lot to do.
Yeah, definitely. Remember, if you guys have any questions, feel free to shout them out in chat on Twitter, on YouTube, on Twitch, wherever you are watching this. Go ahead and put your questions in the chat, and we will make sure to try to get to them for tonight's slate. But lots of news broke right before we came on. Paul George, midday downgrade. Jaylen Brown ruled out. That's already big news, and that is weird because it's the 10 o'clock slate. You don't usually get news pertaining to the 10 o'clock slate already before line of lock. So is there something to make of that already?
I think that it just makes for a really complicated slate. So in the previous 2 weeks where we've been on, we've kind of had situations where there was an 8 o'clock or 8:30 game, and it was pretty simple. Just don't roster too many early game players, leave some maneuverability open. And worst case, there are plenty of games 9, 10 o'clock, 10:30 where you could find a player to use later on. We don't have that tonight. The 10 o'clock game is the only game in its block. There's one of them, and there's no game starting after it. So trying to leave a spot open for, let's say, Kawhi Leonard if Paul George is out, or Marcus Morris, or Luke Kennard, any of those Clippers guys, you're kind of stuck if it doesn't work out and Paul George ends up playing. Fortunately, we do have the Celtics news already, but the Clippers situation is going to be tough.
So how are you attacking this Celtics news? If you have to leave a spot open for Kawhi, does that make you potentially swap to Jason Tatum if Paul George ends up playing? Are you looking at Kemba Walker already? He's not too expensive. He's been playing well when his minutes are up, and his minutes have been up recently. He played over 30 minutes against the Warriors, scored 36 fantasy points. So how are you attacking that if Paul George ends up playing?
Yeah, I think that's the way to go. That's the safest way to go, is if Paul George ends up playing and you were on Kawhi, you can just play Tatum. If you have 2 spots for that game, you could switch to Kemba and somebody else. Depends how the salaries fit. Kemba and Tatum are both fine plays. The issue is that those 2 guys are in better spots if George is out. If George is playing, we actually could be a little worried about a blowout here. I mean, predicting blowouts is hard, and it's been especially hard this year. The games that are supposed to be not that close end up being close, or the team that's the big underdog ends up being the team that blows out the other team. We saw that with Portland last night, and with Golden State blowing out Dallas, which just, that was supposed to be a close game, and Golden State ended up winning by 30 something.
Yeah, Kelly Oubre
that was wild. Kelly Oubre is just, I don't know what's going on with Dallas's defense, but it's not like the Clippers will be 12 or 15 point favorites if Paul George plays, but it probably will get to 8 or so. And it kind of gets into that range where you might be a little worried about the Celtics keeping it close with Jaylen Brown and Marcus Smart out. Smart is already out, and that's worth keeping in mind too. He's, the Celtics don't have a ton of depth. It helps that Peyton Pritchard is back, but Smart being out is a huge deal. So I guess to sum it up, if George is playing, then it becomes a worse matchup for Tatum and Kemba. Ideally for those guys, you want George to be out, but then if George is out, you want Kawhi. So I don't think there's an easy answer here is the simplest way I can put it.
Makes a lot of sense. Well, we got other news that we need to definitely look at too. Interesting slate because OKC has a bunch of value guys that are now basically in a really soft spot against the Timberwolves. You have to consider some of these value options. Theo Maldon, Diallo, Baisley. Are you looking at any of these guys? I expect them to be popular single entry tournament options. Is there a multi-entry option that you're looking at more or less than one of these guys?
So I was kind of hoping that we could just make it through this entire show and you would forget that the Thunder were playing and we just wouldn't have to talk about them because this
we got a question. That's the two. We got a question.
Yeah, well, they ruined it for us because the 2 of us had decided before that we were just going to ignore that game and see if anyone noticed. Yeah, it's gross. I think that the question isn't which Thunder. Well, it probably is. There are a few different ways to look at it, but you're going to need someone from that team.
Yep.
It's kind of a question of how many. So it's a really good matchup against Minnesota, and there are just so few active players in OKC's rotation, and they're all so cheap. So I'm not that excited about anyone, and there's no one that I would say is a terrible play. I mean, Justin Jackson's going to be popular. Hamidou Diallo will be popular. He's maybe the most deserving. Baisley, Horford, those two are – Horford especially is more dependent on the game staying close, but the Lions pick him, so we can't really predict a blowout in either direction. I don't know. It's just I think you want 1 or 2 of them, and picking out a specific guy or two just seems a little silly. Like I think if you're playing a bunch of lineups, kind of rotate it. I don't feel much of a strong stance about any of these players in particular, but ignoring the game entirely, like I kind of wanted to do, that can't be the move either. So I don't know. What do you think?
I was looking at it kind of from roster perspective. So Building around some of these guys that are in the early slates, I was looking at Sabonis and Vooch, who are not expensive, but if you need the salary, so looking at Theo as one of those guys, he's going to play over 35 minutes. He got 35 minutes in the last game. He's played over 32 in 2 out of the last 3. And then Diallo, he has that offensive upside, but he also gets rebounds and stuff like that. But Baisley is one of the ones that's the most intriguing out of all of them because he's more expensive than Diallo and Maldon. But at the same time, he's very reliant on other stats. Like his jumper is not as good. He needs to make sure that his jumper is working to really get there. And then you have that Justin Jackson where he played almost 30 minutes, but didn't even get 13 fantasy points. Like, I don't know. It's always nice to jam in as many cheap guys so that you can jam in a bunch of other studs. But then you're looking at the slate and you're like, well, do I really want Giannis? Am I really going in that direction for this slate? I don't entirely know because the other guys that are cheaper start in a better spot. Then you have to consider the Harden situation. He's playing an elite clip again, 72, 61.5, and then 63. 3 straight games, basically proving that now, even if KD plays, even if Kyrie plays, that Harden is trending as a safer of the 3 options there. So it sets up where this slate is really challenging, and having so many different value guys, it's going to be based upon your build. So if you're looking Giannis, look at Giannis. You know that with the blowout or potential blowout that his ownership will likely trend lower. But if you need Giannis, then you might not have the salary that you need, and you have to fit in a Justin Jackson. You might have to fit in a Theo over Diallo because he's a little bit more expensive, or you can't fit in Baisley because of those different circumstances. So I think it's really going to be based upon the build. But just the way when I was building my lineups, I saw that I was leaning towards looking at 2 Thunder players, but then I went back and I started looking at the value options from the Bulls. So there's something to make there too. Otto Porter, he's already been ruled out. And we saw that, you had Patrick Williams step up, play 32 minutes. Denzel Valentine, he also stepped up. He played 20 minutes and scored 30 fantasy points. Then you have the other situations where Thaddeus Young is playing really well. He's not exactly cheap, but once again, he's been on a roll. And so you want to attack guys that are playing on a roll, and they're kind of set you up for good, easy options for single entry tournaments. So let's move on from value from Thunder and maybe give me some of your thoughts on the value from the Bulls.
Yeah, let me, I'm trying to think because this slate is really dense. Like now that you've outlined it, and I like that you just went through all of the situations that are important because it really was a good overview to be able to kind of connect all the different situations and how they impact each other. Before we move on from the Thunder, because I think we should spend more time on the Bulls and like really dig into them, and also the top end with the Nets players, like you said. Just what happened with the Thunder last game, where the Rockets, who basically don't lose lately, and then they play OKC with no Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. And then I think the thing that needs to be mentioned is that Lou Dort got injured early.
Yep.
So Justin Jackson was the projected starter. And then Hamidou Diallo, I think it was a bit of a surprise that he started over Jackson.
Right.
And Jackson really wasn't looking like he was going to get much of a run in that game until Dort got hurt, because Kenrich Williams got into the game first.
Right.
And he was playing really well. So I think Jackson kind of would have just been off he might not have even reached 10 fantasy points if Dort didn't get injured. So that changes that whole situation. And it especially changes the Wolves side. I don't think it's worth getting into it too much, but Gilgeous-Alexander speeds up the pace and would probably help the Wolves on offense if he were in, because he scores quickly and doesn't play much defense. But Dort is the exact opposite. So
yeah,
I'll leave it at this. It's just a very messy situation, and figuring it out with any sort of specificity is just difficult. So we can move over to the Bulls. Yeah, I think that should be enough for the Thunder, unless you have any last thoughts on them. Maybe we don't need to come back to that unless any other.
You also breaks. Called out when I was building my lineup. I went with Theo and I went with Kenrich actually. So that was an interesting call out. I wasn't leaning towards Diallo as much because I just felt like maybe if Theo has the ball in his hands, and we've highlighted previously on the show, where D'Angelo Russell, if he does end up playing, he's not as good of a defender. So that's one of the guys that you want to potentially attack with. And Theo will be the on-ball point guard.
Yeah, and something else that I noticed, I was glued to that game because it was just so bad and I needed to see what was going on with the Thunder, was that Justin Jackson was playing a little bit of point guard after Dort left, which doesn't make a lot of sense, but like, I guess maybe that would have happened anyway. There just aren't point guards on that team. It's Maledon and then nobody. So, I don't know. But as far as the Bulls, like you said, I think there are good reasons to attack that team. And for me, it's Zach LaVine and Kobe White. I think we'll get a little bit lower ownership, especially with Tatum and Kemba now jumping up some more.
Yep.
The LaVine price range, I think there will be a lot of interest in the Raptors, specifically Fred VanVleet after his insane game that he's coming off of. And Tatum is up there too. LaVine is a little expensive. Kobe White's only $6,000, which is a little cheaper than Kemba Walker, but Kemba should be pretty popular now with Brown out. So I think that the two guys on the Bulls to look at would be those two guards. I wouldn't play them together, but I think having one of them makes a lot of sense.
Interesting. So you're not even looking at maybe some of that potential value there? I mean, Denzel Valentine did play, like I said, 20 minutes, and then Patrick Williams playing 30 minutes. Those guys can give you 20 fantasy points. And yeah, it's a slow down, pace down matchup against the Magic, but they're pretty cheap, and you need some value in this slate.
Yeah, I don't think they're bad plays. I just think that I'm prioritizing the higher price guys because I think that the lower end will be a little more popular. And I'm not sure if I want to sacrifice the OKC spots to use different value. And maybe it's worth going off the board entirely. Like someone I'm looking at who seems to have an upside lately that has burned me, as well as Alex Len at almost min price.
Yeah.
Maybe it's worth going there. I'm not sure. But I think that Williams and Valentine are totally fine. I think from a roster construction perspective, it makes more sense to use some of the cheaper Thunder guys. Maybe you don't play Diallo. Maybe you just go with two guys that are close to min price from that team, and then go with more of a stars and scrubs build. So I guess we can get to more of those Nets guys you were talking about, and maybe the Giannis conversation too.
Yeah. So let's jump into that Nets game. I mean, it has currently the top total on this slate, so you're definitely going to have to look at getting some exposure for that. What do you think is the reason behind it? Just because the Nets are playing at a historically bad defensive pace and a historically good offensive clip? Or is there something more to do with just how well the Raptors are starting to pick back up? Yeah, they went on a little losing streak, but playing Orlando twice and getting both wins can snap a team around.
Yeah, I think that the dynamic of the Raptors has changed with Chris Boucher getting less minutes. So
horribly,
as well as he's played, as well as he's played this season, I don't think he's a great offensive player, but he gets a lot of value at the rim blocking shots. He's a good defender. So maybe going a little more small ball. I think they've played a bit of Siakam at center. Yep, maybe I'm wrong on that, but Baines has certainly played more. Either way, though, OG Anunoby not being in the lineup hurts their defense, so that's certainly part of why their games might be a little more high scoring. And Norman Powell's back too, so that should help offense more. He's not a great defender or anything. But yeah, the Nets are just scoring at such a crazy clip. They're playing no defense. They play fast. And even last game, they started Jeff Green at center over DeAndre Jordan. So
yeah,
that's more court spacing, more offense. I think that definitely, it may not help the team because Jeff Green at center is pretty disastrous for interior defense, but it definitely helps with picking up the pace of the game and getting more offense for everyone.
But with Jeff Green starting there, and if the Raptors start Baines or they bring in Alex Len, like starting Jeff Green's not too terrible. Len's not been a solid rebounder his entire career. He kind of floats out to the 3-point line now that he kind of developed that 3-point shot when he was with Atlanta, and now he's kind of carried it over and trying to be more of like a stretch big rather than a bruiser big, and then Baines is that kind of the exact opposite. But he also developed his three playing in Phoenix, and now it's like both these guys are kind of like roamer bigs when they should be like actual bruiser bigs, and that helps keep Jeff Green in the game.
So maybe Siakam just plays center then if the Raptors try to match small ball, and then we just get a crazy pace like that. That doesn't seem that unlikely. To close the game, I actually think that is the most likely scenario. I don't know how much time throughout that will happen, but My guess is that for the last 6 minutes, DeAndre Jordan won't be on the court, and Aaron Baines, Chris Boucher, they won't be on the court either. And it probably will be Norman Powell playing. I guess he's power forward. Maybe Terrence Davis could be in the game. The Raptors have gone small at times, and the Nets certainly have no problem going small. And I guess Kevin Durant would function as their rim protector, not Jeff Green. So that allows them a little more flexibility, because if they didn't have another guy who could actually block some shots, I think, if Green's playing center in a game where Durant's out, that would be a lot more problematic. But Durant can kind of function as a center sometimes.
That's true. He does help out on the defensive end from the help side defense. That's what kind of makes his blocks more valuable. He's not blocking you straight up. It's more of those help side ones.
Yeah, I'm actually just to pivot back a little bit, I'm now looking at this interesting dynamic where Kawhi Leonard and Paul George are the same price, and no one is going to own Paul George with him questionable. So I actually think this could.
We have a $100 difference. 88.
Yeah, so you need to leave the $100 salary over.
Kawhi.
Yeah, that is definitely worth noting. You don't want to get stuck with you have Paul George in your lineup, but no salary left over, and he's ruled out, and you want to get up to Kawhi, and it's like, yeah, damn it, I need 100 more. So if you're doing that, maybe start with Kawhi, and then you can pivot down to George. But
and then maybe also keep in mind, maybe keep 200 extra just in case you need to go to Tatum.
Yeah, I would. Yeah, but I think if George plays and you're in a spot where maybe it pays to be contrarian, like you're not already at the top of the leaderboard and you're trying to make up some ground, George is going to be 1 or 2% owned, if not less.
Yeah.
So if George is out, just play Kawhi. If George is in, just stick with George, and then maybe you go to Tatum. If you're already in first and you want to be a little safer, you could go to Tatum. But I think George is pretty interesting if he ends up playing, since people will be scared to put him in their lineup with him questionable right now.
Yeah, and all the way, and you don't have a chance to not have a decision until there's no options left, basically, too.
So all in Kawhi and then all in George if George plays. Is that simple enough for people?
That makes sense. And the fact that the Clippers are still favored, even with Paul George getting and we just got interesting news.
That is some crazy news. Should we say it, or we'll just keep everyone in the dark, or assume they know?
Wow. Theo Maledon, health protocols listed out. Wow.
So before we break this down, I think there's a decent chance this game gets canceled now, right? If like how many players do they have left? If 1 or 2 more guys show up now.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So if anybody else gets ruled out, this game has a chance of getting canceled.
So should we maybe we just wait around for like 20 seconds and let's see if the updates roll in? Yeah, I mean, I don't even know what you do now. Justin Jackson's going to play 44 minutes. Is that that might be something we have to consider?
Yeah, and then it sets up where now you have to be prepared to potentially launch to another value option or go in a different direction if the game ends up being potentially postponed. We've seen 2 postponements post-lock so far this season. That's really setting up for a challenging slate. 8 guys only available right now. They have the max available. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yep.
For what it's worth, I don't think Theo Maledon is very good. Like, I think he's a totally fine DFS play because he's cheap and he has to have the ball in his hands like the entire game. But this is not some disastrous situation. How did the Thunder keep it close at home against Minnesota without Theo Maledon? I don't think that we have to worry about that.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe they played Darius Miller. Is he someone you mentioned? I kind of missed that when you were going through the names.
No, I didn't mention Darius Miller at all. Actually, I was looking at Kenrick. I was looking at Baisley, Diallo, Justin Jackson as the main guys that can get 30 minutes. I like looking at guys that have potential to play 30 minutes if I'm going to try to spend in the mid range or lower.
Yeah, let's see. So here's the list. Yeah, Darius Miller is one of the current active players. So maybe that's they just slot him in. I think Justin Jackson is playing point guard now for the majority of the game, which is just odd. I don't know. I don't know what else to say about that.
Yeah, that's going to be a really interesting scenario now. We have to kind of keep an eye on it. I mean, if one more person even gets contact tracing, that game is going to be postponed.
Yep. Yeah, so it's interesting how that could potentially work. I would assume we know if it's on or not before lock, because I mean, if Maladon, if that status is already out, they should have the rest of the players. They should at least know their status. But yeah, let's say that game gets postponed between 7 and 8. That would be interesting for sure. And I don't know what you do at that point. I mean, there's some cheap guys on Phoenix. There's a couple cheap guys on Boston.
That's a situation that I was going to look at next, was that Jay Crowder. Yeah, he is not playing that great. Crowder's never been an elite offensive guy, but he was starting and then he got hurt and he hasn't played over 20 minutes in the last 2. Now, is there somewhere to attack from Phoenix because Crowder is doubtful and they're playing the Pistons?
Yeah, so Abdul Nader is also questionable, which it's crazy that matters, but I think it does matter with Crowder out. And the Suns just have so many cheap guys in the rotation that 12 extra minutes, or Nader's been playing a little bit more than that. You know, there's 15, 20 extra minutes going around. Maybe that makes E'Twaun Moore or Langston Galloway or Frank Kaminsky viable. Those guys will get some run with Crowder out anyway. None of them are probably good plays yet, but if Nader doesn't play and, you know, there's a chance for one of them to get 25 minutes, I think the Suns have gone with a little bit of a hot hand with their bench. Langston Galloway could go 5 for 7 from 3 and end up working out. I don't know if I'd do it unless, you know, the Thunder game gets postponed, but I think that it could be worth it anyway, and it's certainly worth it if we just run out of value from that game too.
That's the best way to approach it. I mean, even if you wanted looking for more of a safe guy, you know, Mikal Bridges is playing over 30 minutes. So in a matchup with Detroit, he's flexed 51 fantasy points upside. So it is potentially there if he catches on fire. And then Cameron Johnson, who's basically just a spot up 3 guy, if he catches fire, those are 2 options that can play 30 minutes in this matchup against the Pistons. And that's kind of the situation that you would potentially want to attack.
Yeah, it's a solid matchup. I think the Suns, the guys that you've named, it seems like they are great in spots where we don't expect them to be, and they've had huge duds in spots where they've been popular.
Yeah.
And maybe it's just because they're reliant on other guys getting them open. Bridges and Johnson are mostly getting their points from Chris Paul making a pass to them in the corner. So I think that it's hard to forecast them, but they're in play for sure, and especially if the Thunder game doesn't end up happening.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this slate is really, really wild. Just the way things have shaken out already. I mean, I haven't even had a chance to talk about the 2 studs that I'm looking to potentially build around, and that's Vooch and Sabonis, and which is crazy because both of them locked at 7 Eastern, and they're in the 2 tightest games of this slate. So they have a chance to really, you know, flex 50 fantasy points. Both guys have shown that upside. Aaron Gordon is out, and now we have Miles Turner dealing with that shoulder injury. So those are injury situations that I want to attack, but then I'm kind of stuck. I'm like, oh, wow, do I want to spend over 16 grand already on 2 centers or 2 bigs and then kind of be stuck for later in the slate?
Right, and there are still potential updates that we don't know about yet where someone random can get ruled out for no reason. But at the very least, we have the Paul George situation. So at this point, I would prioritize Kawhi over Vooch and Sabonis. Not to say that Vooch and Sabonis are bad plays at all. I think you can play them and Kawhi. Just the way that I think you can get an edge here is you get a Kawhi spot with no George that isn't very highly owned, because Kawhi would just probably end up smashing. And I think would you think that he should project for the most fantasy points on the slate if PG is out? I'm not sure. Maybe Giannis, but he would be up there, and especially given his price. I mean, Kawhi's under 9K. So Vooch is too cheap, Sabonis is too cheap, but Leonard is certainly too cheap if George is out.
Honestly, the way that I went and started building was I started with Leonard, Sabonis, and Vooch. And then, but what ends up happening is then I'm skipping on one of the Toronto or Brooklyn guys.
Right.
And,
so yeah, it's tough. There's a lot of good choices, and then there's a lot of bad choices that you may need on OKC, like players that are just not good basketball players. But yeah, we saw Juan Toscano Anderson score 35. He doesn't really do much basketball wise, but he just played so many minutes last night that if you're on the court for the entire game at min price, you're almost certainly necessary in the winning lineup. We could have OKC guys playing 40 plus minutes. So yeah, there's a lot of potential opportunity costs to consider. And the fact that Sabonis and Vucevic start so early is really the main reason why I don't think I would prioritize them. But even considering how early those games are, I still think you have to look at them because the matchup is so good for Vooch, and Sabonis has just been so good. And it's not like it's a bad matchup against the Pelicans. So both of those guys, I mean, are two of the top options on the slate.
So we brought up the injury report right now, and we have a bunch of guys that we need to look out for. Colin Sexton, he's questionable, and that can potentially make Darius Garland a good play. It's against the Bucks, so there is potential blowout here. So maybe that's a direction they might not be looking. And then we have the Timberwolves, who have been listing D'Angelo Russell questionable for I don't even know how long now. He's been questionable so many times, and he ends up playing and then randomly sitting. We can't even get a real feel on that. The Thunder dealing with their injury situation now with Dort out, Maldon getting the health protocols right as we were on air. Moving on to Charlotte then we have Terry Rozier, who's probable, and then PJ Washington, who's ruled out. Bridges, who started in place, Miles Bridges, not Mikal. Miles Bridges started in place of PJ Washington against the Sixers and played well. He sets up pretty nicely also, but with Terry coming back, that's probably going to send LaMelo to the bench, and the usage is going to be more focused there. Moving on to the Pistons, they have a situation where Wayne Ellington, I don't know, I can't believe that in the year 2021, we're talking about potentially Wayne Ellington value, but he was a flamethrower in the whatever 6-7 games that he was on. But what ends up happening is if you don't have Ellington playing, then you have to consider Josh Jackson at 5,100, who played 31 minutes and scored 37 fantasy points against the Jazz. Moving on, we touched on the Suns situation. We touched on the Celtics situation and also touched on the Clippers situation. But I think that the biggest ones from there are really the ones we need to watch out for next is we didn't touch on is the Ellington and Sexton. Is there anything to make from those games?
Well, I just want to ask you, if someone would have told you in 2014 in the dog days of Lakers fandom for you that Wayne Ellington would be relevant for DFS 7 years from now, I want to know how you would have reacted to that.
What's really funny is that there was a time where Kobe was sitting out and I had a chance to go to the Lakers game, and I was like, you know what? I'm not going to go to this game. I'm going to have to pass. Kobe's not playing. And Wayne Ellington just went bonkers. And I was like, no, I missed the Wayne Ellington game. But no, 7 years later, I really cannot believe that he's really going to make an impact on a Friday night slate.
Yeah, well, he might. So, things are weird. But I think of all the injury situations you outlined, Colin Sexton is probably the most interesting, if for no other reason than I think he's the most likely to sit of all of those players.
Yep. I
guess I'm not sure about Ellington, but Russell should play. Yeah, they're doing the LeBron thing with D'Angelo. Just list the guy questionable every game, but he'll keep playing. It's just, I don't know. NBA teams have gotten maybe lazy with their injury reporting. I'm not sure what the deal is there.
Hey, Lakers have listed LeBron and AD probable on the most recent one. So maybe the league talked to them and was like, hey, can you stop doing that?
Yeah, that it was annoying for DFS players so maybe that was it, but no, it was inaccurate. There was no chance they were sitting most of the nights they were questionable. So it's good they've changed their ways. But with Rozier probable, yeah, he should play too. So if Sexton's out, Garland is definitely worth considering. And it is true that the Bucks generally are more beatable from three than at the rim. They kind of condense their defense and just are elite at protecting the basket with Giannis and Brook Lopez. Threes, they kind of concede, although they tend to do this thing where they funnel to the less good shooters. And if Sexton's out, Garland really becomes the focus. I think that Garland's usage could be really, really high if Sexton isn't playing, but his production and efficiency will take a hit as a result of being more of the focus. But then again, it's just the usage and the volume is what we care about. There's no field goal percentage consideration for DFS. Right. So I think Garland, he's a viable play for sure if Sexton's not in. And he may be anyway, even if Sexton does play.
What if Sexton sits? Does that make Damian Dotson viable? In his last start against the Bucks, he scored 40 fantasy points in 41 minutes and no overtime. He's at 3K right now. If Sexton sits, is that someone that you may be potentially considering?
Yeah, that was a crazy game. I'm trying to remember who was out for that game because they definitely were more shorthanded back then. They didn't have Jared Allen shouldn't affect him, but they didn't have Torian Prince. They
Sexton didn't play in that game.
Yeah,
now. Sexton didn't play, and Garland didn't play.
Garland was out too, right? So Dotson should get into the rotation, but I don't know.
40 fantasy points.
Yeah, predicting the Cavs rotation is hard. So I think that Dotson will play, and if he gets hot early, he could play himself into more minutes, but he wouldn't be a priority at that point just because the roster is more deep at this stage than it was, when he was going nuts like 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, for sure. This is a wild slate. We haven't even had a chance to touch on any sportsbook picks. We've been looking at all the DFS things, but also wanted to make sure to note with you guys, there's a sportsbook. There's a promotion going on in this Boston and Clippers game. It's a big trade payday. All you have to do is go to the Big Trade Payday landing page and opt in. If there's a made three-pointer in the final minute, you'll be entered in an exclusive 100K contest. All you have to do is opt in. You can find the opt-in links on Playbook. If you go there on DK Nation, you can Google Big Trade Payday DraftKings, and that'll also bring you to the page. But make sure you guys opt in. If there's a three-pointer made, which I think there will be, it'll be a free 100K contest.
So sportsbook, we should get into some of the line movement that's happened as a result of the news that's going on.
Yep.
And what better game to talk about than OKC again. So the Thunder were 2.5-point underdogs when the line opened, and they actually got to 1-point favorites, and now we're back up to having them be underdogs again at +2. The total also had gone up from 218 or so to 221, and now it's dropping down a bit. It's a little strange to me to see Maladon being accounted for, but I guess having 8 players instead of 9, even if the guy who's out isn't that good, it's just, the players will be more tired having to play extra minutes. So that does make some sense. And I think it's a super high variance game. I don't think that any of us know what to expect there.
Is there any potential upside to play D'Angelo Russell or Malik Beasley? I mean, all these guys are going to do is chuck against the Thunder.
I think there is. My concern is that the game will be slower with the Thunder not having any point guards, which we don't really have much precedent for, but they don't have a point guard active tonight.
Wow.
So Hamidou Diallo pushes the ball pretty effectively, but they don't have anyone else who plays that style.
The potential to do just elbow post-ups with Horford to start the offense that way, like Point Horford makes a little bit of sense.
Yeah, so that is certainly not conducive to a run and gun kind of game. That's going to slow it down for sure. So I'm a little wary of playing Wolves guys. Like, I think when you have these crazy value situations, the inclination for a lot of people is to try to stack it, because you figure you're playing 3 or 4 guys from the Thunder anyway. You might as well run it back with 1 or 2 from the other side and hope the game goes to overtime or something. And this is such an unusual situation where everyone on the Thunder is so cheap, and I just don't see the reason to do that. So if your lineup has 3 or more OKC guys, I think having 1 player from the Wolves makes sense, and Russell and Beasley are probably the 2 best guys to use, but I don't want to force them in. I think that there's enough of a chance this game is just terrible and really slow, and maybe 1 or 2 guys on OKC get there, but no one on the Wolves is particularly good. I think there's a decent likelihood of that.
Before we jump off, are there any player props that are standing out to you for tonight's slate?
Yeah, we probably should check if it's still up. Kemba Walker was intriguing to me. I think that now with Brown out, it's probably adjusted.
Yeah.
So maybe if you were prescient enough to catch Kemba and Tatum props earlier in the day before Jaylen Brown's injury status affected them. Yep. I think the same goes for Kawhi. Like, there will be So my assumption now, because I don't have it in front of me, but you can't bet on Kawhi props at the moment.
Correct. You cannot.
And there will be a line available at some point once we know whether or not George is playing.
Yep.
And there's still no Marcus Smart. There's no Jaylen Brown. I mean, the Celtics defense is not going to be that good. So Kawhi, I'm just a big fan of Kawhi if George is out. So I don't know that means bet the over. It depends what the number is. And I can't really say because I don't know what it is, but I think that Kawhi should do well, and I'll leave it at that.
If it's over 24.5, I'm going to have to definitely lean on the over here. Maybe we get 26.5.
I think it ends up higher, and then it's a harder call. And then I think that you probably will see a number that is between 27 and 28.5, somewhere in that range.
All right. Well, that's what we have for tonight. If you have any other questions, make sure to fire them up on Twitter. Definitely available to answer your questions. Check out the NBA rankings on Playbook. I will be updating it with our team all the way until lock. Thanks, Matt, for joining me again. We'll be up next with Terrell's going to take us to Rossi and Kenny for Saints at Lions. But any final thoughts before we bounce, Matt?
You always have me on for the most exciting slate, so this was a fun one to do, and yeah, looking forward to more of these kinds of things in the future.
All right, man. Have a good weekend. Catch you later.
Happy Friday, people. We made it, and what a way to make it, because we are so close to the big game. But in the meantime, we have plenty of Madden to keep you all busy. I'm Carolyn Azak. If you don't know me, remember me. I'm back with another 3-game late slate of Madden simulations. Those games are all featured in our Madden featured 4K Friday night special. We got it tonight. That classic contest is $10 to enter and features 4K in prizes, including $1,000 going right to first place. But let's take a look at tonight's schedule. So first at 6 p.m. Eastern, we get the Saints and the Lions. They're getting us started from virtual Detroit. We got Jason Rossi and Mr. Lake, Kenny Ducey. He's going to join you guys in just a bit. Then at 8 p.m. Eastern, we got the Giants and the Colts in prime time. Krusty Kaufman and Brandon Cristal, they're taking over the virtual booth. Finally, at 10 p.m. Eastern, we're closing out the night with the Jets and the Seahawks on Madden After Dark. Geoff Ulrich, Big Moose, and Brandon Cristal is making his way back, and they will be on the call for that one. And we're almost ready for kickoff, but first, hear me talk some more and hear what else is happening on DraftKings right now. The big game, the biggest of games, people. It's this Sunday. It's not too early to start looking at your lineups, though, for the NFL $5.55 million Super Bowl 55 millionaire contest. Say that 10 times fast. Bet you can. I can't either. For just a $10 entry fee, you get a shot at a $1 million grand prize. And tonight, we are giving away 20 free entries into this contest between the 6 and 8 p.m. game. So you're going to want to stay tuned to find out how you win your free shot at $1 million. And then we have a full weekend of DraftKings greatness planned as a part of the DraftKings $250,000 tailgate weekend. Check out the DraftKings lobby right now for a number of huge Madden contests, including Saturday's Madden Stream 55K free big game preview. That's a free contest and events all weekend long for you. Stay tuned in the Dream Stream for more info on all of that. And don't forget to check out the action over on the DK Sportsbook. We got the NFL, NBA, NHL, college basketball, UFC, and so much more. But let me stop talking and let's get to the game. Here are Mr. Jason Rossi and Kenny. I gave him crap because he was a little late to our meeting, but I'll let it slide. With the call of the Saints and Lions, take it away, guys.
Thank you, Tara Lynn. Looking ready for the Super Bowl there. That is big game Tara Lynn there, if you were wondering. That is not like, oh, I'm just chilling in a room with my smoke detector beeping off here. But Tara Lynn will be back later. Look for her hits from the Super Bowl. But Kenny Ducey is here. Kenny, lineups have locked. We got a big-time showdown, big-time fun. It's Friday before the Super Bowl. Your last sim before the Super Bowl. You done? Are you done after this?
Yes, I believe so. I believe I have one after the Super Bowl, maybe. I'm not quite sure. I have to look at my calendar, but a little hurt that Taro. I was here about 7-8 minutes ago in the Zoom meeting, so hard to call me late. I was just putting away my groceries because the grocery guy decided that he wanted to deliver the groceries. Oh,
you got a grocery guy. We got a grocery guy.
Everyone does. The Amazon Prime grocery delivery guy.
Right here. These are my grocery guys. Anyways,
I don't like
Kenny.
to go in places because of the state of the world. Yeah, I didn't get to make a lineup because of that. I was putting away raspberries.
All right, how about this?
And bacon. Also, I didn't feel it was fair under the circumstances to enter in to get pizza because
if you win, if I win, I'll give you a pizza, Kenny.
Okay, thank you. Hold on.
All right, that'll be
out
the
of
deal.
focus.
It's good. Good for the camera work. All right, so we got Lions, we got Saints. We'll talk all about it. Yeah, the winner of the Rossi and Kenny contest will win a pizza because it's a feel-good Friday, Kenny. We're going into the weekend. This is it. Like, work week is done. If you're on the West Coast, just shut it down. We appreciate you all being here. You guys make our days every day. But, Kenny, in this one, it's Saints, it's Lions. I can tell you my contest, but just knowing the teams, you've called every team like 50 times over. When you look at those two, what are like the must rosters in your eyes?
So I did make a lineup. It just didn't work. I said I had 10 seconds left to submit. It said contest already started. So DraftKings, I love working here, but they lied to me. So I will say.
Good night to Kenny, everybody. This will be the last time he's on.
I liked Kenny Golladay in the captain spot. Matt Stafford faded Drew Brees, went with Alvin Kamara, TJ Hawkinson, and then I think I ended up having enough salary left over for Will Lutz, but that was how I constructed the lineup.
Kicker.
I love Hawk. I love the Hawk in this lineup. I love Stafford in this lineup, or in the sim rather, and I love Golladay. I love all three of those guys. It's also really difficult not to love Marvin Jones Jr. every time he takes the floor. Or the field, I should say.
Or field, it's all the same, Kenny. I put Marvin Jones in that captain spot. He has been on an absolute tear. He's averaging right around that 20-point spot. I'm going to see if he can keep it rolling here. Got him teamed up with Stafford. Prater is my kicker because you got to have one indoors. Michael Thomas, Alvin Kamara, and Jared Cook also faded Drew Brees. So we'll see if it pans out.
Yeah, you got to fade Drew Brees.
Yeah, I think you do too. Honestly, like he could have a big game, I understand, but Detroit's defense has been playing pretty nasty recently, has been shutting down the opposing. They've scored like 8, 9 in the 8. Well, they've averaged about 9 points in their last like 5, but the last 2 specifically have been higher scoring. So be on the lookout for that as well. So we'll get to the action here. It is in simulated Detroit, I believe. Like when it's in a dome, I can't really remember which team's the home team. I always think it's the one on the right. But nonetheless, it's Kenny Ducey, Jason Rossi, producer Michael, Daniel, our technical advisor, Zach, and Kyle, our boys over on the Ops Squad. We're here. It's Friday. It's feel good time. Again, the winner of the contest will have to go to my fans only, and we'll get you a free pizza. Well, not the fans only part. I don't really know what that is. People always say that. I feel like it has something to do with, and it feels like it's something to do with inappropriate pictures, though. Isn't that what fans only is? Kenny, you must have one.
The fans only is not a thing. So yeah, it is a thing. This is very exciting that you're giving away a pizza, and I think that there is no better food to eat for the big game than a huge pizza. It is what I'm going to be ordering for the big game.
Okay, I like it. So pizza's on there. You said you got the grocery delivery. You hired your crew, the Amazon peeps, which is the best service. I didn't hire
a crew of people to get me groceries.
You did. You whistled.
Amazon, and I got delivery for groceries because right now it's not exactly safe to be going into grocery stores. So that's what I'm doing. I got some chicken with cream cheese, blue cheese crumbles. I already have Frank's Red Hot, and so I'm gonna make some buffalo chicken dip, and then I also have gotten some ingredients to make guacamole. And yeah, that's where I'm gonna be going.
Homemade guac, the Ducey big game menu. I see here. Homemade guac, homemade chicken
Always
dip,
homemade guac. Yep.
And then some pizza. This sounds awesome. Sounds like a good party. Will you get the first? It's gonna be close there.
What about you? What do you
31.
usually go with?
So our usuals, like the staple for me is usually nachos. Like I'm a huge snacker, so I'll do nachos. a big plate of nachos. Probably I'm not a huge pizza guy, to be honest, but if it's there, I'll eat it. But that's not really my go-to. I have these things called Festive Franks. I don't have them often. Here's a hand up by Kamara, who's captain like a gajillion lineups.
Like pigs in a blanket?
It's kind of, so it's hot dogs with barbecue sauce, with cheese. Hot dogs, yeah, because that's how I roll. And you roll it in a croissant. So it's kind of like a pigs in a blanket, but with basically you get a full hot dog, cut it in thirds, take the nubs off. Don't be eating that. Those little kind of look like your belly button. Okay. And then you put a little barbecue sauce in the croissant. You cut it up into small triangles. A little barbecue sauce, a little cheddar cheese. Wrap it up. Put it in the oven for about 10 minutes, and just delicious. So that's usually I'm a snacker. Like maybe nuts. I don't know what I'm gonna do this week. don't have a plan set. I don't even know what I'm doing because of the current conditions. Maybe my sister's house because they're in like my inner circle, but we'll see. What are you guys up to, DK Sim fam? You hearing what me and Kenny are eating? Me and Christian were talking about this the other night. Let us know. I just dropped a deuce. He says Rossi will eat anything his mom puts in his lunchbox. Damn right. That's what a good son does. Don't try to besmirch the name of Ducey by putting it in yours. He's the real Ducey. Wannabe. Saints on a march here. Kenny coming off the second. I was popped in for you and Emerson a little while ago. That was an interesting game. It's funny when you're not calling these games and you kind of watch it from a distance. You're like, oh, wow.
Right. Yeah. No, I've had that experience a few times now. I totally understand what you're talking about.
Yeah. See what we get here. By the way, Tarlin will be back. She's down in Tampa, Clearwater, she was telling us. So she's doing her hits for the game in this contest. Jared Cook is 36% owned.
I had Jared Cook in my lineup. It's a shame.
Well, we'll live vicarious. You can pull a BK. Every time I do when Brandon Cristal, he doesn't put a lineup. Whatever happens in the game, he'll tell me those players were in his lineup. So basically, he's the perfect picker when his lineup's okay. Locked. So you can do that today. You can play that role. So whoever scores, you say, oh, that guy was in my lineup.
With pleasure.
We'll see if we get a vulture here as well. There's a couple candidates. Does happen with the Saints. There's a crossing. Nice catch there. Michael Thomas on the grab. getting it towards the 14-yard line. Been a good drive, 3 minutes, working their way down. Jason saying he makes fries, puts cheese and pepperoni on top, French fry pizza. Interesting.
That's
innovative.
weird.
Innovative, we'll go with.
I don't know. You gonna be using your air fryer for anything, Rossi?
Oh, dude, are you kidding? Dude, I already had it. I cooked up my son's lunch today. Air fryer, throw little veggie nuggets in there. Whew, the air fryer is everywhere. I'm telling you, Kenny. I'm glad you brought up because I promised myself I wouldn't do it to you again.
I just don't understand what the big deal is. It seems like overrated. It seems like unhealthy.
It's
like something I don't need to have.
Is mind-boggling that you keep calling it unhealthy. It is by
you
far.
You use oil, don't you?
No, you don't. That is the point. You don't need oil. You can put a
How
little
does it
spray.
work then?
It's air pressured, and it goes around. There's little grates depending on the brand you get, and it cooks underneath and on top. I made a chicken cutlet last night. It was to die for. No oil at all. Lightly breaded chicken, thin Purdue chicken.
I don't understand what's preventing you from just having a nice little pan fry on your.
Well, there's more oil and grease, and it potentially takes longer and more mess.
Yeah, but it takes skill.
Well, they're speaking about skill. Wide open touchdown. Drew Brees 2. Michael Thomas. Got him in the lineup. So there's your first touchdown of the game. Took about 4 minutes and 17 seconds. Detroit had no answers the entire drive, just marching their way down, just like Kenny has no answers to how healthy that air fryer is when we get it for him. Next contest, this one we're giving away a pizza, which, by the way, again, if you're going to reheat a pizza, oven takes about, 15 minutes? Reheat 6-7 minutes.
The oven it tastes like amazing.
I know, but the air fryer
pizza, you're a monster.
No, you're the monster, my friend, because you are avoiding the savior. It is the best thing that will ever happen to you. One day when you break out of this little funk you're in, of the hate for the air fryer, you are going to turn around. You don't even have to say anything to me. I don't even want any apologies. I just want you to be happy with your air fryer one day. That's what's happening.
Don't see it happening.
It will. Herb Dog says, I always fade Kamara. He only kills once or twice a week. It is true. I was looking at his numbers, very inconsistent, and hasn't scored over 15 points in 6 sims. So I'm good with that.
Daniel says I sound like Joey from Friends talking about air fryers. I don't know what that means because I wasn't a Friends guy.
Oh, you know
Seinfeld
what?
Guy.
Well, you didn't have to pick. You could watch both. Friends, you're basically stubborn, is what he's saying, which we already kind of knew. By the way, the greatest, if you're ever going to pop on a Friends, you got to watch either the Super Bowl or the Thanksgiving episode where they played football. That was good. Friends was also a post Super Bowl show where they introduced the monkey. Ross had a monkey. And I guess, do we know what the show is after the Super Bowl this year? There's a nice run off the left side.
No idea.
Yeah, I feel like I've seen nothing. I think it's on CBS, right? I believe so. I think Romo has it, Romo and Nance. Yeah, because Nance said that there's a line. There's so much money.
The show after the game, is that what you just said?
No. I'm wondering. So it's on CBS. Every Super Bowl. There's after the Super Bowl, they put on usually a high profile program. Family Guy's been in that spot. Friends, Glee. I'm trying to just go off the top of my head. Maybe American Idol, but I don't know which.
Why don't I just look it up for you? I can use the old Google machine.
That's why we have you here, Kenny. And Todd May says, wow, Rossi, I'm thinking air frying is a cult. If that's a cult,
Kinda is a cult, man.
I'm all in. No, Trader Joe's is a cult. This is quality. Pass, nice completion. By the way, nice jerseys here by the Lions, one of the few teams to never play in a Super Bowl.
Looks like The Equalizer is the show on after that.
Wait, is that like the Denzel movie being turned into a TV show?
I'm looking at it right now.
That's my guess.
It premieres. It's the first episode.
Okay.
It's the premiere of The Equalizer.
Ooh.
Robin McCall,
Ooh,
an
that's a risky
enigmatic woman who, with a mysterious background, uses her extensive skills to help those with nowhere else to turn. McCall comes across to most as an average single mom who is quietly raising her teenage daughter, but To a trusted few, she is the equalizer, an anonymous guardian angel and defender of the downtrodden, who's also dogged in her pursuit of personal redemption.
Okay. I didn't actually see the show.
I'm gonna be brutally honest here. Does
No
not
interest.
sound interesting.
Yeah, no interest. You don't put a brand new show. I know you're going to pop a rating. By the way, we're going to get a punt here from the Lions. Like, you're going to get a nice rating. You're going to get like probably at least 36 million people at that point when the show first airs after the post game. But let's be real. Like, usually you want a show that's had like a season or two that you really want to impress and like get a lot of eyeballs on. I'm surprised they're going with a first time show pilot. That's tough. Because even like when like all the shows I mentioned, like they were like deeper in their seasons. Even Family Guy was like, during that actually might have been the first season. That's the episode where they dropped the money into the Super Bowl.
Friends, I can't even.
That was that was like probably 4 seasons in.
A long time ago.
Oh yeah, I think that was after the. Oh boy, this is all from memory. I think it was the Green Bay Broncos it was one of the Broncos ones. Either that or the ones when the Broncos beat in the 90s. I mean. When they beat the Falcons, one of those two. Big shout out to our guy Dave. Queen Latifah is the equalizer. Oh, Queen Latifah coming on your TV after the Super Bowl. Official music page over here says it's Queen Latifah. It's not going to be good. Oh, well, hey, it's Queen Latifah. You never know. Good. I don't really know much that she's done
Not
good.
necessarily true.
I can't think of anything she's done that I actually like, but I like her early hip-hop music, I'll tell you that. There's Drew Brees dancing around, gets the ball off. Oh, should have been intercepted. But that's why they play defense. 55 seconds remaining here in the first quarter. Mo, that's a good way to shout out a guy. Daniel, hooking it up with the noise. Yep, we got all the crowd noise back in, ready to go. Oh, Limitless, that was a bad show. Good call, Daniel. And yes, he says CBS has a rough track record of trying to turn movies into TV franchises. Were they the ones who did the Liam Neeson movie? Why can't I think of, when he says I have a certain set of skills and can't think of the one-word title? It's embarrassing. You know what I'm talking about. Nice punt there by the Saints.
Taken,
yes. There was a Taken franchise that was a TV show. I think that might have been CBS as well. They did Taken show and cancel it halfway through. I remember I watched the first episode. There was like a big scene on a train. I try shows, Kenny. I'll give shows a chance.
Oh, I love shows.
Luke, if there's a big play, I'll do it. All right, Luke. Finally, after all this time, I picked one. I'll do it. Seeing everybody here. Jobo, TK. Can I have some more? 4. Relly, did you see that? At the end of one here, Kenny. It was the score from Michael Thomas. Well, Michael Thomas from Drew Brees. That's your lone touchdown. It's Kenny Ducey, Jason Ross. We're talking a little Super Bowl. We're talking mixed bag. Because at the end of this, Kenny, since this is your last game, I think I'm on with Koff, but we got to do the official. We're going to lock in your pick. You're going to lock it in, even though I'm sure you're going to do like 15 more.
I've already locked in my pick.
You're not even flustered or thinking differently about anything. You know it.
My pick's already locked in.
Locked in, cash money.
Chiefs by 1 million.
Chiefs by 1 million points. Honestly, could happen. Could happen.
I mean, actually would be impossible, but yes, I love the Chiefs.
Now, do you think that you feel that way? Do you also want to see that? Are you somebody that because obviously being a Jets fan, there's got to be a little animosity towards Brady? Or you just
I was, as long as it wasn't going to be Josh Allen, I was pretty okay with whoever won the Super Bowl this year. Browns would have been fun. Packers would have been great to see Aaron Rodgers win another one. Tom Brady. Seriously. I don't mind if Tom Brady wins. Just cool to see him continue to dominate at this age.
Sure.
I mean, Taylor Heineke. I guess Drew Brees. I wouldn't have wanted to see the Saints win either. But aside from those two franchises, so Chiefs locking it in. Chiefs gonna win.
Lock in the Kenny Ducey lock.
I correctly predicted last year's Super Bowl. I correctly predicted the Super Bowl
Oh, interception from the Saints. Going up top to Amendola. Not going to get it. Matthew Stafford, the latest Ram. Good thing they weren't using film here.
And I correctly predicted the Super Bowl matchup last week.
You did.
So feeling pretty good about
2 weeks ago. It feels like it was last week, right? It feels
2
like
weeks
it was a
ago.
month
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. We had the quarter break.
Yes.
So we didn't really talk about the sim because it was kind of lame. But Michael Thomas, 15.3 fantasy points in the captain spot. Not too bad.
Let's start right now. Antisocial in the lead tied right now for the lead to get a pizza. And if there's a tie, they'll both get pizzas.
Really?
Yeah, why not?
What if there's like a six-way tie for first? You're gonna give out 6 pizzas?
6 pizzas, dude. 6 pizzas. Honestly, I'm feeling so good. I'm so jacked. We've worked all year. We've busted our chops here. We've been coming on the Dream Stream. We've got the loyal fan base. Screw it. If it's a 6-way tie, they get 6 pizzas. I'll have to pick up a couple
Michael
extra
said you
shifts
can
next
get them.
week.
Michael said you can get them small pizzas if there's a 6-way tie.
Yeah, there you go, Michael. Michael said you might too. What the heck? I'm going to send Mama Celeste to you, Michael. I'll buy 99 cents at my grocery store. I don't know how much it takes to ship across the country. I'm going to guess like $5. Send you a nice frozen za. Give you the Supreme version. I heard Emerson talking all about it. Yeah, no, it's going to be melted. It's going to be melted by the time it gets. It's going to be perfect.
Thomas trying to get his second TD.
Love to see it. Relly Rel says, Rossi, Kenny, what's up?
What's up, Relly Rel?
Yeah, what's going on? Michael Rogers says, pizza is worth more than the top prize in a free roll now. That's not necessarily true. It's not necessarily true. You get both. How about that? There's the handoff to Kamara up the middle. Does he get the first? It's going to be close, Kenny. Does. So first and goal now from the 2. Choker says, if you win, I'll pick up your pie. All right, we'll see. Antisocial already calling, saying, I like chicken bacon ranch pizza. Well, let's slow your roll. At the top of your screen, in the zone, Michael Thomas takes the snap, going to him. No, he's actually underneath, and it's caught for a touchdown. Is that Emmanuel Sanders?
It was.
Yeah, he was kind of an ineffective pickup this year. I thought there would be much more impact with that offense, but that's more on Drew Brees and the way that offense went. But he scores here for you. Emmanuel Sanders' numbers in this contest, where I just saw them a second ago. I was looking. He is 26.5% owned, just 2.9 the captain. It's going to separate our leaderboard. Brother Phil says, Ducey. He really wants to talk to you here. He says, keep in mind the Chiefs are without both starting tackles. If you're sharp at all, I don't like when people say that. That's kind of big. And the grass field in Tampa will sap just a little speed out of Casey's skills guys. Yeah, but is that really going to make him change his pick? Brother Phil, aren't they both playing on that?
I like that you disapproved of the comment, but you read it anyway.
Well, because when people directly speak to us, as long as they're not saying something like blatantly mean.
I absolutely disregard things that people say to me if they're mean.
Well, I don't think that was mean.
Yeah, sure was. That guy's mean to me every single sim. Every single sim, that guy doesn't want to hear what I have to say. So why would I give him the time of day with what he has to say? He's never once said, oh yeah, good point, Kenny. You're right.
That's because that's what they do. They never say
good
points.
That's their right, and we appreciate them being here, no matter what they have to say about what we think. But that doesn't mean that I want to. What's the point of having a conversation with Brother Phil if we're not going to get anywhere? I'm not going to convince him of what I think, and he's not going to convince me. So, not really much of a conversation. I mean, also because one person's speaking verbally and one person's not, but. Yeah, I think the tackles are obviously a factor in this game, but again, I just think that this defense for the Chiefs has actually been what shined the brightest in the postseason, and it's been the biggest surprise. I don't think anyone expected the defense for the Chiefs to be winning them football games, but yet here they were doing that. And again, I mean, the Bucs offense is really good, but ultimately, if we're talking about the Chiefs trying to run the football or something, like I'd have a little more concern over their line. But the fact is that, the Chiefs, their pass protection might take a little bit of a hit, but Mahomes, he won last year's Super Bowl. He got sacked 4 times, and he faced one of the best defensive lines in football in San Francisco. So
true.
I don't see it being that big of a difference between last year and this year, and he rolled with the punches, man.
And I'm trying to remember, where was the last year's Super Bowl held? Do we remember that offhand? Because I thought it was also real grass. Miami. And Miami, is that real grass? I believe it is. Michael, you don't have to worry about it. I believe so. Yes. So there you go. All right, Kenny's back in. Kenny's back in on money. I'm not reading anything that people say anything about Kenny, good or bad anymore.
What?
Well, no, if it says good, I'm going to gloat.
Thank you. Also, the other thing is, do people say like Jerry, like that I don't read the comments? I do. And I was in the chat last time we had a technical difficulty, right?
Oh yeah, you were calling out plays.
I was doing the play-by-play in the chat, and every other comment was why are they not acknowledging that they're having technical difficulties? Well, I was literally in the chat.
True. Give Kenny his due, people. It's Friday. We gotta do good vibes, people. I don't want any of this. I didn't know that me reading that was gonna send this thing down a tizzy. So that's on me. But I'll tell you right now, Detroit now, driving down 14. One person asking, I totally missed it because people chat's all over the place with stuff. For somebody saying Matthew Stafford looking like Jared Goff, Jobo. Someone asked, who's going to be the highest scoring fantasy back in the Super Bowl?
Gotta be Leonard Fournette, without a doubt.
Yeah, I was going to say, does CEH have a chance? Does Le'Veon Bell have an odd outing? Like, I don't see it.
Le'Veon Bell probably not going to play, and
That's true.
CEH is not going to be the number one back. It's going to be all about
Darrell Williams?
Yeah, Darrell Williams is going to be the lead back, but Tampa Bay has the number one rush defense, so I like Fournette's chances the best, and I don't see what's his face?
Ronald Jones? Ronald Jones?
Yeah, Ronald Jones. He hasn't played in so long.
No.
Forgot about him, but he's seen a huge decrease in snaps over the last few weeks because Leonard Fournette's just been too good, man. He's been too important to this team running the football. And now they've gotten Leonard Fournette involved in the passing game.
Yeah, he's looked like a beast those past 2 weeks. Like against Green Bay, he had one of those almost mini. Well, there's going to be a touchdown. I was going to say, he almost has a mini Derrick Henry little run going. There is the man. He is on absolute fire. Kenny actually did talk about this, man. Marvin Jones gets into the end zone. That's my captain. He doesn't do anything for me.
Good captain to have.
Yeah, he's just been so good lately. If you look at his numbers, he's been scoring upwards of 20 points consistently. He's almost taken over that Kenny Golladay spot, where Kenny Galladay's more like a boomer bust. 13th touchdown here for Jones. That is a great start. Here is the extra point. Prater gets it in with 2:05 left. Well, you know what's coming up. Kenny's favorite time of the game. The 2-minute warning still out there.
Oh, boy, that's right.
We won't mention it again. Don't want to fire him up anymore. By the way, if you didn't catch, our guy Reed, he was on Good Morning America this morning. Good Morning America, yeah.
Good Morning America.
That's my version of Good Morning America. That's what I watch every morning. Good Morning Football. You can check out the hit there on their YouTube and their socials. Go check him out. Good Morning America. Yeah, he's the new Matt Lauer, but in a sense of the host, not the other crazy stuff. What's going on here? Relly Rel says Tom Brady's worst games are when his receivers cannot get separation. Kansas City's defense the last 2 games have not given up separation to any receiver. Also, I know we're not supposed to do this, so Michael, you don't have to tell me. I'm gonna allude to the fact. I'm never gonna tell anybody what to do with their money. Kenny, that's what you do for a living. Check him out at Kenny Ducey or the KD picks if you want to get into the tennis, which is big and happening right now. Follow this man. I will say I really like a low-scoring first quarter because normally the Tom Brady-led offense is not so hot in the first quarter of Super Bowls.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to say that. Take it for what you will. Not the overall. I think, the overall is like somewhere in the 50s. Just saying that first quarter, I really like low points.
Yeah. I can see it.
Just dropped to Ducey, says Fournette will get all the way to the goal line and Jones will vulture the TD. I actually don't see that happening. I don't think Arians plays that kind of game. Like, he's not going to put in, like, LaShawn McCoy to get him, like, a feel-good touchdown. There's a catch here. Like, I don't think Arians is not that type of coach. And I don't think you're going to see anything like Pete Carroll style from years ago where whatever conspiracies you want, but they're going to play it smart and just get the ball in the end zone.
Yeah, I could see a low-scoring game as well. Both of these teams, their pace is really not up there much. I mean, both these teams play at a slower pace than you would think. And for that reason, I really do think that it could be a low-scoring game. Don't necessarily know about the first half, but just the total game, I think so.
Yeah, could be. I think it's one of those slow start, big finish. It's like the AFC title game from 2 years ago where it was like 10-3 at the half and then lightning back and forth in the fourth quarter. Timeout here on Sim. Dustin Ford says, Rossi, I know we have a while, but what belt do you think Edge will challenge for? I'll make this real quick because we'll keep it mostly football. He says, no way.
Belt.
He says, no way it's NXT. It's not going to be NXT. My belief is he's on SmackDown tonight. I still think it will be the Universal title for Edge Reigns. I think it's probably the best on that.
We need Kevin Owens over Roman Reigns at WrestleMania.
We've had 15 Kevin Owens Reigns matches. Unfortunately, I think that time is up. But it has been great matches. Kevin Owens always believable. No baby face, quote unquote, takes better losses and can bounce back than Kevin Owens in the last 10 years.
Well, obviously their feud's not over.
Why not?
Because of the ending.
Yeah, but I still think it's over. Well, maybe they'll do something. Well, they still 2 more pay-per-views or events, whatever we call them these days. Network specials. That's all before they get over to Peacock. Drew Brees on a 2nd and 10. Got a man open, wide open. It is a touchdown for Michael Thomas, his 2nd of the day.
You can guard Mike.
Unreal.
But just not in the Sims.
I thought he had a star. I thought he had the X Factor. I didn't know he's been stripped of all his powers, but still getting into the end zone. Not once, but twice here in the first half. We got Zach and Kyle on our ops team flying on these numbers. Long touchdown pass from Drew Brees. We both said to fade him. He's got 3 touchdowns in the first half, but hopefully you've been the beneficiary of his receivers. Right now, his scores are updating. Chicago Sports, 82 in first. Right now in the ZA. With Michael Thomas Kenny, he's got 43.8 in the captain spot. He's got Bernie Sanders, Marvin.
Already a huge day for Michael Thomas, and we're not even at halftime yet.
Oh, Marvin Jones already has 17 points. He's got Amendola, Lutz getting that extra point, so the points are only going up from there. I am currently sitting in 27th. I think there's like 140 of you in this, so appreciate you all entering. Appreciate you all being here. Happy Friday before the big game. Hope you got all your pre-game info. Hopefully you've been enjoying these Sims all day and listening to whatever radio. The hype is real. And just so you know, I'll tell you when we get 45 seconds still. This weekend, we got a stacked lineup here on the Dream Stream. There's so much stuff going on, from Sims, real life, quote-unquote, sports, whatever you want to call them, games, contests, competitions.
Yeah. The tailgate, man. Should be great.
It's going to be a blast. To it. There's so much to come here. And yes, there will be a leaderboard live during the Super Bowl. So you can use this as your second screen. Here comes Matt Stafford. He's got an interception and a touchdown last drive. Went to Marvin Jones. He's in the gun. Good snap, looking, searching, thinking, diving. Gonna get sacked. Looking like Jared Goff there. Thinking a little too long, waiting.
Another timeout.
I love the graphic words. The first, I believe that the second half, it will be the Detroit Lions. So the Lions could go 2 for 1 here if they can get their act together and get right back in this game. There's a snap to Stafford at 2 backs in the backfield, 3-man rush. There was a spy there, and there's a catch from Kenny Golladay on the sideline, going out of bounds. 35 seconds remaining at the 36 yard. Kenny Freeman says, hey, Rossi, how do you think Jared Goff is going to do with the Lions? I'm not going to say any more praise towards this Lions organization. I've been burned by them too much. Way too early to react, but I think he'll be just fine. I think he'll meet whatever expectation they need. I don't think the team will be very good. There's another catch from Golladay coming across the middle.
30 seconds. Didn't get our 31-second timeout like we normally do.
Catch would happen too quick. Let's see what else is going on here. People goes ahead the backwards crab walk for a sack.
I know, the backwards crab walk for a sack happens so often.
The crab walk in general hurts my shoulders. There's another sack, no crab walk needed. Huge one there. They're not calling the timeout as of now. 23 seconds and counting here, Kenny. There's the timeout. So at the 35-yard line, maybe this is where I've seen Golladay make big plays.
Hey, what's going on, Relly Rel? He said hi. She said hi.
Relly Rel person. Amendola. Hammond Pineapple.
Jason Ward.
TD.
Flip TD, please.
That's it. Going mid-range. There's a nice catch. It's probably going to bring us to the half. Marvin Jones. It is. Making another catch. He's having a heck of a first half. We'll get you some numbers. And I'll also tell you all about this weekend. Yeah, that's going to do it here, Kenny. So let me quickly tell the folks about what's going down here. It's Kenny Ducey, Jason Rossi. Follow him at Kenny Ducey, at KD Picks.
Yeah.
Make sure you follow along because he's going to be giving you all the ins and outs of all what you should be placing and putting your money or your rosters in for this weekend's big game, as well as numerous other sports. There's basketball. You can check him out on DK Nation.
That's right.
I do. What did you do today? I was looking at it earlier and my mind is
Nothing.
scrambled.
I was not. I actually. There was actually a mix-up on the back end, so I thought I was writing something, but I wasn't. So.
So he has thoughts, but we don't.
It was a preview for tonight's 10 p.m. showdown. So,
okay.
If you have any questions about that, feel free to let me know. But Drew Brees 200 yards.
Yep.
You know what that means?
Where are they, baby? Bust them out! It's a feel-good Friday. And Kenny's
200 yards, 3 touchdowns. Can you get a bonus for having 6 touchdowns? Because that's what Drew Brees is on pace to do.
I think if he throws 6, he'll probably get that point.
You always want to fade Drew Brees, guys. He's a very good guy to fade, but just not today.
Yeah.
Just not today. I just saw Alvin Kamara's stats, so I'm going to take off the bonus glasses for a second because shame on Alvin Kamara. Then put him back on.
He's already got it.
Michael Thomas and Marvin Jones Jr. 6 catches for 76 yards.
Let's go.
Thomas, he's already in the bonus, but Marvin Jones Jr. You know what?
What is it? Tell me.
Just because it's Friday.
What do we got?
Jared Cook, 44 yards. He's got bonus watch.
Fill him in there. Throw him in there. I love it.
Throw Jared Cook in there as well.
We're feeling great. By the way, go ahead. Tell me.
I was going to say it's a Friday, man.
Feel good Friday. We got the Ninja
51
Turtle
points
shirt.
for Michael Thomas in the captain spot. Insane.
I'm wearing my Ninja Turtle shirt for you because it's New York. That's you. We're giving away a pizza. That's what they eat. And that's my dedication to Kenny today. By the way, this weekend, we're getting all jacked up, Kenny. So join us because this weekend is all about the DraftKings $250,000 tailgate weekend. Pre-game with us all weekend long. It's 48 hours of big game buildup and plenty of shots for you to win your share of $250,000 in total prizes. And it all starts tomorrow. At 2 p.m., we'll have the Madden Sim of Tampa Bay, Kansas City matchup. I don't know, you might have heard that game's coming up in reality. We'll get a little preview with the $55K free-to-play showdown contest. Then at 4, we'll live stream the American Cornhole League Pro Singles Tournament. That's right. It's not just a game you play in the backyard. It's a Pro League. Yeah, and there's a $50K free-to-play pool available now on DraftKings, so you can check that out in the lobby. Also on Sunday at 1, we simulate a what-if matchup between Buffalo, which I'm sure Kenny really, really is so sad that Buffalo and Josh Allen didn't make the Super Bowl, and Green Bay with a 20K.
I'm going to be on that sim.
Oh, I hope you are. That's a free-to-play contest. Again, that's 20K on that one. And then if you're hungry for more, which we know you will, the biggest event of the DraftKings $250,000 tailgate weekend is the DraftKings Big Game SmackDown, baby. It's featuring the best of the best, the number 1 ranked eater in all of the world, Joey Chestnut, also known as Jaws. Outside the hot dog eating contest, I do love this man. And you can join in the 100K free-to-play pool available right now. Go enter it. This is the Major League Eating Contest competition, should I say. And this event will feature 6 different football watching classics: pepperoni pizza, boneless wings, chili, sub sandwich, cheese balls, pigs in a blanket, jalapeno poppers, and 8-layer dip. It's all starting tomorrow at 2. Kenny, come on. This is incredible. Don't go anywhere. Make sure you hit subscribe. I'm not even tell you to like the broadcast anymore. I'm tired of saying it. You don't want to hear it. You should just do it. But hit sub because you're gonna want to be involved in it this weekend. Whether you're shopping at Walmart, getting groceries delivered, whatever you're doing this weekend, and make sure you just, at least in moments, pop into the stream because it's gonna be a lot of fun.
I'm also going to be on that What If Sim. So that's
hell yeah. It is gonna be
with Buffalo and Green Bay. It's going to be the worst.
I'm going to switch with you. I'm doing that one because it's just going to be you bashing Josh Allen for 1 straight hour.
You're absolutely right. You're on next with Ravens.
I know. It's a random game in there.
Yeah, it's going to be good. And then I'm going to be on the Sweat on Sunday. And I also have 2 stories posted at the DraftKings playbook. It is prediction based, but they are both about the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I already have told you that my official side here is I like the Kansas City Chiefs to win this game. But the good folks at DraftKings, they said, hey, Kenny, would you be able to write up something about the Tampa Bay Buccaneers? 2 articles to be exact. So I abided as a good employee, and you can go check those out.
Yeah,
I think that Leonard Fournette will find the end zone. I think that the Tampa Bay Buccaneers will kick more than 1 field goal. I think that we could see some field goals here. I also think that the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are going to be able to get more than 2 sacks in this game. I think that they might get 3, maybe even 4 sacks of Patrick Mahomes. So, while I do think the Chiefs could win, there's certainly a lot that I think could go right for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Most important, Kenny, this is great info. Again, so those out right now, or that's going to be released?
It is already out.
Oh, okay, perfect. DK Nation,
also, don't think it's going to be a great day for Chris Godwin. As I've said in videos on this stream, that I don't think Chris Godwin is a great guy to roster just because too many options for the Buccaneers. Too many drops. He's only catching half his targets this postseason, which is like it's not the worst, but it's not good, right?
No, and especially not on the contract year. Yeah.
Yep. So I don't think that he's going to have a huge game on Sunday, and I could be wrong. I've been wrong before, but that's just my view of things.
And you just admit he can be wrong.
I did.
That's humble.
Please note that.
Hawkinson on the catch, but I do like what you're saying because the weapons. Braid is the only one that's like still in the questionable form. Brown looks good to go.
I'm sure he'll play, but yeah, I mean that's the thing. There was also the matter of how many people. I think that Brady could actually complete a pass to like 10 different receivers in this game. Like that's just how good he is at spreading the ball around. That's why this slate is really difficult because you look at all the different people, right? Like you look at, I don't know. Tyler Johnson, even like Jaden Mickens, right? Like this is the Super Bowl, right? This is when trick plays come out. This is when teams want to utilize the whole roster, right? Like, would you be surprised if Jaden Mickens got the ball in one of those like cheap little shovel passes? You know what I mean? Like those end arounds where they flip
honestly, no.
And the guy I think Jaden Mickens gets a catch, right? Like, so I think that like everyone is really in play when you're talking about the Buccaneers.
I dig it. I think it's going to be interesting. And same thing, but you know, we're talking Buccaneers here because that's what we wrote about. Go check it out. Go check out DK Nation. You can check out all the insights from Kenny and our other amazing writers and know-it-alls and people that have bigger brains than I. Pass again. Meticulous drive here from the Lions. But I look at the same thing kind of on the Chiefs side too. There's like, you just don't know. You just, like, there's so many weapons on both. And both of these are high-powered offenses. Like, last year's Super Bowl is all the respect in the world to how San Francisco played, but their offense wasn't like, oh man, you got to really look out for, Kittle was a beast. and you had like the potential of other players, but you're just not looking at any of those guys and saying like, oh wow, like this fifth receiver could come off the bench and play a role. I think in this one, both teams could see over 8 catches on both sides by receivers or I guess you could count running backs. I think both sides you're going to have like potentially 20 players catching the ball in this one. At least I wouldn't be shocked.
There's going to be a lot of different guys here who make an impact, I think. I think it's going to be some total team efforts. And, I also feel like there's going to be a trick play in this game. I think that both of these teams are going to just pull out the entire bag of tricks here.
Yeah. I think it's going to be – that's where I think the game's going to get fun. There's going to be some point like that mid-second quarter where I think they're just going to get a little loose because Bruce Arians sometime – and I'm sure Brady's in Leftwich. Let's be real. Brady's going to be running the offense. But they'll have a play or two that they have up their sleeve that they want to, show off. I always call it the flex play. Like we saw with, the Philly special. But if you go back in that Super Bowl, the Patriots tried it earlier in the game and it did not work out. And, the memes were everywhere about Tom Brady. But I don't know if it's that play or maybe a receiver throwing a ball or Antonio Brown doing something, maybe an end around. I just think there's going to be a play in there.
I think so too. I think that we'll get maybe a fake field goal. Maybe we'll get Tom Brady catching a pass because if you remember, he didn't he drop that pass one time in the Super Bowl? Maybe it was the Falcons Super Bowl. Yeah.
Philadelphia. He's caught and passed a few times.
That's
in
right.
Stuff,
I thought you were saying Philadelphia had tried that earlier in the game.
No. The Patriots did it earlier, and then the Philly special came out later in the third quarter. Right.
So I could see Brady trying to catch a pass.
Honestly, Mahomes, we've seen him catch. I know he's a little banged up. I would doubt it.
Yeah.
By the way, here, 4th and 1 quickly. Detroit going to go for it. Down 14. Stafford sacked. Who would have thought the Saints defense was a play today?
I think that Travis Kelce attempted a pass in one of the previous Super Bowls, maybe last year.
Well, last year was only
it would have had to
Bowl,
been
right?
though. Yeah, the only one.
Did he? He may have.
I'm gonna look it up.
But I do see what you're saying, and I do like the idea because where there's so many weapons, whether it's somebody else like I said, Travis Kelce or Antonio Brown, or I'm trying to think who else in the skill position for Tampa Bay could throw a pass. But we don't know because until it happens, it could even be Leonard Fournette, on one of those pitch plays, and everything stops, slows down, and there's Mike Evans down the field, or Antonio Brown, or Cameron Brate, Gronk.
I don't get why players don't do that more. When there's a guy who gets the ball on a pitch and he's about to lose 5 yards, why does he not just throw it out of bounds?
I've said it a million. I agree with you there, Kenny. We could disagree on a lot of things and joke around, but I've said that time and time again, especially quarterback. Patrick Mahomes took 7 sacks this year that he easily just could have flicked the ball out of bounds and not been a sack. The same thing for running backs. Yeah, once you get to that point, I think they're just not wired that way. But quarterbacks like Lamar Jackson did it a bunch of times too. It makes no sense. Just throw the ball. Speaking about throwing the ball, Drew Brees is on fire in this game. He's inching his way towards the bonus number. He's got 3 touchdowns, 2 to Michael Thomas, 1 to Emmanuel Sanders. And if you're just joining us, it was also a touchdown to Marvin Jones for Detroit. Appreciate you all being here. Hope you're having a feel-good Friday. We're giving away a pizza. That's right. Chicago Sports 82 right now with the lead by just over a point. Pizza could be going their way or coming their way. Mahomes is injury prone. No. Chris, I appreciate what you're saying. He has been a little banged up, but I would not say he's injury prone. Got hurt last year, I do understand. We'll see. That would be a gigantic hit. That's what I don't want. As much as when I was, Brady was the quarterback of the Patriots. I want to beat the team at their best. You want to beat those best teams. It's whoever wins the Super Bowl will clearly earn beating, I believe, the other best team. Because these are I think Green Bay, you could have made the argument as well, but I don't think Buffalo, with all due respect, I thought Buffalo was great, but it would have felt different beating Buffalo. If you beat Kansas City, if Brady does it.
Yes, you're taking down the monster. Absolutely.
Yeah. And vice versa. These are the 2 last Super Bowl team quarterbacks. That's never happened in the history of the NFL.
Absolutely. It's a different animal. And I think that every franchise is going to have that same thought, right? Mm-hmm. Every single season. It's going to be the Chiefs that you have to knock out at the end of the day, and that's what it was like, playing New England for so long.
Yeah, and then they knock themselves out. We'll be back, baby. We're on plan 17 of quarterback tryouts here. Jimmy G, you want to come back though? No? Okay. All right. Nathan Peterman got that re-signing from the Raiders, so they're ready to shop Carr. Peterman just taking over. And broke his back, right, Ross? Yeah, okay. Happens. Here comes Detroit. Nice run. Looks like it's going to be a hold. Probably going to come back. Kaufman trying to enter a nice little contest here. Appreciate him jumping in the chat. Sent me a contest. Kaufman, I hope I have time. This is the 6 o'clock sim. Whenever I do it, my mind scrambles out. We'll see. See if I remember. Yeah, if you want to jump in Adam Kaufman, let's do one of those little surprise contests. For sure. There's a deep pass down the middle. Got a man. Kenny Golladay. All the way. Golladay! Touchdown for Detroit. Will he be back in a Detroit uniform next year? We shall see. Seems like the type of guy that likes to bite kneecaps. Bomb touchdown there. Matthew Stafford just sitting, waiting, wishing like Jack Johnson, but throws a deep one.
It in
70.
there.
Ooh,
Did you just cup a Jack Johnson reference?
Oh, you're damn right. What a song. Sit and Wait and Wishing by Jack Johnson. That gets all the juices flowing for me. I like mellow anthems. What's up, Koff? I'll see you Sunday, bud.
Koff's in here?
Yeah, he's saying hi, Ross.
I
Hi,
see him.
Kenneth. Is
Whoa.
your real name Kenneth? Is that
Adam?
your birth name?
Of course it is.
You say that? I knew a girl that her name was Trish, like not Patricia. I
guess Kenny could also be short for like Kendrick or something.
Yeah, or some people are just Kenny or Ken. Like I know a guy whose legal name is Ken.
That's weird.
It is to me, but I'm not judging. There we go. Yeah, get into Kaufman's contest. Go steal some money from Kaufman. 23rd touchdown here for Golladay. Thank you, Michael. Again, we have Michael, ace producing. Huge fumble there. Get the trade. Oh, they won't. That ball, I've never seen a fumble go flying like that.
Me neither. You got the replay of that.
That thing went absolutely like from one side of the field to almost the other.
That was a ball on the deck right there. That was a hot potato.
Who's gonna get it? Who's gonna get it?
A squirmer.
My guy Jason Max is Jason Rossi. I'm all in for the reference. Awesome music video too. Learned how to perform the song in reverse so they can record it and play it back in reverse. You're damn right. Jack Johnson, so underrated. If you're into that kind of music, obviously. And I also feel like he's disappeared.
Yeah, he has a little run there. Now he's just kind of hanging out on the beach.
Yeah, I feel like the way music has changed now with less, more like YouTube and like TikTok and Spotify and all these places. You don't see like huge release, like the Foo Fighters released a new album today, which I've yet to dig into. I'm a huge Foo Fighters guy. Except for the weekend. All right, end of the third here. Kenny Ducey, Jason Rossi. It's our last one of a Feel Good Friday. The pizza will be going to the winner of our Rossi Kenny contest. Right now, it looks like Maddie N773 is in the lead by almost 10 points. Is that right? Wow. Michael Thomas with 51. Drew Brees with 20. Golladay 20. Jones with 21. Cook with 10. And there it is, Latavius Murray, the vulture, 0. And he's crushing the competition here, Kenny. Love to see that. So if Murray does anything, he'll probably be in the big dubs. But yeah, I hope you guys are doing well. Appreciate you being here. We got 2 players in the bonus with Golladay and Thomas. If Marvin Jones can get maybe 1-2 more catches, he'll get there. Those are also the 3 men with your touchdowns. Jared Cook.
I did put Marv on the bonus watch. I feel pretty good about it. He's at 84. I can get there.
He's right there.
I put Cook on bonus watch. Did I not?
You did. He said he's now edged his way up to 54. So that could happen as well. It's a 7-point game. 52. I apologize.
Golladay came out of nowhere for sure.
Yeah, well, the 70-yard touchdown is gonna spark it, and that's really what he's been. He's been a boomer bust player. I've been watching. I've got a lot of Detroit Sims, and he will have those game with like 2 catches for 13. And you're just smashing your head against the wall, and then he has one of those. Not like in reality, when that guy's healthy, he is a game changer. Stats are good through 3.
He really is. You know what? I did not think the Lions were going to have a prayer in this game. And all of a sudden, they're right back in this. They get a big TFL right here. The Lions could do it. Oh, there you go. There. Wait.
He didn't get the first.
No, he did. They get it.
Wow. That's spot action there.
As my friends announcing tennis in England would say, stop it.
I actually was watching this. I don't know how it ties in, but I was watching something about how McDonald's tastes different in different countries, and they say that in England, the best version of McDonald's takes place in England.
Really? I've had
Ireland.
McDonald's in Spain.
Was it good?
It was good. It was actually pretty funny because they had Spanish dishes at McDonald's. It was they had Papas Fritas there. They had tomato sauce at McDonald's. What is going on here? We got some chatter in the chat about tonight and what to do with the Thunder. Diallo, Beasley, Jackson. This game to me is not that appealing. It is just going to be a battle of two kind of weak teams. But yeah,
Do you expect a lot of scoring though?
No, not a ton of scoring. And look, at the end of the day, these Thunder guys, they're always
Look Cook! At that big catch down the middle. Did it get there?
Oh no, that was not Cook. I'm so sorry. I was
Traquan. Look, it's hard though. All these Saints are all one. They'll similar look at numbers, the white jerseys. It's all good. Big play for Traquan though. I thought he was going to take that one all the way. He didn't have to go up and get it. He might have. Longo Cab is in Hoffman's contest. Hoffman's very excited about it. There's a run. Going to be stopped again. 6 minutes to go here in the fourth. DraftKings Dream Stream with you. Our final games of the day. Empty the tank. I was saying I voted. I want to be a part of that. I just want to be part of the Dream Stream version of that eating competition.
Yeah, that would be fun.
Oh, I'd
like that.
Oh, I would have a ball. There's a pass.
The Lions defense just, 11 turnstiles out there.
It's just like the first drive of this game. They started deep in their own territory. The Saints did. And don't forget, there was the fumble on the kickoff too, Kenny. So that even backed them up further. And they have just had their way. Not even a third down. Here comes Drew Brees under center, not going to Kamara. As Michael Thomas crossing goes up top, throws the ball away. So 5:20 left here in the fourth quarter. Here we go. Meeker says cough, last minute b-ball, LFG. Just gloat. Everyone get in that cough contest. Go steal his money. Who's gonna steal mine? $20. Pizza no less. There's a catch across the middle. Caught there. There's Jared Cook. Not in the territory to get the bonus, but could get you a huge touchdown here with 5 to go. 67. Alvin Kamara TD, please, says Chris B. The season next to Breeze in the gun, trips, a little bunch set at the top. Michael Thomas, bottom of your screen. Goes to Breeze as a receiver. Caught for the touchdown.
There he is.
Cook, it is Mono. Cook, it is. That might be the best commercial on television right now. That Geico commercial. I don't care. Make fun of me, people. That is a great Geico commercial. They're genius. Makes me laugh. Jared Cook for the touchdown. Huge score, putting the Saints back up by 14 points. It's going to rock the contest too, isn't it? Because I don't think Matty N had Jared Cook. Oh, he does. Never mind. He is just going to keep cooking, if you will. 12 touchdown for Jared Cook. It's in my lineup too. What is that going to do for me? Like 40 points away from Matty N was at first. I am currently, scroll, 35th. Respectable. I don't know if Matty N's in the chat.
For all those NBA DFS heads in there, D'Angelo Russell cleared to play.
Ooh, like that.
There he is.
breaking down the breaking news. Breeze has 4 touchdowns.
Pass along the important info. That's all.
Oh, absolutely.
Pass along.
That's what we're here for. And people are setting their lineups as we speak. Breeze, 4 touchdowns, 284 yards. Will he get there? Good call. Pretty good. Flexing his fantasy basketball moves. All right, here comes Matthew Stafford in the gun. 4:45 remain.
This is where he thrives. If this was real life Stafford, I'd say he has about a 56% chance of winning.
Big sack. Not going to start it off right. So that average might have just went down to like 60. Oh no, you said 56. So that went down to like 40.
I said 56, yeah.
Told me there'd be math.
No one told me there would be math. That's correct. No one warned me.
I have my calculator with me. And a compass. Here comes Matthew Stafford.
You know what I don't care for? When people call them a compass. Compass.
Wait, like...
That's not what it is.
Compass.
In school, I remember people calling them a compass or a compass.
Compass. Is that like a New York thing?
It's a friggin' compass. Okay?
Yeah, that one I don't... There's so many words like that, though, that I talk to people. I'm like, how do you get that out of there? So I've never heard that one. But you know what's going to happen? I'm probably going to meet somebody randomly.
I'm ready for the chat to explode. Compass Nation.
That conversation coming alive on a wonderful Friday. Pebble Beach says, don't stock Kamara, guys. He's been trash the last few games. A little late for the info, but definitely keep that in mind going forward. Or could he be due? Could he be due?
Someone just said 56 is a prime number. That is not true.
No, it's not a prime number.
And Sean Preston called him out on it. And I got to see where the comment was.
A lot of math.
A lot of math going on.
57 is. That's right,
57
Daniel.
is indeed.
There is I thought it was 2 minute warning there for a second. No, I was saying for the play. 2:46 left and counting. Matthew Stafford down 14 are the Lions. At the 39, Stafford looking, going with the screen, gonna get stopped real quick. Stafford trying to make plays here, trying to push the ball down the field. Swift gets the catch, so you get a little bit of points there. Right now, currently, I don't think there's a chance anyone's catching Matty N 773. He's gonna get a pie. Unless something, let me see who's in second. Do they have a chance here? Oh, maybe if Galladay does something here. Traquan Smith is the provider. There's a nice play. Stafford making his move, trying to get him closer. Galladay on that catch.
Daniel said, actually, no, 57 isn't a prime number.
We're looking at... 19.
19. There you go.
Look at you, Daniel. Stop with the math, everybody. My nose is bleeding. It's like time traveling here. Actually, math is my strong suit.
Oh, you know what was so thrilling?
Tell me, Kenny.
That 2-minute warning.
Ah, jeez. Can't wait for it on. You're going to be in my head when it's like the 2-minute warning, especially when it's like big action.
Absolutely. I hope I am. You know what? Because then you're going to realize how much you hate the 2-minute warning. But, oh, man. This game was coming to such a thrilling conclusion, and then we had to stop for 2 minutes of commercials.
Yeah. Well, you know what? I have my one good vibes is with the 2-minute warning is that it gives me a second to like maybe go grab another piece of nacho, whatever snack, or prepare said halftime snacks. That's the one.
I'll tell you. Yeah. No. And also, I mean, the commercials are good in the Super Bowl, right? So.
Yeah, that's a good point. But I know what you mean on the week to week. I'm slightly leaning your direction. I'm like 56%, as you would say. It's 59 a prime number. I'm going to say 59%.
I would say, I was looking at here in the contest. I did not have Michael Thomas in my lineup, so I feel pretty okay not entering to get the pizza.
It's okay.
I did have Kenny Galladay as my captain, but I did not have Thomas or Breeze, so I probably would have looked okay,
Right
but
now,
not won.
what do we got going here? Looking at the contest as it's moving, it's going to take a lot. It's starting to catch up, though. Juice, there's a throw way up there. No way you can catch that. 3rd and 5. Going to obviously be going for it here. Kickers are out the window here, Kenny. Not a day for the kickers. Indoors, too.
Yep. Hey, you know what? Conspiracy theory.
Ooh.
They're on the 11-yard line. That means it's going to go to number 11 here for the touchdown. Watch. Watch Marvin Jones Jr. catch this.
Ball goes. Looked like it might have been for Hawkinson, but still at the 11-yard line. The yard line didn't.
11. There's a 14-point difference. We've played 3 quarters. 14 minus 3 is 11. They're on the 11-yard line.
Our guy Tate is in the contest. He wants a pizza. He's in 3rd place right now.
Watch
Ups.
Marvin Jones. Oh, he's not even on the field, so forgot it.
Maybe you're right.
Not on the field.
Going to Galladay, gets the catch. No, it's incomplete. Turnover on downs. Nice shot at the end zone. That's the most Lions play you'll ever see, a drop pass in the end zone. No, it's good defense. Give credit where credit's due. Wow. That's going to be the ball game. Drew Brees, will he get 16 yards passing somehow here? Will he throw a pass to get himself to the bonus? Right now, again, it's looking like Maddie N773. Are you in the chat, Maddie? Are you on Twitch? Where are you? I will have to find you and deliver you a pie. If you're in New York, I'll have Kenny do it. Throw a pizza through your window. It's also why I wore my Ninja Turtle shirt, because in the video games, the Ninja Turtles, pizza gave you more life. And some might say that's still true in real life. Here comes Breeze, a 2nd and inches. Close out the game. 1st down, Kamara, and then some. We're going to call timeout here, but there's no way they can get the ball back now. That's going to do it. Action-packed game. Again, your touchdowns. Twofer from Michael Thomas, from Drew Brees, who threw 4 touchdowns. Emmanuel Sanders, Jared Cook, the other beneficiaries for the Detroit Lions. It was a Kenny Galladay bomb from Matthew Stafford, who had 2, the other one to Marvin Jones. So all the big-name players scored outside of Alvin Kamara, but all the receivers you probably would think likely to play scored. Will that be what we get on Sunday? Griffin argument breaking out. Get that man out of Detroit if you ever want to see him play good again. Oh, yeah, it looks like Matty N will get it up by 8. So his final, the winning lineup in our contest, as time will tick away. They don't have to have another play, and we'll see if they do. Michael Thomas in the captain with 51.45 with those 2 scores. Breeze with 27. Galladay at 31, 28 for Marvin Jones, 20 for Jared Cook, and this winning son of a gun, this guy is getting a pizza on a feel-good Friday before the Super Bowl, Kenny, played Latavius Murray, looking for a caca, a vulture, ain't gonna get it because he got 0, so dominated the contest and punted on a play.
Yeah, you know, you love this. I mean, you see it a lot in the Sims, a guy winning or gal winning with 0 in their lineup, but that's just how it went today. I mean, just so many huge performances all around.
Yep.
And Matty N picked them all out. You got Michael Thomas in the captain spot. Drew Brees had 27 points. I feel like this guy, 4 passing touchdowns. I feel like this guy, the last 2 times I've had his Sims has gone absolutely insane. He had 3 passing touchdowns last time, but like this is not a guy in Simland. You look through his log here. He doesn't usually have huge games. He has a few 3 touchdown games to his name every now and then, but
and we said it, Detroit's defense has been playing well. They've averaged upwards of 9 points a sim. Not today.
Yeah, no, definitely not today. Kenny Galladay as well. A huge game from him, 146 receiving yards. Boy, I gotta give.
The game? Let's go for it. Come on. Who do you
I
think?
gotta give the player of the game.
Ooh, Kenny, you're thinking. While you do that, I'm just going to let you know Jason Mack said, Jason Ward said, at least I bought pizza rolls while I was setting my lineup. So that's what pizza he's getting. But all right, who's your crusty Kenny player of the game?
Got to go with Michael Thomas here. 34.3 DK fantasy points, 2 receiving touchdowns, 123 yards, hit the bonus early on. The only thing I didn't like about this is that he didn't really do anything after the first half. So, and he was like super chalky, but a deal's a deal here. I'm going to give it to Michael Thomas. The vote here, the worst player of the game.
Yeah, we got
definitely is going to go to Alvin Kamara. 77% owned in your contest, $9,800, 5 fantasy points. He was in some pretty good lineups here. You could have some people here got 137 DKFP despite having Alvin Kamara, and in spite of him, and it was exactly that. It was in spite of him. Ruined some people's chances here. Not a very good one. Also, shout out to in time for third in your contest, Take K. From Ops, man, great lineup there. Traquan Smith let him down. So honorable mention Traquan Smith for the LVP of this one, but it's going to go to Alvin Kamara. And congratulations to Matty N773 for your pizza. Please enjoy, but choose wisely. Choose your toppings wisely.
I will say it's going to be from a local place. This will be my last time. Obviously, I'll be here Sunday. Kenny's going to be back Sunday. I will just say this. If you're going to be ordering, please do order from local. This is like a big weekend just for those places we talked about. It was, Christmas Eve, Hanukkah season, New Year's Eve. This is a great time for our local establishments that have been absolutely hammered by what's gone on the past almost year now. So, again, do what you want. I'm not telling you what to do with your money, but if you are going to go spend, go to your local mom and pop shops, your butcher shops. Please do try your best. If you're going to be ordering Sunday, you're going to order a za like Kenny is. We'll see. Or like Matty N, where I'm going to buy him a pizza. Guess what he's getting? He's getting one from a local place. So do spend your money wisely. Have some fun. Check out Kenny's picks at Kenny Ducey. He said he dropped some knowledge over on DK Nation. So go check out those articles. Make some money this weekend. Make your mama proud. But Kenny, before you get out of here, any famous or fun words for the fans? For the peeps.
Famous words, fun words.
Yeah, you got anything?
Torso is a pretty funny word. Why do they call it a torso? I don't know, but it's a good name.
And I have a very short torso. I'm only like 3 feet tall, so
everyone's got a torso, But it's one of those unique words where you have the O's spaced out enough, ends in an O. Oh, I like it. Torso, good word. I said something else earlier too that I thought was a funny word. Oh, accordion, great word.
Accordion. So okay, the word of the day today was torso.
Folds accordion style. Yeah. That's cool.
I once got in a car accident and folded accordion style, but that's a story for another time.
Hey, really? I'm glad you're okay.
Oh yeah, dude, it was scary AF. I'll tell you about it. Next time we team up, I'll tell you about my scary.
You know what? Also, my final word. I have a lot of final words, obviously,
please.
But I have to. I went the whole sim without mentioning it. I wanted to save it for the end here because everyone was mentioning it. You didn't make any note of it. The people in the chat loved it. The TMN T-shirt, my man. Great decision.
Yeah, I talked about because it was my OT. Okay. It was New York City, and then there's pizza in here. Look at that bad boy. Come on. Who doesn't go to Target?
Let's show it off.
Yeah. All right. That's
I got
Kenny
plenty
Ducey.
of great Target shirts. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the best. That's Kenny Ducey. Follow that Kenny Ducey. Make sure you get your picks in. Have some fun. Get involved this whole entire weekend. Coming up in your next little dream stream coming up here in just a few moments will be Koff and Cristal. They're going to be dropping names like I dropped money. But before we do that, I'm Jason Rossi. We'll see you soon. Michael, Daniel, Zach, Kyle, our entire great staff here. Awesome times. We'll see you soon here.
Happy Friday.
Super Bowl ready. Terrell and Azak.
Super Bowl ready, baby. Let's go. I kind of want to know why Kenny used the word accordion earlier, but I have too much to talk about Kenny's accordion words today. Okay. So coming up at 8 p.m., we have the Giants and the Colts. They're going head to head in prime time. That showdown is featured in the Madden Stream 1K Flea Flicker, which has a 1K prize pool with $150 for first place. Plus the free contest for that showdown has a $250 prize pool with $25 to first place. Head over to the DraftKings lobby, get those lineups in now. So as promised, we are going to give away 23 entries into Saturday's 5.55 million Super Bowl 55 millionaire contest coming up before our 8 p.m. simulation. We're also going to have plenty of strategy content to get you ready for that contest. But before we get to all of that, there is so much more to do on DraftKings, even before the big game on Sunday. For instance, there is a UFC Fight Night event tomorrow night, if you haven't heard about it, from Las Vegas. So we caught up with the DK Zone, Tim Finnegan, to break down all the DFS and sportsbook angles, and you will want to pay close attention to this interview, trust me. Here's Adam and Tim breaking down tomorrow's events.
UFC Fight Night on the way Saturday. Let's get into it with our own DraftKings MMA contributor, of course, Tim Finnegan. How are you, buddy?
Good. I'm hanging in there. How about you guys?
Good. You know, weekend's coming up, a lot going on, but not to be ignored, obviously, what's happening here in the ring. And let's talk a little bit about this, because you got the MMA $400,000 throwdown before the showdown, and there are a half dozen fighters who are priced at $9K or above. Who are you willing to pay up for? Who makes the most sense?
I like Devontae Smith in this fight. So he was actually a huge favorite in his last fight. I think he closed around -1,000 on DK Sportsbook, and he ended up losing. It was a huge upset loss, but he's a big favorite again this time around. But I like him to right the ship. He has really good striking metrics. He lands about 7 significant strikes per minute, which is really high. And the guy he's facing, Justin James, takes about 8 significant strikes per minute. So, and Smith has a really huge reach advantage in this fight too. Like, he's really long. He has an 8-inch reach advantage. So I think he's going to be in a really good position to really pick his opponent apart from the stand up and land a lot of good striking volume. And he has the ability to finish the fight really quickly too, because he's got 2 first-round knockout wins, 1 inside 60 seconds, which you'll get the new quick win bonus on DK contests. So I'm looking at Devontae Smith at 9,200.
How about value?
So Frankie Edgar, for some reason, he's the second cheapest fighter on the slate at 6,800. And I think I don't really understand why he's so cheap. He's facing Corey Sandhagen. Corey Sandhagen's takedown defense, if you look at the metrics, is really bad. He's only stopped 30% of opponent takedown attempts. And Frankie Edgar's a really good wrestler. He has a really good top game. He hasn't really been that successful in landing a lot of takedowns recently, but if he's facing somebody who only stops 30% of opponent takedown, I'm just looking at these metrics and I'm like, if Frankie can get this fight to the ground and work his top game, he can win. He just went 5 rounds with Max Holloway not that long ago. He lost that fight, but he still went 5 rounds with Max Holloway. I mean, I don't understand why Edgar is so cheap on the slate. I think this is closer than the pricing indicates, so I would look at him for some value.
Let's check out the main card, DK Sportsbook side of things. You got a flyweight bout going on here. Alexander Pantoja against Manel Kape. Now, Pantoja is actually -122, the favorite, slight favorite. Which way do you lean on this?
I like Kape. So this is actually a really similar situation to Michael Chandler, who just made his UFC debut at the last UFC event on the Conor McGregor card, where Michael Chandler was a champion in a different organization and he was making his UFC debut. Well, Kape he was a champion in Japan in the Rizin promotion, and he's making his UFC debut. And the UFC actually booked him as the emergency replacement for the UFC 256 title fight between Deiveson Figueiredo and Brandon Moreno. And Michael Chandler was booked as the emergency replacement fight for the Khabib Gaethje title fight. So there's a lot of similarities here to that Michael Chandler debut. And Chandler looked great. And that doesn't mean that Kape's going to look great, because you could have first-time jitters in the octagon. It's a big step up in competition. Sometimes when a UFC fighter is making his debut, they can gas out quickly because they try to do too much. But I mean, I think this is a pretty good matchup for Kape, in my opinion. One thing I do want to mention is he wore wrestling shoes in his last fight. Because that's allowed in Japan, because he said his feet get sweaty and he slips on the mat, and he can't do that in UFC. So that's one thing I'm kind of thinking about. I'm like, if that, maybe that could be an issue for him, but I think he's just faster than his opponent, and he's cheaper. He's only 7,900 on the slate. I would go with him if I had to pick.
You mentioned the bantamweight bout earlier, Corey Sandhagen, Frankie Edgar. Now, Sandhagen's actually a heavy favorite here, minus 455. Any chance Edgar does pull off the upset?
Yeah, like we were talking about before, Sandhagen's takedown defense is really weak, at least by the metrics. He's only stopped 30% of opponent takedown attempts. And Frankie's a really good wrestler. He's got a great top game. So if he can turn this into a wrestling match and really fight from the top position, there could be a great chance for an upset. I think he's got really good value on DK Sportsbook and at 6,800 on DK contests. I mean, I think he's a very strong value play.
Heavyweight fight on the main card. That is Alistair Overeem and Alexander Volkov here. Now, plus 160 underdog Overeem, 40 years old, nicknamed the Destroyer, though. How's this thing going to play out?
So Alistair Overeem, he's the underdog in this fight, but I actually like him to win. Overeem, he changed camps. He lost to Curtis Blades about 6 fights ago, I think. And he actually joined Blades' camp at Elevation Fight Team. And ever since he joined that camp, he was like fractions away from being 5-0 in his last 5 fights. It was like a miracle knockout by Rosenstruck when he knocked out Overeem with like 5 seconds left in the fight. But other than that, Reem has looked like really good. He's one of the most potent offensive fighters ever, in my opinion. Like, he's so skilled at heavyweight, but his problem is he has these lapses in defense where he doesn't really protect his chin as well as he should, and he doesn't have a great chin, so he gets hit and he gets finished. But he's just so skilled. He has high-level kickboxing. He was a former K1 champion. He's a good athlete. He has underrated grappling. He has underrated wrestling. And he has some of the most lethal knees I've ever seen. He probably has the best clinch knees in the history of MMA. Like, they're not as good as they used to be because he's getting old now and he's slowing down. He's not quite as fast and he's not as powerful. But it used to be called the Uber knee because his knees were so ferocious. So I actually like Overeem to win this fight, and I think he's a pretty good value play. He's in the 7,000 range on DK. I think 7,600. I think he is. So I think he's a pretty good value play on this slate.
We made it to weekends here. Enjoy fight night.
Thanks. You too.
All right. I hope you were paying close attention to that interview because I already gave you a heads up, but because it's time to give away our free stuff. So we've got 20 free entries into our 5.55 million Super Bowl 55 millionaire for this Sunday. Here's how you win. So go to @DK Live on Twitter, find the tweet about this contest that was posted earlier this evening, reply to that tweet with your DK username, as well as, this is important, pay attention, Tim Finnegan's favorite value play from that interview you just watched. So I already gave you a heads up. I hope you were listening. All right. And then once again, here's how you win. Find the tweet about this giveaway, go to @DK Live right on Twitter, reply to it with your DK username, as well as Tim Finnegan's favorite value play for the UFC Fight Night event tomorrow. 20 random winners with the correct answer. They're going to earn a free entry into the 5.55 million Super Bowl 55 millionaire. And then they're going to take their shot at the $1 million top prize. Good luck, guys. And if you don't win a free entry, don't worry. There are still plenty of ways to win free stuff this weekend. Today is the final day to earn one of our bonuses for that entry into the millionaire contest. All you have to do is enter a lineup into Sunday's millionaire contest. And if the first offensive play of the game is a pass, you score yourself a free $3 contest ticket. It's as simple as that. Just enter a lineup. And if Mahomes or Brady throw a pass on the first play, you're gonna win. This is our final day of bonuses. Get those entries in by midnight tonight, Eastern time. For more information, check out the DraftKings lobby or go to DraftKings.com/promotions. All right, that is enough for me. I just said so much. Let's hear some of the experts on the big game. Our good friend and former NFL lineman, Ross Tucker. He gave you his pick for Sunday on his Friday podcast. Check it out.
All right, here we go. Last game of the year, your breakdown, your score, your prediction for Super Bowl 55. Kansas City Chiefs, Tampa Bay Bucks.
And again, if you're into the prop bets, Joe Dolan and I went through all the different skill guys on the Fantasy Feast this week. And obviously on the Even Money podcast, Steve Fezzik and I made our bets there. So if you're into either one of those things, the prop bets or the actual bets on the game, check out those shows. I will tell you that the point spread at DraftKings is currently the Chiefs are favored by 3 points, and the total is 56 points. So on the Even Money podcast earlier in the week, when I got it at 56.5, I got the extra half point there. I guess that means they think the score will be what? Try to do the math here real quick. It's like they think the score will be basically 30-27. Basically 30-27 Chiefs, 29.5 to 26.5 Chiefs. And honestly, that's not that far off of where I think it's going. I think the line at DraftKings is pretty good. I personally think it's a little bit lower scoring than that. I think that, look, I believe if they both play about the same, I think the Chiefs are the better team, right? So, Brian, if they both play an A game, if they both play their A game, I think the Chiefs win. If they both play their B+ game or B- game, I think the Chiefs win. I think the Bucs have to play better than the Chiefs. I think the Bucs have to play like an A game and hope that the Chiefs play a B or a C game, which is certainly possible. You know, the matchup that the Bucs absolutely, unequivocally have to win is their D-line against the Chiefs' offensive line. I think I talked about this earlier in the week, but I'm going to reiterate it because this is my area of expertise, right? The Chiefs essentially got worse at 3 spots. No Eric Fisher means you move your right tackle, Mike Remmers, to left tackle. You move your right guard, Andrew Wiley, to right tackle, and you bring in Stefan Wisniewski at right guard. So they just got worse at 3 spots. 3 spots. The flip side to that is they're also not used to playing next to each other. Now, I know they've got 2 weeks of practice, and they'll go over all the stunts and all the blitzes, and they'll communicate, but it's not like actual live reps next to each other over the course of a season and training camp. I mean, Nick Allegretti, the left guard, he's not used to playing with Mike Remmers at left tackle. You know, Austin Reiter's not used to playing with Wisniewski next to him. Wisniewski's not used to playing with Andrew Wiley. So there is some opportunity there for some mental errors, some miscommunication on behalf of the Chiefs offensive line, and really just an excellent Bucs D line. Shaq Barrett and JPB combined for 5 sacks against Aaron Rodgers and the Packers. Going to have to be similar. Vita Vea and Ndamukong Suh up the middle, going to have to be similar. I also think, look, the Bucs beat the Packers, and Brady threw 3 picks in the second half, 2 of which were really bad. I don't envision that happening again. I don't think Brady's going to be out there throwing picks. So I do think we're in for a great game. I think it's going to be a 1-score game. I think it can go either way. I am so pumped up about it. I will tell you, if you're into this thing at all, the DraftKings Sportsbook app or regular app, if you put $50 on there to be a touchdown in the game, you'll double your money. There's going to be a touchdown in the game. And then everyone can do the prediction challenge. It's not even like betting on the DraftKings app or the DraftKings Sportsbook app. Just do the prediction challenge. You get an instant prize between $3 to $25,000. And that goes until the fourth quarter starts. You can do it while you're watching the game on the DraftKings app or the DraftKings Sportsbook app. Either way, just use the promo code Ross, which is awesome. Ultimately, Bri, I am going to go and I'm going to say Chiefs 27, Bucs 24. I'm not going to predict that the Bucs necessarily play better than the Chiefs. Won't be surprised at all, not even a little bit. But I will say Chiefs 27, Bucs 24. I don't think it's quite as high scoring as the betting lines like DraftKings think. I think we're in for a dandy of a game. Enjoy it. We will be back early Monday morning to break it all down.
All right, join us this weekend as we get ready for the big game in style. The DraftKings $250,000 tailgate weekend. It's action-packed, 48 hours of big game buildup, and plenty of shots to win your share of $250,000 in total prizes. Kicks off this Saturday. So at 2 p.m. Eastern, we'll have a Madden Sim of the Tampa Kansas City matchup with famous Madden streamer J-Dub. That is a $55K free-to-play showdown contest. Then at 4 p.m., we'll live stream the American Cornhole League's Pro Singles Tournament. And there's a $50K free-to-play pool available right now on DraftKings. On Sunday at 1 p.m., we're going to simulate the What If matchup between Buffalo and Green Bay with a $20K free-to-play showdown contest. And if you are still hungry for more, we're going to serve up the biggest event of the DraftKings $250,000 tailgate weekend, the DraftKings Big Game Snackdown, featuring the best of the best, the #1 ranked eater in the world, Joey Chestnut. You can join in the $100K free-to-play pool available right now for this major league eating competition. And over the last week, we've gotten the chance to speak with many of the eaters competing in this Sunday's competition, including the GOAT himself, Joey Chestnut. Heard of him? Well, Joey and Emerson Latzia, they discussed the competition and what he most looks forward to eating. And if it's boneless buffalo wings or is it chicken nuggets? We don't know. Let's hear it.
Well, if it isn't our good friend Joey Chestnut, the top-ranked competitive eater in the world. We've talked to him multiple times, my dude, before some of these big events. What is new in the world of Joey Chestnut?
Oh, new? It's a lot of the same. Just trying to stay healthy. Not right now without contests. It's so easy for me to lose focus and eat a bunch of the food that I love. So I'm a little bit heavy right now, but I'm feeling healthy. I'm excited to start eating again, and I'm just getting through this pandemic like everybody.
Yeah, you said a bunch of food that I love, so I want to know what does the #1 eater in the world? What is the food that you love when you're not competing?
This winter, I learned how to make prime rib, so I made it 3 times in December, and it's pretty good. And,
okay,
I love eating and cooking, so the prime rib was definitely my highlight of this holiday season.
Yeah, I mean, last night, speaking of the holiday season, last time we spoke to you was before the Halloween Candy Bowl. And in a shocking finish here, Joey, you actually came up short, which is rare. All right, you proved that you were human. What made that event so difficult for you, dude?
It was, I started off really fairly well. I was eating the M&Ms, and I got down pretty quick. Or no, it started with the candy corn, and I got those down, and then as soon as I got to the Kit Kats, they got stuck in my chest, and I wouldn't go as far as say choke, but they weren't going down, and so I tried to drink a little water, and I was like, oh, the water's not going down, and I could still breathe, so it wasn't choking, but every time I tried to drink water, a little bit popped up. I was like, oh, so then I had to stand up really straight, let everything settle down, and it's just it's I don't know what happened. I have an idea what it was. I think it's just when I get into the rhythm of one certain food, it's hard to change for another food, and I'm just gonna have to get better at that because this next event's gonna be similar. We're gonna have different types of food, and I have to make my body just adjust to that different food quickly.
Yeah, do you like sharing this bigger stage with the Super Bowl? I mean, the spotlight is going to be on you guys. It's just how pumped are you for this event in particular?
Oh, I'm excited. It's It's been a long time since we've done an eating contest in a Super Bowl city and around the Super Bowl. And people who love football love eating, and people who love eating love competitive eating. So it's a lot of there's a lot of crossover. And there's going to be a lot of happy people in the area, and I can't wait to get in Tampa and hopefully do some celebrating after the contest and watch the Super Bowl.
Mashing a lot of prime rib, but when it comes to like a Super Bowl snack, like what's your favorite Super Bowl food? What's like your go-to?
Pizza and beer. I'm pretty. I love chicken wings. Oh, but pizza, it's just easy. You just grab a slice and go, and it's you don't even have a plate. It's just disappearing quick. And I love pizza. for Super Bowl or any kind of like sporting event. That's one of the easiest. I mean, chicken wings are great, but they do make a mess, and you can't really eat them if you're in a friend's house. You don't want to make a mess in a friend's house. But as far as watching a sporting event with friends, I think pizza and beer, it's hard to beat it.
Well, it's good news for you that pizza is included in this like 8-minute all-you-can-eat event, like steeplechase format here. Out of the following foods, maybe it is pizza, but which one is the hardest to eat? You got an 8-layer dip. There is the pepperoni pizza. There's the boneless wings. There's chili, a sub sandwich. There's cheese balls, pigs in a blanket, and jalapeno poppers.
Well, yeah, there's like 3 of them that I hold world records in already. There's pizza that I hold the record in. I've beaten everybody in that. I've beaten everybody in chili. I hold the record in jalapeno poppers. I'm looking at it, the one that looks the toughest is the cheese balls, and it's tough in a couple of things. I've never done it in contests, so I haven't really figured out a technique for it. But also they're really crispy, and they're crunchy, and crunchy things are hard to swallow quickly. It's gonna be hard for everybody, but I think I'm gonna do one fist of squeezing and crunching, the other just drinking, trying to soft them down and get them wet. That's it. But yeah, I think the cheese balls are probably going to be the hardest thing. The thing I'm least familiar with. I've done hot dogs like crazy, so I feel like pigs in a blanket won't be that much different. I should be able to get those down pretty quick. But we're gonna find out.
Yeah,
there's definitely gonna be some surprises.
What kind of advantage do you think it gives you that you already hold the world record in 3 of these, though?
I think it definitely helps. It just psychologically, I know that I have a technique already for each one of those, and probably even a 4th one. There's the bean dip. I feel like I have a pretty good technique for that. There's the submarine sandwich, which could be a little bit hard, but I feel like these are foods that I actually eat. I didn't want to tell this to people before the candy contest, but I don't eat candy very often. In fact, for years I thought I had a chocolate allergy because I just get pimples like a mother. So I never eat. I just stayed away from chocolate. And, these are foods that I actually eat and I crave. So it's going to be a lot easier to get into a rhythm for each one of them.
Maybe it was a good thing you couldn't get those Kit Kats down then. You know, keeping the clear skin, man.
I wish I could. They were just stuck in my chest. It happens. But it doesn't happen usually in contests. But I hope I can. I just gotta keep going. I gotta push through it and move on to the next one.
Hey, boneless wings are just chicken nuggets. Change my mind.
Yeah, these are just boneless. Are they just chicken nuggets?
Yeah, I'm saying boneless wings are chicken nuggets. Do you agree or disagree?
Not quite. I mean, boneless wings, they're chunks of meat. Chicken nuggets are usually like all like ground up meat and then shaped. Okay. They're a little different. And boneless wings are already covered in sauce. Chicken nuggets, they're served dry and you use dips.
Okay, because like to me, it's like when someone says, "Hey, can I copy your homework?" and they're like, "Sure, just change it up a little bit so it doesn't look like you copied." And then you don't change a single thing, and that's boneless wings and chicken nuggets to me. I just had to actually ask you because you're the expert.
They're similar. I can see why people would call them. I'm sure there's restaurants out there selling chicken nuggets as boneless wings.
Yeah, and frauds. They're frauds.
I think they should be called out. But I do think there's a little difference. The texture of the meat is clearly different.
Hey people, so the 8 p.m. Eastern Sim, it's coming right up, but first here's what else is happening on DraftKings right now. We've still got NBA and NHL contests available tonight, including an 8 p.m. and 9 p.m. basketball slate. The 9 p.m. feature contest is our 150K fadeaway. It's paying out $50K to first place. Also, don't forget about our other contest for the upcoming UFC event on Saturday night. Our featured contest from Overeem versus Volkov is the 400K throwdown before the showdown, which pays out $100K to first place. Plus, you can wager on all of these games over on the DraftKings Sportsbook, as well as PGA, college basketball, the big game, and so much more. All right, it's time to get to some Madden action. I said I would stray away from the word bozo last night when Glash was, reporting with me, but I got Kaufman here and Brandon Cristal, so I can't stray away from it tonight. We've got the two bozos reporting on the Giants and Colts. It's Kaufman and Cristal. Take it away, guys.
Tara Lynn, it's good to see you've left your bedroom for the kitchen. Thanks so much for being here with us. Brandon Cristal, Adam Kaufman, as she so kindly said. And lineups of lock, folks, so we can dive into all that good stuff in just a moment. But you got the Giants and Colts. Will we see Andrew Luck again this season or in the NFL in general? I should have made it entirely that long free roll. How are you, buddy?
I'm good. I can't wait to report on this game. I don't know.
I almost called her out for that too. Are we reporting? This is about
file
the
those reports. We can file
man,
for our stations.
Yeah, I'm gonna
anybody
send it right
that's
to
listening.
I Heart New England, baby.
Yeah, absolutely.
And last night in Madden Sim action. Oh, so great. So great. It is ladies' night, which is why the, ribbing is well underway here for Tara Lynn. Hopefully she will join us at some point a little bit later on. But everybody, strap on in, as Glash likes to tell you. Hey, if she wants to get in, she's in Tampa. She's at the site of the Super Bowl. She's, miles away, whatever it is. So, really the least she can do at some point during this sim, because I'm not around for the next one. I think you're sticking around with Jeff. I'm not around for the next one. So the least she can do is hop on at some point during this sim and give us all the thoughts on the game and the atmosphere. And people have rolled into town. It's Friday. This game is, less than 48 hours away now. Now it's not even a question. Now Tara Lynn has to join us at some point later on because I need her to set the scene for us.
Well, regardless, and I'm not saying we don't need that. I do know that the scene is very muted based on just other friends of ours in the media that I've been following their trips. Ben Bolin from the Boston Globe, Sam Farmer from the LA Times. Mm-hmm. But the accounts are pretty wild, at least from those guys. They're in cities that are a little more locked down, and so I'd love to know what the vibe is. And like I mentioned last night to Glash, talking to TJ Reeves, the sideline reporter for the Bucs for my podcast tomorrow, he said because the league isn't firing off the cannons unless the Bucs win, then they will allow that there's a grassroots effort to have people that can get as close to the stadium as they can with their own cannons. Because I'm sure all the hyped up security really wants to hear fake cannon fire near the side of the Super Bowl. That's not going to set off any alarm.
Nope. Bring your own cannon. That'll go really, really well. Get comfortable, everybody. Again, the Giants and Colts on the way. What is your lineup looking like for this?
Hang on. Somehow we've both been labeled as bozos on YouTube.
Well,
every now and then I'll check the game tape just to see if my setup looks silly or
not. Boy.
And I scroll over and two bozos with arrows pointing straight at you and I. But regardless,
Ernest giving us a heads up. This is what happens when you give Daniel too much power.
Daniel can have all the power he wants because I don't want to do anything beyond just calling me a bozo.
Great point.
Let me see here where my lineup is. Come on. I don't like it, which means I'll probably do well. I'm already in 15th place to start.
Right.
So that's good.
Likewise.
I was terrible last night. I captained Evan Ingram, which I've done in the past. Sometimes it's helped, sometimes it hasn't. Saquon Barkley, Daniel Jones, Terrace Campbell, Rodrigo Blankenship, and Marlon Mack. And the other day were we doing that Colts game where you were talking about how bad Rivers has been? Or was that Glash? Rivers and Ty. It was Rivers and Ty, and they went nuts. Ty, I think, had 2 touchdowns.
Probably him then.
Yeah, and Rivers was great. And I thought about captaining Ty. Oh, I didn't even get in the lineup. It was my fake lineup that I didn't get in. I think maybe one of those. But Ty went off, and so
he was obviously your captain.
So I am not putting him in my lineup today because I just don't. I never expect guys that have great sims to have them back to back.
Yeah, I can get that. I mean, as we know, there is no correlation. Obviously, these are all exhibitions,
of
but
course not.
you know, from just a general mindset, I get what you're saying. So I elected to go with Saquon Barkley in the captain spot, Daniel Jones, Naheem Hines, Evan Ingram, Zach Pascal, and Marlon Mack. That's what I'm working with here.
Pretty good. And I thought about captaining Jones or Saquon and paying up, especially for Jones, which isn't as much of a pay up. I do like that they broke out the Giants red uniforms tonight. Daniel having a little fun there, so that's good.
Levine Toilolo with an early catch.
Did not think about rostering him.
I always think about it, but I rarely, if ever, actually pull the trigger on it because he's a guy who appears in 1 out of like every 3 sims, and when he does, it's for a couple of catches. So even though he's super cheap, he's really not even a realistic touchdown threat. I'd have to look up how many he has in Simland. It's a very low number.
Here's your captain.
I'll tell you, he's 2.6% owned. He has 3 touchdowns. He's appeared in a dozen games. Although, I guess in fairness, he has appeared in 2 out of the last, I don't know, 4 or 5, but not much production.
Yeah, I've had both these teams here recently. I don't think it was against each other, but I feel like my lineups were bad.
Herb says he put Hines in the captain spot, wanted to put Barkley in there, and but I've seen DeForest Buckner plug up the middle too many times. I originally had Hines in the captain spot, then I had a little leftover salary, so I flipped it. I put Barkley in there just because I feel like he's a little more reliable, which makes sense. We'll see if it pays off.
Ingram sometimes feels like he's boom or bust, even though he scores every other game just about. And he just scored last game, which means he won't score this game. Literally, it's score, no score, score, no score, score, no score, score, no score. The last, whatever that is, 10 or 12 games. So this means he won't score. I did not check that ahead of time. I was going based on when I captained him before and he was pretty good. I think I did it when he scored. Then the time I didn't captain him, he wasn't good. So I guessed right those times.
Completion to Sterling Shepard as we're about 2 minutes gone by here. Opening quarter, 1st and 10, and that is incomplete from the 36. Daniel Jones, his first incompletion. Brandon Cristal, Adam Kaufman. We got our great production team of producer Mike, Daniel, our technical director, Kyle and Zach, our game ops squad, obviously Terrell and Asak. It is ladies' night, so once again, maybe we'll hear from her in just a little while. Come on back, join us.
Can I throw out my first question of the night based on Sterling Shepard getting that catch?
Of course.
So I'm curious how often you do this, and I feel like the older I've gotten, the less inclined I am to interject. But I was getting a smoothie yesterday with my 14-year-old after school picking him up, and the guy that came in to grab his smoothie, which he had called ahead and clearly was like a regular at the smoothie shop, he's wearing a Giants hat, and the guy behind the counter says something to him about the Super Bowl, and the guy goes, yeah, it was... I think they were talking about the Giants beating the Patriots, and he said, and who made that crazy catch? I think it was Darius Slayton, or no, Sterling Shepard. He said, I think it was Sterling Shepard. And I looked at him and I'm like, what Super Bowl? Like the one where they were undefeated. And I was like, no, that was David Tyree.
Hey, sometimes you just want to lend a helping hand.
Sterling Shepard was in elementary school, I think. But so the question, that's the statement. The question is, how often when you overhear someone at a table at a restaurant or in line at the dry cleaners, and we got nothing but sports fans here in this chat, do you feel the need to set the record straight? I don't want to say correct them because then you sound like a jerk, but just say, no, I think you're wrong. I think you meant to say David Tyree or Steve Smith down the left sideline or whatever it may be.
I mean, I might interject as long as it's not awkward, if it feels comfortable.
Yeah. But if they're in a heated something.
Yeah. I mean, in general, those situations, any situation, pretty much when I don't know the parties involved, like even if it's something totally innocuous, like I remember this was probably about a year ago, I guess at this point, and my wife and I had gone away for overnight, maybe a weekend, and is that ball caught? Is he in? Yes, touchdown. Saquon getting it done in the air. Saquon Barkley, first score of the game, first points of the game here for the New York Giants and in general, halfway through the first, so extra point is coming up. So we were away, and we were down at the, like, I don't know, breakfast bar, or whatever you want to call it, there in the hotel lobby one morning, and I see this dude also waiting for a table, and he was wearing a Mean Machine Paul Crew jersey.
Okay.
And this was before I had like really gone nuts during the pandemic, obviously, of buying all these sports figures.
So you only had
fictional
2 or
sports
3 at the
figures
time,
jerseys.
right? Your original collection only had a couple.
Right, as opposed to like 2 or 3 dozen. And I
Paul
so
Crew,
I see this guy.
Wait, Paul Crew, just to clarify, Paul Crew, Burt Reynolds, Paul Crew, Adam Sandler.
I think it was the Sandler jersey, but honestly, they're pretty similar. There's not a significant distinction between the two. Regardless, it took a little bit for me just to even kind of casually swing by him, just to be like, hey, nice jersey. So I but I mean, I did it. And of course, like, it's not like I was worried about what he was going to say. I knew he'd appreciate like, you don't wear a shirt like that in public to not get a compliment or to not have somebody bring attention to it. You just don't. Like, you do it as a conversation starter. But it took me kind of, a little bit of a build-up to get there, just because I don't want to get in somebody else's space. So that is a long way around of saying it's tough to interject in like a passionate sports argument, or unless somebody is just, like in your case, so ridiculously wrong, it feels like you need to say something. Otherwise, like, when your blood is boiling internally, I need to get this off my chest, or I'm not going to be able to settle the rest of the day.
Well, so similarly, or I don't know if it's similar, but I guess similar in that it's interjecting in other people's conversations. We were at an Asian restaurant, and I don't know how long ago it was, but it was in the pandemic, so there was only 3 or 4 other tables when we could eat inside in Denver a long time ago before it had gotten better. Like, it was maybe a lull or whatever. We'll call it like May, June, July, somewhere in there. We go to this Asian restaurant, and it's just my wife and I, and at the time all we had was a 2-year-old with us, 14-year-old was his dad's, and no other babies in the house. So we're sitting, we're the only people in the place other than these 3 dudes that also feel like regulars that are probably mid-20s, and the Nuggets are on. So I guess it was during the bubble, right? And the Nuggets are playing, and they're talking about, and I want to say that it was like the build-up before the playoffs even started. But they're talking about, they're just, shouting out all these basketball takes. And I would just jump in because they were kind of laid back and talking really loud. They were a good 10 feet from us, but it was not the biggest place, and we're the only ones in there. So I'm like, no, I think this. And they're like, well, who are you going to build a team? And they're talking about it. I go, no, you build a team with who, or whatever it was. They're like, yeah, what he said, so every time I would, and my wife would look at me, she's like, you don't know those people. I go, no, but I feel obligated because of their general nature to also try to set the record straight where I can impart my knowledge or whatever it may be.
Don't you feel like part of that too is, I mean, I do think that a lot of it is just a person's character. Like, if you're kind of an introvert, you're not going to inject yourself in somebody else's conversation, even if you feel like it would be helpful. But on top of that, sort of what we do, and I don't mean like here on the Dream Stream, I mean just like working in media, working in sports, working on radio or TV, whatever, you're just that much more comfortable in saying like, by the way, like, raise his hand.
Yeah.
It's just like it almost comes with the territory. Like, you're so used to talking to strangers all day long, all the time, even if you can't see them face to face, not unlike what we're doing here, obviously, with the people in the chat, that it feels the same.
I'll say this, so in recent years, when my job has become much more Broncos focused, I'm less inclined to interject about the Broncos because I don't want to open up a can of worms like, well, no, I talked to John Elway, or whatever it may be.
Right.
Or no, I talked to that player today in the locker room and he said, this is what happened. Like, so I don't need to set the record straight there. It's when these guys are having a conversation like about kind of general basketball barbershop talk that's when I don't necessarily get a lot of that. And there was a pandemic going on, so I got even less of it than I would have here because I wasn't doing, Dream Stream broadcasts with you, or reporting on the games with you. So it was like, oh, I got to get this, normally I would just be at a bar or a gym or something and would participate in these easily, whereas that's kind of how it felt. But I've also had plenty of times where I've said something and somebody recognized me and they're like, oh, hey, BK, or you're BK, and I'm like, yeah, hey, what's up, and then that kind of changes it to some degree too. I do have a funny story,
Second and
though.
8, about 90 seconds to go here. Opening quarter, 7-0 Giants. Go on.
Let's hit the rewind machine. We'll call it 2010-ish, 2011, like in the Tim Tebow era when I'm going on TV a lot. So we'll call it 2011 when I really started to do a lot more on-air stuff. And I was on ESPN a bunch, talking Tebow. So twice in a 6-month period, right around football season, I had 2 different people come up to me, guys, mind you, and they're like, hey, I know you. I'm like, cool. You know, like they saw me on sport, and somebody was like, I'm so-and-so's cousin. We met and I'm like, oh yeah. And then the other one was like, hey, BK, right? And I'm like, cool. I met you at AC's 30th birth. I'm like, yes, right, you did. Like, so I was like, let's pump the brakes here on this local celebrity thing a little bit and just try to remember people's names and faces that I meet in social settings and dial back the people mistaking me for Adam Schefter anytime soon.
7-0, about 20 seconds to go, opening quarter. Good long run inside the 30 here to the 29 by Saquon, having himself a day early on. He's got, of course, the 8 after contact right there for a first down pickup. Had that receiving touchdown earlier for the only points that we've seen so far.
I'm trying to find
tick down to take us to the break.
I'm trying to find so here's a story that the Mac Lion had. Cough, the wife and I were in Vegas a couple of years back. We're eating breakfast, and a lady next to us on the phone was telling her best friend that nothing has changed much in the last 5 years. We really LOL. I'm guessing that's...
Is that just like Vegas hasn't changed much in 5 years?
I don't know if Vegas hasn't changed much, or that our stories aren't great, or I don't know. I'm trying to figure out how to decipher that. And then,
I don't think it was a personal attack. DeMac Line tends to be friendly.
Yeah, and then the Broncos 12 said, wish we still had Tebow in Denver. I enjoyed covering him. At the same time,
maybe not the player so much as the person.
I don't think he's necessarily helping the Broncos as he's in his early 30s, and we saw his limitations as a thrower. Also, after Tebow's one magical run, they had 4 years of Peyton Manning that went pretty well, by all accounts. So,
magical run.
Yeah, well, Tebow mania. It was so funny being in that locker room and talking to defensive players. They're like, you have no idea what these coaches are doing and how much this is on us every week to keep these games close. And then, then he makes 2 plays and it's all him. Right? And it's like, well, you're winning, and they had fun. They just didn't necessarily think it was all Tebow.
Manning, no question about that.
Right. So when people hate Josh McDaniels around here, because he obviously succeeded Mike Shanahan, I'm like, hey, butterfly effect. Without Josh McDaniels, there's no Peyton Manning and no John Elway running the team.
True too.
Or no Tim Tebow.
You really needed Josh McDaniels to tear down that organization in order to get back to where you were.
Well, how often do they say you got to break something down to build it back up, right? Well, Josh McDaniels ripped apart everything that Mike Shanahan had done and built. He didn't want alumni in the building, and was running the Patriot way, which apparently is, depending on who you ask, all Tom Brady and not Bill Belichick. At least that's what Danny Amendola says. Hey, there's my
Someone
captain.
suggests in the chat, by the way, that instead of bozos on the screen, it should say Dumb and Dumber, which I appreciate.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know which one of us is which, but I don't think we can really distinguish.
Yeah, split hairs. Smash that like, getting close to 350. We're basically there, folks. So hit the like, appreciate you. Did you see that? Says this might be the best commentator tandem at the moment. Well, we're definitely the only
ones
tandem at the moment.
And
but
to be fair,
I know what you're saying, and I do appreciate it.
We prefer reporters. The irony is that both of us are reporters, but
I don't really.
I'm a reporter. You've kind of dialed back.
Yeah, I don't really report anymore. I anchor. I've had journalist days. I wouldn't describe myself that way now, but
if one of these teams went to the championship,
more than anchor or host currently.
Yeah, if one of these teams went to a championship for a week, you might be a reporter at the Super Bowl for the entire station, but you would still be anchoring updates from there and filing, filing reports to make you a reporter. No, I certainly consider myself a reporter first, a sports anchor second, because I do those updates every morning, and then a fill-in talk show host, because I don't have a regular talk show beyond my podcast and a pregame show every Sunday.
First and goal from the 5. Barkley not getting it done right there. And a fumble. Uh-oh. Colts have it.
Every time it seems like Saquon's touched the ball, Buckner's been there. I can't swear that was Buckner, but I think it was.
Someone said in the chat earlier. A NBA note, by the way, nothing that most people can probably do about it unless you're either preparing yourself for a Celtics-Clippers showdown later, or you do have flexibility in your lineup, unlike me, whose lineups have entirely locked at this point for the multiple slates that I'm playing, including against BK here. But Paul George ruled out for a little bit later on. So for anyone thinking it gives you an opportunity to do something else, go right ahead.
I got 2 guys on fire, so do you. Well, we both are playing the Loadie kid. I got your man Gordon Hayward,
and takes the ball to the 2. So I almost played Hayward and I didn't. How's he doing?
I like playing anybody that you used to cheer for or currently cheer for, so that when they do well against you.
I was between Hayward and Ball, and I opted for LaMelo.
I see that, and LaMelo just did something because you got 2.5 points.
Nice. Third and goal from the 2.
I really need a win tonight.
Get his second.
Adam, you've been kicking my you-know-what here, and I'm down a few grand. I need to get that money back. So I can get ready for
pulled it out the last second.
I saw that.
I saw that. Tonight. He needed
that.
like 65 points from LeBron or whatever it was, but he got him.
Yeah,
triple-double. Night.
Triple-double. You do not show up, the Joker. You can't be an MVP talk, and then on Thursday night TNT game against the defending champs, I get a double-double, 13 and 10, but you have to find ways to affect the game more, and you cannot allow them to go 37-17 on a run in the third quarter when you're up a dozen at the half. That was a bad look for the Nuggets all the way around and bad for the Joker. It's going to take a lot for him to change people's minds about his MVP candidacy after what Embiid did, although it was in a loss, and then what LeBron did basically to Joker.
That's the amazing thing to me, is that the Sixers lost that game. I figured if anything else, Embiid would have kind of a cooler evening because it would be a blowout on the other side, and he wouldn't.
Right, not a 30-point second quarter, and they still lose after hurting himself.
Yeah, it's insane.
Weird.
We got a 1st and 10 from the 29 as we are approaching the midway point of this second quarter. BK, AK, got Zach and Kyle, Mike, Daniel. Appreciate everyone for hanging out here with us. So bringing it back to not only football, but this sim, and obviously we can get into some Super Bowl stuff in the second half, but specific to this team, the Colts, I'm sure you have paid attention to what I think are probably pretty hollow rumors that have been floating around the last couple of days. It was the tribute name for the free world just for funsies. Do you put any stock into the reports that Andrew Luck either A, might be considering a comeback, or B, the Colts might be trying to talk him into a comeback?
I don't. And until there's a little more smoke,
you need to hear it from like a Schefter or a Rappaport, is what you're saying.
Yeah, it can't just be these random screen grabs on the internet of text, considering that Andrew Luck may still have a flip phone for all we know. Not that you can't send text from these modernized flip phones, but I just don't think it's the sense you get, and you can probably use his dad more than anyone, but people that know him talking about like when he's done, and he wanted to travel the world, and they're having a kid, and he's just kind of over it. Like playing football isn't who he is; it's what he did, not what he does. Even for Tom Brady, for Peyton Manning, for people like that, and most of your NFL quarterbacks, certainly the elite of the elite, playing football is truly who they are. Drew Brees, go down the list. And so that just isn't who Andrew Luck is. He's a guy that was really good at football and sometimes great, but just has other interests, and his body was so beaten up that he was ready to move on. I just don't see them, and he doesn't need the money, right? He's made $120 million, whatever that number is, and he lives pretty modestly. Like, doesn't he drive a Prius or a Honda Accord or something? Like, I'm sure he has a couple cars, but this isn't a guy that is going to be worried about cash. So, yeah, I don't put any stock. I am curious, the Derek Carr rumors, if that's the type of player that Irsay's looking at when he says we need a veteran vision and they miss on Stafford, and there's obviously zero chance they get Watson.
If Derek Carr were to go to the Colts, what does that do to the Raiders? Like, does it automatically become Marcus Mariota, or are they trying to upgrade that position?
I think both. I think it is Marcus Mariota in the short term, and then I think it's developing whatever quarterback they can get their hands on at 17. And who knows if they can do more now. If they're trading Carr, I don't think they're getting the 2 1s that we hear they're asking for, but maybe they are getting the 21st pick and something else. So can you package 21 and 17 to get to 9 for let's say where the Broncos are? Let's say it's Trey Lance, right? And the Broncos don't really want Trey Lance. They want to at least go another year with Drew Lock. They don't love Trey Lance. I'm just throwing out. So you're probably not trading in the division very often. But you might take 17 and 21 because you like a couple corners, a couple D linemen if you're at Denver, and you know that they want Trey Lance. Or you trade to 8 with Carolina, or 10 right after the Broncos who pass on Trey Lance. But I think that he wants to draft and develop his own young QB, and I think the little we saw from Mariota, he realizes he can do more in a modernized offense with Mariota and control him better than they did in Tennessee, or get more out of him than what Carr gives him, which is a quick decision but not a lot of stretching the field when you have some really dangerous weapons on the field that can stretch it. That's just not who Carr is anymore, if ever.
Producer Mike says there have also been reports today about Wentz being, quote, close to a trade. What do you believe on that, considering what we've heard from Philadelphia ownership-wise is that there's all the intention of the world to keep him.
Well, and is my math right? Frank Reich was the offensive coordinator when they won the Super Bowl, and obviously Foles was the QB. Yeah. So there's a good chance Frank Reich does think he can get the most out of Wentz. And I understand that. I don't know how close Reich and Peterson were. They weren't a tandem that was at every stop together. They're obviously 2 guys that played backup quarterback for a long time in the NFL. But, Reich got to Philly after Mike McCoy got let go in San Diego, if my math is right, or maybe he even left there early. So he wasn't, but it wasn't like he was with Doug Peterson every step of the way. I guess I have to go back and see exactly where he coached and when their paths crossed more than once. But maybe he had a great relationship with Wentz, and so even if Peterson and Wentz had gotten a little sideways, and Peterson was sideways with Howie Roseman, that Reich can tell Jim Irsay, I think we can get Wentz. Obviously, there's a cost involved, but most of the guaranteed money is going to be on Philly. And so you get this young guy who was an MVP candidate before he hurt his knee that year. And maybe that's your veteran vision. And Carson Wentz, I guess, qualifies as a veteran just as much as Jared Goff does. But there's plenty of upside there. I'm not ready to give up on him. I thought, we're talking young QBs and we're kind of putting them in tiers. He was in that tier with the Deshaun Watsons not too long ago. Deshaun has now moved to the top tier. But I had him in that second tier. Maybe Dak was in, and I guess Matt Ryan and Matt Stafford are in, even though they're a little older. That okay, not your surefire Hall of Famers, but the guy that you're happy on Sundays. Oh, this is our guy? We've got as good a chance to win as anybody all 16 weeks. So I'm not ready to give up on him, and I'd love for him not to be in Philly because I think Jalen Hurts is going to be a bust. And I'm saying that as a Cowboys fan.
Just to be clear. 10-0 lead. See if the Giants can pile on here before the break. Jones left. Is
that Ingram?
Is it Ingram? No, he's not in. Timeout at the 1.
This is brutal.
Me? Are you kidding me?
Come on, Joe
Judge. They failed to
Judge.
score from within the 5.
Come on, Joe
Ingram.
Judge. Well, we're inside 2 minutes. Come
I
on.
thought for sure he was in there.
Come on, replay officials.
All right, well, 2nd and goal. You can just fall into the end zone at this point. Give
No,
it to
you're gonna hand
Saquon.
it to
Give it to my
Barkley.
captain.
Here comes Buckner making a play in the backfield. Nope.
There's my captain. Nice, easy stroll on in. He had all day. He could have gone 20 more yards. Piece of cake. Saquon Barkley was about 27% owning the captain spot in our smaller, more modest free roll. 84% overall. So that's going to help a lot of people. Puts me into the top 10 here. And we got Ty Sim or TY Sim or Thank You Sim sitting in front right now by about 2 points.
Have you started looking at Super Bowl
Jordan
contests yet?
Not happy. He was not in. No, I've not. That's really more of a day
Sunday
of
morning
thing for me. Yeah.
I wanted to get in on the Millie Maker, so I made one lineup. I'm going to probably make I can make up to 150. So I don't know if I'm going to spend $1,500 to do that, but I like having the option.
Sure.
If I beat you tonight
we'll do a head-to-head.
in basketball. Hey, since it's the Super Bowl, we should maybe do it for a couple grand. Let's up the money a little.
You might have to think about that.
It's the last football game we'll do until the fall.
Till the next one?
Jalen Hurts the bust. You kidding, right? Says Kareem. Let's circle back next year, Super Bowl week, although hopefully Koff and I are in LA, but just let's get through next year. I'm not convinced Jalen Hurts is going to be a prolific NFL quarterback. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong.
Oh, LA, huh? I tell you, there's a lot of good and bad there for what we do. the bad is the time difference, and those early mornings with the reports is long
but
completion out to the 38. But obviously
we made adjustments with the West. Yeah, with the West Coast, we can probably file some stuff the night before, and
right.
They'll understand. But maybe you're out there doing stuff with iHeart and DraftKings.
There we go.
Well, that's what Glash had the
there.
idea that we'd have like a live DraftKings DK Sim fam get together in person.
Tour bus.
Sure. Or like a sports bar. Like a sports bar where we're at, like doing Sims, calling Sims all week, and DK Sim fam swings on by.
That'd be fun. I don't know if DraftKings would determine that worth the money when we've shown our proficiency of doing it from home, but that I'm in. Sign me up.
Look, I'm certainly not going to speak for DraftKings or any other big company, but there are companies that have done well in the pandemic or that sustained or whatever, didn't lose very much, and especially ones associated with the NFL. So let's knock on wood that a year from now, everything is quote unquote back to normal. You're talking about a city like LA. It's not Indy, it's LA. And I say that because Indy's had a Super Bowl and we're watching Indy. There's a chance that there's going to be some really, really big events and huge concerts and things that you normally get, but it may be hyped up even more, where a company that had money budgeted, stomach the pandemic, is ready to throw a big event and say, hey, look, we're open for business. Let's get the, big drink companies and sporting goods, I say I'm talking, Nike, Adidas, whatever. All these companies that are ready to show everyone a good time again, so to speak, and get the people, their partners and that they do business with, excited about their brand.
17-0 Giants. We are nearing the half. See if the Colts can get any points before the break here. Gonna need to use a quick timeout. They do. Smart AI. See if they're gutsy or if they just take the points and line up for the field goal after the Burton catch. Hyro, who I'm playing an NBA head-to-head tonight, because I jumped in the chat during the 6 o'clock sim. I just felt I had some money in my pocket. I just said, anybody want to do a little NBA head-to-head tonight?
You're like, anybody want to play me with BK's money?
So Hyro says, BK, I feel your pain when you play Goff. It's early, man. It's so early. There's a lot of night left. I don't get cocky at this stage of the night. 8:30 Eastern time. Well, they were gutsy. Should have taken the points. Takes us to the half and still 17-0. Mark says, what if the Sim fam got a private Zoom call with you two during Sims? I think there are a lot of great sort of, and this is not the proper classification for it necessarily, but that might fall under the umbrella of, giveaways or prizes if we were to, do anything like that. And that, that makes us sound a lot more high and mighty than we actually are. But that would be fun. I'm all about hanging out with the Sim fam, chatting a little bit, by all means.
But honestly, the way to execute it, I think, and this is obviously us just talking, this has nothing to do, there's no guarantee that any of this would happen. But if something like that were to happen, it would make sense to happen in between Sims. Because during the Sims, not that we don't want to interact with you, but if we had a window up with 8 or 10 or 20 of you guys over here, then that's, I don't want to call it distracting by any means, but that's one more thing. And the people that aren't in it aren't going to understand what's going on, and we can't pipe you in sound wise. So if anything, it would make sense to do here and there between Sims on a given day. But I'm all for it.
So I I want to address this too. Somebody had asked in the chat a little while ago, as Bozo's on the screen here, if there was just the one stim tomorrow. So no, here's the deal. There's a lot that is going on. Let me tell you all about this here, folks. There's a lot going on for this super weekend that we are very excited about here at DraftKings. You can join us all weekend long. We're getting ready for the big game in style, obviously. The DraftKings $250,000 tailgate weekend, action-packed 48 hours and a full 48, a big game build-up, plenty of shots to win your share of $250K in total prizes. It kicks off Saturday, that is tomorrow, and it kicks off nice and early in the day. Here are just some of the highlights for this super weekend. 2 o'clock Eastern time, we'll have a Madden sim of Tampa Bay and Kansas City. It's Super Bowl preview matchup with $55,000 in prizes, a free-to-play showdown contest. I will be along, Brendan Glasheen, J-Dub, who is a popular Madden Twitch streamer. He will be with us as well. So it's going to be a lot of fun. Again, 2 o'clock Eastern time tomorrow, less than 24 hours away. Then at 4 o'clock, we will have a live stream of the American Cornhole League's Pro Singles Tournament, and there's a $50K free-to-play prize pool available now on DraftKings for that event. On Sunday, 1 o'clock, we will simulate the what-if matchup between Buffalo and Green Bay, a $20,000 free-to-play showdown contest. I'll be on the call for that one as well, I believe, with Kenny Ducey. If you are hungry for more, we will serve up the biggest event of the DraftKings $250K tailgate weekend, the DraftKings Big Game Smackdown, featuring the best of the best, folks. Number one ranked eater in the world, it's Joey Chestnut I'm talking about. He has joined us on the DK stream multiple times here in recent weeks and months. You can join in. It is a $100,000 free-to-play prize pool available now for this Major League Eating competition. And MLE event, of course, will feature 8 different football watching classics. You got the pepperoni pizza, boneless wings, which sound delicious, chili, sub sandwich, cheese balls, pigs in a blanket, jalapeno peppers, and an 8-layer dip. There is a lot that is coming at you. As far as tomorrow specifically, okay, here's what's up tomorrow. We have got, it's not just the one. At 2 o'clock Eastern, as mentioned, I'll be along with, Glash and J-Dub for the huge free-to-play contest, $55,000, big game preview, 5K going to first place. And then at, 6 o'clock, you will have Eagles and Browns. Glash will be along for that with Tom Carroll. Steelers Bengals at 8. It'll be Glash and Tommy as well. I'll be back for Niners Bills with Matt LaMarca at 10 o'clock tomorrow evening. So there's a lot going on, which we're looking forward to. You will also at 3:30, even before those last few sims, I know I'm rambling on, but there's so much going on this weekend. You will have the DraftKings End of the Year NFL Fantasy Awards show that Jesse and Emerson will be guiding you through. The Fantasy Rookie of the Year will be obviously.
I'm picking Justin Herbert.
Among the many, DK MVP, all that stuff. Geoff Ulrich, Reed Fowler, they'll be part of it. Kenny Ducey will stop by as well with a little bit of advice on the NBA DFS slate. So much to look forward to. Coming up over the course of the entire weekend. So do join us.
Yeah, who was, in your opinion, the fantasy MVP? Like, who had the best fan? I just didn't track it because it was Kyler Murray for so long for me, and then he fell off and crushed me.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of who had the. I mean, obviously there's real math.
It was probably Rodgers, right? Rodgers or Mahomes?
Spitballing off the top of my head. Devontae Adams might have been up there. Obviously Rodgers. I mean, I could tell you. Last year it was Christian McCaffrey, and
of course,
he beat out Lamar Jackson.
Yeah.
And
I feel good in my prediction, and I don't know anything that it was.
Dalvin Cook is a good producer. Mike says Dalvin Cook. That's another absolutely good submission. I'm trying to think of who else it may be. Josh Allen for sure. So by all means, people in the chat, go right ahead, throw out your guesses as well. And a lot of you played, whether DFS or season long. Who do you think was the best fantasy performer for this NFL season? 17-0. Giants in front, 1st and 10 seconds into this third quarter from the 25. Again, Brandon Cristal, Adam Kaufman, producer Mike Daniel, technical director Zach, as well as Kyle, our great Game Ops crew. Thank you all. Carolyn Asak has gone missing on us. Unbelievable. Probably out, reporting on all things Super Bowl scene in Tampa Bay down by the stadium.
Down by the stadium, there's not a lot going on, though. That's where the Yankees train next door, but there's not really nothing going on by the stadium other than the stadium.
Jordan says, I have an idea. Every time someone Venmos Koff $100, he will answer your chat question. Isn't that basically just Cameo?
That is Cameo. I'm sure my buddy Martin that owns Cameo would appreciate that. How much do you charge for your Cameos? I'm offline right now. I charge $2.
I haven't even created one.
I charge $2 because I thought it'd be funny to be the
Really?
cheapest person that isn't for free. Yeah, it wasn't anything that I was trying to do. We were at the Hall of Fame, and he's like, hey, you have over 20,000 Twitter followers. Let me put you on Cameo. So I probably made like $14 in the last year and a half. And
Nice.
then they took my account offline because some people asked me to say some silly stuff, and or I just didn't get to them. There were some Broncos fans I didn't get to, and I felt bad. Every now and then, like, I'd miss one, and I would just do it for free. But if you need me to promo something, like, I'm not getting paid by you. $2 is enough for me to shout out your stupid product. $4, that's a different story.
Now we're talking. Captain Blood says, how many faux show responses can Koff handle during a potential DK Sim fam Zoom call? And would Fantasy Hawk yell the whole time? I want to know if Fantasy Hawk is a screamer, given that he's an all caps typer. Or maybe
I do think it'd be
caps lock on.
Don't you think it would be interesting to see a lot of these people, and they would almost have to have their screen name as their Zoom name, but to see what they look like and where they're watching from.
Absolutely.
To peel back the curtain.
All of you.
Everyone knows what your basement looks like. People have an idea that I have these 4 TVs behind me.
Mark says, any real eating or cornhole tips for the pools, Koff and BK? I have absolutely no advice to offer on that end. None. Some other submissions. Diggs, Kelsey. For sure. Faux show. Roland says, I think it'd be pretty scary to see a lot of us. No, I think it'd be fun. We can have like, it'll be like our own version of Comic-Con. DK Simfam Con. Everyone just comes on out. We get up there on the panel. Talk about our hopes.
Well,
and
it's
dreams.
easy to execute via Zoom. In person at the Super Bowl next year is going to take a little more planning.
Yes, that's a good point.
Can the Broncos win a Super Bowl with Locke, BK? It says IQ test. Not this current version of Locke. Let's see where he's at a year from now. If he makes a step like Josh Allen did in year 3, second year with the same OC for the first time since his junior year of college. He's had 6 different OCs in 7 years dating back to high school. So we'll see. But I do know this. I was told by a source today that he was not offered, despite what our pal Dan Patrick said, he was not offered to Detroit. Detroit asked about him. They also asked about the 9th. That's different than the Broncos saying, hey, the 9th and Locke are available. But Locke was not offered to Detroit.
Occasionally you or I or we do say, like, our pal, and it's true. Dan Patrick would be a little bit of a stretch.
For sure. I was saying that more the proverbial, he's everybody's pal. Now, I'm
right.
I am pals with 3 of the 4 Danettes, and Fritzy's a big Broncos fan, but he's the guy that the other 3 I'll text if I have a reason to text him. Dan Patrick and I do not text each other. I do not have his phone number. I'm kidding. But Dan Patrick said it. I'm not trying to beat him up because Dan has really good sources. But I was told vehemently, and in fact, the text I got from the same source yesterday,
Vehemently?
Yeah.
Vehemently?
Yeah, whatever.
Vehemently?
Vehemently. They said that Dan Patrick was quote 150% wrong. That was yesterday via text, and then today that same person who is close enough to the negotiations to know told me that just wasn't what the Broncos and they never even really made a formal offer other than saying that a 1 was available, and Detroit wanted, at least according to the people I trust, they wanted Locke, they wanted the 9th pick, and they wanted Jerry Jeudy, who was obviously the first round pick a year ago.
4th and
BK
1.
lock
See if the Colts
stinks.
are aggressive here. Down 17, by the way, early third quarter, almost midway through.
Yeah, must be high, says BK lock stinks fan. He certainly has not looked great consistently, and he had a turnover in every game except for the final one. But you did see some flashes, and they see enough flashes
Now they
that
take the points.
they're not ready to give up on it. Here we go, Rodrigo. There we go. You don't want to be shut out at home.
Could have taken the 3 at the end of the half there. It'd be 17-6. Feel a little more manageable. Andrew says, Koff, love you, bro. But did you just put Josh Allen's name in the same sentence as Aaron Rodgers? He's so overrated. He threw a fit when he lost. He had one of the easiest schedules and not a clue. Dak is not clutch. Dak's above him. So, Andrew, I didn't say Josh Allen is, with Aaron Rodgers. What I said was, in the context of that conversation, in terms of top fantasy performers this year, Josh Allen is absolutely in a conversation with Aaron Rodgers.
Sure.
I'm not saying, if I'm like which guy I like better or which quarterback I'd rather have, which one I think is closer to a Super Bowl or which one has had a better, career, or pretty much any way you could frame that question, I'm probably going to go with Aaron Rodgers. Except they are, I'd be willing to bet, without having the numbers in front of me, I'd be willing to bet they had very similar fantasy seasons in terms of points per game.
There was a Dak is better than Allen thrown in there. As I've talked about plenty, I am a Dallas Cowboys fan by nature. Growing up there, they won 3 Super Bowls the 4 years I was in high school. I have not come around on Dak yet. I'm starting to, because you saw how bad they were once he got hurt. But they weren't dominating. They weren't 5-1 when he went down either. He was slinging it all over the yard. But I ask you, let's run down the list of games against playoff teams when he's been behind that he's gone out and come back and won, or gone out and won against a playoff team. Even last year, when they were head-to-head with Philly and a chance to win the game and go to the playoffs, and they lost. It was either week 15 or 16. Saquon tripped.
Needed you, baby.
So
Need you to go all the way.
If there is a list of the big games that Dak's won, I haven't seen it yet, so I'd love to. I'm not saying Josh Allen has a long list either. So as Dak relates to Josh Allen, but I don't know if Dak will get you there or not. I do think they're going to pay him. They're better with him than they are without him. But Dak is the best from Jordan K. Plus, he's trying to bring healthy sleep mattresses to us all. Appreciate that. Somebody else want to know what the Broncos are doing at 9? I can't answer that now because free agency hasn't started yet. But I think corner, defensive linemen are probably the 2 top priorities.
Alana says, typing in all caps is a real old person sending an email on their BlackBerry vibe. Good call.
Yeah, so I just reactivated my Cameo. My streak is -10 right now.
I don't even know what that means.
It means 10 people have asked for me to say something to them, and I haven't done it.
You've done nothing? Well,
$20 I left on the table. $20 I just left on the table. Actually, I don't think I even get the full $2 because they get whatever their percentage is.
Wow. Somebody's saying Vucevic has 64 fantasy points through 3 quarters.
Well, I got him in my
roster tonight.
So you're toast.
No, I've got him in my lineup. I just didn't open it up to see how guys.
Wait, against me?
Yeah. I didn't realize he's doing that well.
Yeah, like I said, I should have been maybe the month.
Jeff, formerly of Game Off, says our head-to-head is it's pretty interesting right now. I've got the heavy OKC stat, and it's doing all right to this point.
I am in second place. You have 80 points. I have 68 points. You don't have Vucevic in ours because we did the short slate.
Yeah, we did. Yeah, we did the turbo. So we are neck and neck. And I got Russell Westbrook. He is ice cold right now. So is Duncan Robinson. He didn't do anything in the first quarter. I've got Westbrook too. So we're going to he offsets for us there.
So you went Beal. I went Jimmy Butler. I debated Beal or Jimmy Butler. I went Jimmy Butler. Beal got a snowflake next to his name. Jimmy Butler neutral. 13.25 points so far.
Early.
They're playing against
early
each other. Drew Brees is $7.99 to book on $791.
First and goal, and the Giants points. Just a 1-yard pick up there for Daniel Jones. Give it to my man Saquon. He's already got about 35 points in the captain spot, multiple touchdowns. He is 3 yards away from a rushing bonus as well. I am sitting top 10 out of the 194, almost full for the prime time. The Will Andrew Luck return to the Colts free roll that we have here. Minute left, third quarter.
Off. As I'm scrolling through Cameo here briefly.
Oh, Daniel, is he going to do it himself? No, throws it incomplete. You should have just taken it. Daniel Jones, man, that was yours. You just had to run it in, nice and easy. I don't even do I even have him? I do. I have him in my lineup. That would have helped out. Would have helped out, Daniel. If you're only 36% owned, I could have used you there.
But had I been
exactly, Mike. That was Aaron Rodgers at the end of that flipping NFC title game. That's exactly what that was. Except Rodgers did it twice. Oh, good. Yeah, just chuck it down the tunnel.
Well, they're up 17-3, so again, no field goal here help. The team. They're just trying to win the game, dude. They're not worried about your fantasy lineup.
I'm worried about my fantasy.
So, had I been beating you more consistently in our fantasy matchups and or gotten Glash and the rest of the DK Sim reporters involved, we could have gotten you for your birthday a Dule Hill cameo for $249.
Oh, yeah.
$249.99. Something to think about for next year.
That's cheaper than what I would have anticipated, actually. Like, how am I supposed to go out and charge, like, I don't know, $25 or something if Dule Hill's only getting $250?
Well, I'm charging $2, so if you think you're 10 times a bigger celebrity than me, although, again, mine's kind of a joke. Trying to see someone else that you would think. Aaron Boone, $299.99. Tyreek Hill. It says $19.99. Oh, for him to text you. $1,000, $999.99 for Tyreek Hill to send you a video message. Lindsay Lohan.
A text? How are you even gonna know it's him?
Right. Just take them on at their word. Lindsay Lohan's $399.99 to send you a message.
Well, she needs the money.
Montel Jordan. You want him to tell you this is how we do it? $109.99.
Only if it's a Friday night.
How many times does he get a request on Cameo that someone doesn't ask him to drop in a "This is how we do it"?
Please just start off with "This is how we do it." If I
have sample ones on all of them.
If I were to try and get a cameo from him right now, I think I would say, could you please just start it with, "It's Friday night and I feel all right."
Sorry, I'm listening to Montel Jordan to see if he says in his pitch, "This is how we do it." Bar mitzvahs.
Kicker Club says we'll sneak in and pay for a cameo from Glash and Koff. Jordan, that's not what we said.
He's saying all the things he'd do. This is his pitch. And he says, it's the only way we know how to do it. This is how we do it. So he drops it in casually as he's trying to get you to pay the $199. Birthdays, bar mitzvahs. You've got the hard
well
sell.
Done.
My pitch is really silly. Like, you definitely should not ask me to say anything. But if you do.
Just don't ask me to endorse your stupid product.
Yeah, I should have said that. Well, I think there's something that they were going to make like a business thing. So if it's an actual business proposal, it was like $50 or $100.
Jordan says I'd pay a DK announcer $50 to propose to one of my 2 potential fiancés. Jordan, I did that for free on a stream once. I don't know if the guy was pulling my leg or if I genuinely was proposing on his behalf, but I did it.
What if we guess wrong?
Yeah, picked the wrong fiancé.
Yeah, like, okay, sure. And he's like, okay, here are their numbers. And
Megan?
Like, no.
Oh, sweet Megan.
Christy.
No, I'm with Sarah right now.
Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, $599.99 if you want Kareem to give you a message. Kyle Schwarber.
What if I want one from Lou Alcindor? Then what?
I don't know.
Then what?
You'll get it.
You see? Tom's microwave. Pro bozo. It's like pro bono. I did.
How much would you pay to have Thaddeus Lewis, former UCLA offensive analyst?
I would need him to give me $10.
Well, $10.99 for Thaddeus Lewis. Hugh Jackson.
I'd rather have Hugh Jackman.
Of course, it's going to cost you more. Hugh Jackson is $64.99. Don Beebe, Super Bowl legend, even though the Bills lost, catching Leon Lett, $35.99 for a Don Beebe message. Antonio Freeman, Super Bowl champ, $40.99.
We're
Jamal
going to the
Anderson,
fourth quarter.
Dirty Bird, $60.
Dirty Bird.
Brett
remember that.
Favre, 449.99. Wayne Corbett, 109.99. Vinatieri,
boys,
your favorite
do a
kicker?
buy stream trash for Sunday's game from a fantasy lineup. Well, Mark, throw out a few names, and I'm happy to do the buy stream trash. Terrelin, are you around?
I call us bozos again.
I don't care about that. Yeah, Terrelin's around. Look at her emerging from the depths of whatever the hell is going on in her Zoom window.
Damian
Probably
Harris,
having a sandwich
159.99.
there in the kitchen. How much for Damian Harris?
159.99. Whereas Hall of Famer Aeneas Williams is a bargain at 99.99.
Jeff, formerly of Ops, are these prices including shipping and handling?
Oh, here you go. I'll give you some Patriots. Got some Patriots cameos. Glenn
I don't know what I
Gronkowski
do.
is $39.99.
Glenn.
Burkhead's
Glenn.
$139.
Glenn, is Rob available?
Hall of Famer John Hanna, $129.99.
Okay.
Former exec Michael Lombardi is $54.99. Drew Bledsoe, $299.99. Lonnie Paxton, long snapper, former Bronco as well, $45.99. Tyree St. Louis, $20.99.
Just about 350 likes. Hit that like button, folks. Just a few away from 350.
Andy
Much
Katzenmoyer,
love.
$79.99.
Tyre Woods. I'm not going to read it, but you got to chuckle.
Your pal Zoe, Scott Zolak,
Yeah, what's Zolak charging?
$54.99.
Okay. That feels about right.
It's funny, as I'm saying that, Glash literally tweeted at Scott Zolak 18 seconds ago.
Why?
At Scott Zolak is absolutely right. Go Tom, hashtag go Bucks, hashtag Super Bowl. And then there's some video of Zolak talking about Brady also.
There is nobody rooting harder for Tom Brady on Sunday than Brendan Glashian.
Do you remember Asante Cleveland with the Patriots?
No, I remember Asante Samuel.
Okay, well, he's not listening. Do you remember DeMarcus Ayers? These are new and New England
yes,
Patriots.
I do,
Well,
actually.
DeMarcus Ayers is charging $10.99.
Terrace Avery, buy stream trash songs. Give It Up by Casey and the Sunshine Band. Easy Lover, Phil Collins and Philip Bailey. Your Love, The Outfield.
Well, I'm
Easy
buying.
Lover has to be the buy,
Yeah,
right?
absolutely. Denver native Philip Bailey.
Your Love is probably the stream, only because I can't in my head think of what Give It Up sounds like. But I reserve the right to change my opinion if I go and YouTube the song and like it better. Third and goal. Got out of bounds by Ty Hilton. I feel like I should start to say these names correctly in case someone's tuning in for the first time and thinks I just don't know who T.Y. Hilton is.
Ty.
Alana, buy stream trash Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Well, Alana, not to do what I do and answer a question with a question, but what time of year?
Yeah, football season, I'm
Football
buying
season.
Sunday.
Kind of great, yeah. Hilton, by the way, got that touchdown. They went for it on fourth down.
I think in reverse order, in a normal year, and even this year, you're buying football on a Sunday, you're streaming college football on a Saturday, and you're selling your Friday night because you're going to have
Well,
such a
she
big
didn't say
Saturday and
Friday
Sunday.
night. She said just Friday. So, like, Friday
Oh.
has to be in the trash automatically because
Well, you're going to work.
working that day. Yeah.
So, it's out.
Bad boys up top. Burton Guster was open too. One of Burton Guster's aliases should have been Tommy Freeze Pops. 18th touchdown in Simland for T.Y. Hilton.
I am currently, let's see, am I in the top 10 yet? No, I'm 174.
Where am I sitting? Let's find out.
Is that last? Am I in dead last? Oh, 194.
I am in 51st currently. No, last is 192 only because there are a couple of empty entries.
Okay. Well, I may not finish
is
there.
in front by at point right now.
Maybe Evan Ingram finds the end zone here and that throws me into the top 120.
Tara Lynn. Time's running thin, Tara Lynn. 5.5 to go. Bozo reporters here calling for you. We want you to set the scene in Tampa Bay for the Gronketeers this weekend. We want to know what's going on.
It's not Gronkaneers?
Either way. I like Gronketeers better. It makes it feel like he's, a Vegas showgirl.
Or like one of the Musketeers. There's Gronketeers.
Yeah, exactly. Saquon Barkley still not at the bonus? Oh my goodness gracious. Come on, Saquon. Buy Stream Trash, this is from our own Daniel. Buy Stream Trash movie franchise crossovers. Bad Boys and Fast and Furious. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles and Power Rangers. Mission Impossible and James Bond. I would go Bad Boys, Fast and Furious in the buy, Mission Impossible, James Bond in the stream, Ninja Turtles and Power Rangers in the trash.
Yeah, the only reason you could argue about flipping Mission Impossible and James Bond is because of how prolific the James Bond character has been in pop culture for 50 years.
Sure.
And the fact that the Mission Impossible movies are actually getting better because they're written better and directed better. Spend a lot of money on the story. So I'd never seen the movie Rock of Ages starring Tom Cruise, and it was on the other day. And I watched about 3 minutes of it. It was a scene where he's on the pool table with Melina Ackerman, which was an interesting scene in and of itself, but I was like, this movie is not good.
It is not. It's a terrible movie.
I imagine it was cool on Broadway. Like, I could see it being a fun play to be at.
Yeah, but
yeah, it didn't
odd
work.
movie.
Did not work.
Punts away.
Big hockey fight. Jordy Ben and Wayne Simmons. 13 straight haymakers thrown by Simmons. TMZ Sports has the video.
My Bruins just went down by one with James Van Riemsdyk there.
My Avalanche are out for a week because of COVID.
I saw that.
5 straight games. No games.
Tom's microwave, Cops overtime, X Factor being activated. I don't think it's happening for this one. 4 minutes to go, and it's not out of the question. I just don't think it's going to happen.
That catch there, that throw and catch there, a bit of a prayer. But in that building, I don't know when that building opened. In that city, I guess 2011, that is where they played that Super Bowl, right? The catch down the left side was that.
From the logo standing on the helmet, Phillip Rivers, the new high school head coach, throws off to the right, completed inside the 15 to the 13. 31-yard grab for Trey Burton. He has been active today. People are not happy, understandably so, with Naheem Hines today. I get it. I get it. Just 3 points. He is well on his way to the Child Watching William, not my kid award. Run to the outside, though. Maybe Marlon Mack's got something to say about it. The one. Come on,
he's in my
Marlon.
lineup too. Come on, Marlon Mack. So cheap. I was like, maybe I'll get a cheap touchdown.
Marlon Mack.
Leave him in.
$2,500, about 43% owned. He should have a touchdown, but
I feel like Taylor should be used more based on real life.
Or ever, based on real life.
Well, right, yeah, ever as well as more. That looks like, is that Hines back in there? That Mack.
All right, Mack got it. All
Mack
right,
truck.
return to the Mack. Yes, it is.
170th place. See you no more. Ooh, 139. What's up? 131. Very excited. So return to the Mack.
So we got a Burton bonus, I believe. Still needs to be added.
Do you follow any
manual scoring?
Do you follow any NBA writers that give you play-by-play on NBA games?
Like, will tweet out play-by-play rather just watching the game?
Yes, this is my guy Alex Schiffer, who I like a lot. A young kid. He's got mutual family friends. He covers the Nets for The Athletic. Joe Harris hits a 3 off a feed from Kyrie Irving and gives the Nets their first lead of the evening at 68-67, 9:25 left in the third. The idea of doing that on every play seems insane. Now,
Yeah, I
admittedly,
mean,
there's a lot of Broncos games where I'll tweet every play.
I know a bunch of NBA guys that cover the Celtics that'll do that, but they don't. I wouldn't say they do it throughout the game. They do it when it's something notable like that, like first lead of the game.
Yeah, and that's probably what it is. I don't think he's doing that. Just the idea that people out there probably do that seems crazy. Right. But I do, and not just me, most of the beat writers on the Broncos beat, we tweet out almost every play.
Right.
What happened, why it worked, what didn't work.
Well, that reminds me, so this goes back a couple of years, what feels like a lifetime ago in the case of the Red Sox, when they were in the World Series in 2018 out in Los Angeles. And of course, it was that memorable game that went 18 innings until 3 in the morning West Coast time. Like it didn't end on the East Coast until literally like people were up going to work. And I was out there and I'm sitting in the auxiliary press box. I'm in the crowd and I had great seats and watching the game. I didn't want that game to end. I was loving every second of that game. And so many people back in Boston were up watching. It's the World Series. They were up all night. And I'm actively tweeting out at that point in time, like we're getting into like inning 13, 14, 15 and so on. I'm actively tweeting out play by play, not by the pitch, but like by the bat.
I fell asleep and had no idea what was going on and woke up the next morning like, what did I miss?
So there were a number of people that were starting to tweet at me and saying like, Koff, like you're ahead of the TV feed because obviously you're at the game or radio or what, like please, like stop, you're ruining it. And so but then there were a whole bunch of other people saying like, no, please don't, like I can't take this stress, like I'd rather just see it on your Twitter than wait for it. And I finally just put up a poll. I was like, if you guys want me to stop, I'll stop. And it was like 75% no, please continue. Like this, just we need to know what's going on. We don't want to wait. But I get it. I get how that could be annoying for people watching, and you got somebody at the stadium just giving you the realities before you can enjoy it yourself. My advice to those people, and I have to adhere to this too occasionally if you're at home, is just turn off Twitter. Just stop, put your phone down and just watch the game.
Yeah, there's not a rule or a law that says you have to be looking at Twitter and watching the game. If you have access to a television, just watch the game. I'm not saying not to follow any of us or people you like.
Saquon into the bonus, by the way. Needed that.
I'm only 24.34 points out of first place.
I'm about 14 points out right now, but that's still 53rd. Fievel says, who's putting up the free roll for the next sim? I guess that falls upon either you or Moose. Two of you guys are together in a little less than an hour.
Yeah, I don't know. Hopefully he does.
I wouldn't bank on that.
Well, if you can tell me how to do it, I'll do it.
I'll create it right now.
Okay.
I'm a good Samaritan. I'll do
Sure.
it right now.
Some people may call you a bozo. I don't.
Yeah, some might call me a reporter.
I call you one of the
friends.
one of the darn best reporters on here.
Create a
Best
contest. NFL. Madden Showdown. 10 o'clock. Oh, you got the Jets and multiplayer. Let's see, 200 entries. What, $10? No, free. Contest name. What do you want to call it? BK and the Moose live from Seattle.
Who is it? Jets and who?
I think it's Jets and Seahawks.
So yeah, Jamal Adams' revenge or something like that.
Like that. Revenge game. Next, create. Now I gotta make a lineup thing. I forgot about that. All right, that's fine. Giants. Time expires. 20-17. I'm gonna make my lineup right meow as we get ready to review the stats. I'm gonna tell you, I'm putting Russell Wilson in the captain spot, folks. And then we'll see what happens from there. But Russ is gonna be my captain.
All right. Well, now I feel obligated to captain
that?
somebody else.
Well, you can do whatever you want. I'm not
I
even
know
on
I
the
can.
call with you. I don't care what you do. What do you think of that?
I believe you.
Oh, I got so much salary left. So much salary left. Let's see. 20-17 the final, by the way. But you guys knew that. Rivers went for 271, a touchdown, 239 for Jones. He had a score as well.
Feels like every time I do a Seattle game, I captain Chris Carson, and it's always just okay.
All right, lineup made. Lineup is made. Fievel, sorry, Goff. That's okay.
Chris Carson scored a touchdown. Chris Carson scored a touchdown in 1, 2, 3, 4, 2 touchdowns, 5, 6, 7. 7 of his last 8 games. There you go. It's a little inside info.
Barkley, 138 on the ground. He had multiple touchdowns, 1 rushing, 1 receiving. He was excellent. Is he your Krusty Koff player of the game today?
Yeah, I think he has to be. And even
Trey Burton did go 6 for 100, by the way. I know he didn't score a touchdown, but I feel I should mention that.
Who's the captain in the winning lineups?
Trey Burton is the captain in the winning lineup of our smaller contest, although, I mean, barely over 20 points in the captain spot, so it's not like he went crazy. Stats, we still need some, fair share stats updated here, though, by our crew. Excuse me, again, manual scoring, so it takes a few minutes. Everything will be up to date, so it's sort of unfair to call New York Lions here the winning lineup, just the team that's in the top spot currently. Some things
you say the New York Lions?
Yeah, it's NY Lions is the username. Anyway.
Oh, the username. I was like, what are you? Yeah. Okay, sorry. I'm looking at my contest for next game. I was like, where's your brain going? You really are a bozo.
Is Nyheim Hines your bust today? Probably. He was terrible. 3 points. 3 points for Nyheim Hines.
Yeah, there's no getting around that because his ownership numbers were certainly up there for a guy that needs to produce at least double digits.
Babysitter Billy, not my kid award.
You earned it, Nyheim.
Well, Tara Lynn. She's here.
Hi.
Hola.
Thanks for avoiding ladies' night.
How close are you to the water?
Sorry.
How close are you to the water? I just saw somebody on Twitter. There's a big
not
pirate
the water
ship
drinking,
in Tampa.
Just water.
No, in Tampa, there's.
I know. I was being a bozo. It was supposed to be a joke. No one got it.
There's a big pirate ship doing cool stuff.
That was the problem. We didn't get it.
Yeah. If nobody laughs, it's just you're just talking, just sentences.
I really don't care if you or Kaufman laugh. I don't consider you people even worthy of my jokes.
Okay. Well, good.
Hey, real
again,
quick,
jokes we're gonna put in quotes.
All right, real quick there, Tara Lynn, as we say, thanks to Zach and Kyle and Mike and Daniel. Before we do turn it over to you to do all that you need to do, just real quick, set the scene for us there in Florida. Is there much action around the stadium, or are people passionate and excited and flocking and ready for the Super Bowl? What's happening a couple days out?
Super passionate down here. It really was a sight to see. Very windy today at Raymond James Stadium. I was just trying to record a video on my Instagram to give everyone a preview. The wind was 1,000 and I was 0 for the day. Lots of just reporting like this, wind in my face, but tons of fans out there. I saw a lot of Patriots gear, which was really cool to see down here too. Tons of Kansas City Chief fans. And they had a bunch of events going on at the stadium. It was actually packed. Did see everyone most wearing masks. So
yeah, there's an outdoor mask mandate that was enacted for the city of Tampa, and it's being pretty well followed.
Yeah, my sister's actually a nurse down here at Tampa General. So she even said, she was like, there is a serious mask mandate. So make sure that you're wearing your mask everywhere. And everybody was wearing their mask today at the stadium. So that was really cool to see too, that everybody was being cooperative. But yeah, everybody, the passion was still there. It was still exciting. So yeah, it should be a good weekend.
Well, that's how it's supposed to be, right?
More about it and seeing all of your reporting on the old Instagram. So
Instagram, check it out. Not at Adam Kaufman, at Carolyn Izak.
Yeah, I don't care if anyone looks at my Instagram.
All you care about is Twitter.
There's nothing going on there.
You can look at my Instagram, but I don't post enough pictures. Or you can check
While
me out
you're
on
at it,
Cameo now.
I was just gonna say, go to
Cameo.
BK's Cameo. $2. BK
$2.
will not
I
do anything for you.
reactivated. I
get
reactivated my Cameo account. $2.
Minus 12. All right, time to go. Thanks to Mike. Thanks to Daniel. Thanks to Kyle and Zach and everybody involved. Once again, we have 4 Madden simulations tomorrow, but you want to really tune in for that first one. The $55,000 prize pool, free-to-play prize pool. I will be with Brendan Glasheen and J-Dub, popular Twitch Madden streamer. We will have a sim Super Bowl preview. It will be the Chiefs and the Bucks, virtual Raymond James Stadium, where Tara Lynn is in real life, not specifically at the stadium, but nearby. And that is 2:00. So what would otherwise be known as the Madden Matinee, 2:00 Eastern time tomorrow. Check us out for that. Expect a big crowd, big audience, thousands of people playing. It's going to be a lot of fun. BK, pleasure, buddy. Have fun with the Jets, Seahawks, and Moose, and everybody get your lineups in for that next free roll because there's not a lot of time to do it. We only just created the contest. Carolyn.
Can I take it away?
Please.
Great. All right, you can catch Adam Kaufman here all weekend. Brandon's making his way back later. It's Madden After Dark. It's my favorite. It's coming up at 10 p.m. Eastern. It's the Jets and the Seahawks. Moose will be joining Brandon Cristal as well, as Kaufman mentioned. And that showdown is featured in the Madden Stream 3K Flea Flicker. It has a 3K prize pool with 1K for first place, plus the free contest for that showdown has a $250 prize pool with $25 to first place. Head over to the DraftKings lobby now and get those lineups in. So we've got that contest locking at 10 p.m. We've also got a late NHL slate locking at the same time. Our featured contest for that slate is the 8K Twine contest. It's paying out $2K to first for just a $10 entry. Kaufman, he's all over the place. He's caught up with Jeff, Moose Ulrich earlier today. They're breaking down this contest as well as taking a look at some of his favorite bets for this night's slate. Check it out.
We got a pretty nice NHL slate tonight, but we're going to really fixate on the late games, the ones that you still actually have time to get lineups in for. He is Geoff Ulrich. I'm Adam Kaufman. Moose, how are you, buddy?
Doing good. Yeah, big slate on the NHL and a couple interesting late games to talk about.
So these late ones here, you got the Kings and Knights, the Sharks and the Ducks. There's a lot of firepower obviously available to you when it comes to lineup construction, but who is worth paying up for?
Yeah, I mean, the firepower mostly comes from the Vegas Golden Knights in these matchups. Let's be honest. We got, 3 West Coast teams there in the Sharks, Kings, and Ducks, who are kind of, you could label them as cellar dwellers. So I think when you're starting lineups, you've got to look to the Golden Knights here, and it makes a ton of sense. Max Pacioretty really sticks out at 6,900. I mean, it's a player coming off a hat trick, which is always nice, but we're really not chasing points here. This is still one of the cheapest salaries we've seen on Pacioretty all season. He's typically priced well over $7K. The player's averaging over 4 shots on goals per game. And you realistically, you look at the Golden Knights power play so far, they're scoring goals as a team, but it's not really coming with the man advantage. They're only hitting at an 11% rate, which is, about half of what they hit at last year. It's a really talented unit. So I think stacking Pacioretty with Shea Theodore, who's also 6,900 and also averages over 4 shots on goal per game, is probably how I would go about starting lineups here for this 2-gamer. I think both these players, obviously elite shots on goal rate, pretty good matchup against the Kings as well, who probably due for a little bit of regression on the penalty kill too. So I like Pacioretty and Theodore to start.
What about the guys that are more like 3K, 4K? Where are you finding value?
Yeah, I like looking at the Ducks tonight. Anaheim for again, they're not really the greatest team, but they're going up against the Sharks, who are actually might be the worst team in the NHL right now. If you look at things like expected goal rate and just scoring chances created, the Sharks actually are the worst team. So I think Anaheim is actually in a pretty interesting spot here tonight, or at least their skaters are. And the nice thing with the Ducks too, you can get a lot of their sort of power play wingers for cheap. I mean, Jakob Silfverberg is a pretty solid value tonight. This is a player who's getting power play one time. He's come on a little bit as well. He's only averaging 6.7 DK fantasy points, but over his last 4 games, he's averaging closer to 9. So you like that. Really consistent player, is a good two-way player. So I like Silfverberg. On the back end, I like Cam Fowler for many of the same reasons. He's not quite hitting at the point rate that we've seen through his career, but this is a 30-point offensive defenseman, gets power play time, going up against a weak team like the Sharks. So I like targeting the Ducks cheap skaters tonight. Fowler and Silfverberg, probably my 2 favorites there.
4 goalies to choose from. Who do you like?
Yeah, again, I mean, I'm definitely going to stick with the Anaheim theme. I like them, just in this matchup in general. I think they're the better team, and they're at home. And John Gibson, quite frankly, has a massive advantage, gives the Ducks a massive advantage in goal as well. Only, you can get him on the main slate. He was only 7,800 anyways, but this is a player's save percentage, 0.924. It's really elite. He's got 2 shutouts. He can put in those type of like ceiling performances for fantasy purposes. And the Ducks are only small favorites here, but they're at home. I would say they're probably being a little bit underrated in the odds as well. So Gibson's going to be in a great spot for a win. Whoever starts in goal for Vegas, probably Leonard, then, they're fine. They're a cash game play, but I think Gibson might actually have the better upside here, just because the Ducks are probably going to give up a few more shots on goal than the Golden Knights, or at least they would historically. So I like Gibson a lot on this 2-gamer.
That's DFS. How about the DK Sportsbook side of things? You got goal totals, both these games, same thing, 5.5. So which game is more likely to go over?
Yeah, I think if I was going to take the over on one, it would be the one, the Kings and Golden Knights. I think with the Golden Knights offense being in a spot against the Kings here, again, the LA still allows, they're a 10th in scoring chances allowed. Their penalty kill has been good so far, but again, they're probably due for some regression in that area. Realistically, like the Golden Knights could score 5 goals on their own here. And I think that's the big thing. We've got 4 teams here. 3 of them aren't really good offenses, and one of them is an elite offense. I think you target the over in this game. And I think it's actually a pretty good over to target at 5.5 goals, because like I said, you got Pacioretty coming on with a bit of goal scoring now. You've got the Golden Knights, who are just really due for some positive regression on the power play. I like the over in Vegas and LA.
You can get plus money on the Sharks over the Ducks, plus 105. The number as we chat right now. Is that enticing to you?
It actually isn't. I know the odds are a little bit better to take the over on the Sharks and Ducks, but these are two teams who just don't create a ton of scoring chances. Like I mentioned before, the Sharks are last in expected, rate in terms of just scoring chances created. The Ducks aren't far behind them in that category either. These are 2 teams with not elite power plays and not elite forwards up front, especially the Sharks lacking a lot of depth. And I think Gibson is a bit of an underrated goalie as well. So I think more than likely here, you see one of these teams probably only pot 1 goal on the night. If I had to guess, the Sharks are probably going to be the candidate for that. So it's tempting whenever you get plus money in the NHL on a 5.5 over under. But for this game, I would actually lead towards taking the juice in the under.
Favorite bet of the night. Where's your weekly allowance going?
Yeah, again, the Ducks just feel underrated here. To me, they're minus 117 right now on the DK Sportsbook. I just on the money line, I just finished writing them up. But you look at these 2 teams. Yeah, they're both kind of again not elite offenses, but the Ducks actually are ahead of the Sharks in most of these statistical categories. The advanced stats all say the Ducks are the slightly better team. And you look in net, John Gibson versus Martin Jones or Devin Dubnyk. It's a really big advantage in net for the Ducks. So I think all things considered, Anaheim's coming off a really strong performance against the Kings. They had a ton of shots on net. Gibson played well. I think the Ducks are being underrated here. They're the home team. They should be closer to, probably bigger favorites than they are anyway. So I like the Ducks money line.
Moose, enjoy the games. Thanks, buddy.
Okay, thanks.
All right, Sim Fam, and all of you that are new, it's time for me to tell you about our DraftKings Dream Stream play of the day. So it's the final day to earn a free bonus just by entering our Sunday Millionaire contest. All you have to do today is earn.
We got a pretty nice
bonus,
NHL slate tonight, but we're going to really fixate on the late games, the ones that you still actually have time to get lineups
millionaire. And if the first offensive play of the game is a pass, you score yourself a free $3 contest ticket. It's as simple as that. Just enter a lineup, and if Mahomes or Brady throw a pass on the first play, you win. This is our final day bonuses. Get those entries in by midnight tonight. You got plenty of time. It's only 9:24. For more information, check out the DraftKings lobby or go to DraftKings.com/promotions. That covers the DFS side of things, but there are even more ways to win over on the DraftKings Sportsbook this Sunday. We've even got a ton of props available for the big game, including who will be named MVP. Pat Mayo was joined by Justin Freeman and David Jones to break down some of their favorite long shot picks.
I want to switch to Super Bowl MVP odds very quickly. I mean, this is not a great market. All the value is, I mean, there's very little value in it to begin with, but it seems like all the value is really sucked out into it as well. But the way that I wanted to play it was with the kind of game script that I've told myself. I think that Kansas City wins, and I think they win by a bunch here. That, in a game like this where you have to make Brady throw, let's say, I don't know, 45, 50 times if they're playing from behind this entire game, that leaves the potential for some bad throws to happen, especially if Brady is pressing it downfield. We've seen enough defensive players over the past 20 years win MVP that in the secondary for the Chiefs, if Brady's going to be taking shots downfield, which I would expect him to do in this scenario, trying to play catch up. Is there a DB on the Chiefs who could luck his way into 2 picks and potentially a return touchdown? And we can get him at like 150 to 1.
Yeah, I don't have the odds for Bashaud Breeland in front of me right now, but Breeland picked off Brady earlier in the season back in week 12. He faced him back last year as well when Brady was still on the Patriots, picked him off in that game as well. Breeland had 1 catch allowed. Now, it was a touchdown to Mike Evans on 6 targets, though, in that Week 12 contest. So if there is a guy, he's been playing, he's sneaky under the radar. Like, is he an elite corner? No, but he is a pretty solid option, and he seems to have Brady's number. So, yeah, if there's an under-the-radar play to make, then it is Bashaud Breeland for me.
Bashaud Breeland right now on DraftKings Sportsbook is 150 to 1, Brad.
There you go.
Yeah, why not? I mean, the defensive players have won MVPs the past very fondly. I remember my 1985 Chicago Bears and Richard Dent coming off the edge, had a monstrous game against the aforementioned New England Patriots, and he ended up taking the hardware home. Look, it's quarterback or bust. If there's one guy that is outside of that position, I still think is a decent value. And Mayo, I know you got the odds in front of you. I think it's 13 to 1. Travis Kelce to win MVP. We know the shortcomings of this Tampa defense. It's defending the tight end. They're one of the lowest in the league in terms of DVOA versus a tight end on the season. They ranked inside the top 7 in most receptions, most yards in the regular season allowed at the tight end position. And I don't know what it is with Travis Kelce. I don't know if he's got like excessive flatulence or something, but he's wide open every single play. There's nobody around him. Nobody wants to be near him. They're just like, nah, man, we're just going to leave that cat there, and he'll catch the ball. I don't know if it's just his route running acumen. I know plays into that. I know his just ability to, break off the line. It's just so, tremendously astute. But, I mean, he has been uncoverable here in the postseason, really over the second half of the season. So, he could go out there and have like a 10-catch, 120-yard, 2-touchdown kind of game. More than likely, voters going to be like, well, the guy throwing the ball, he deserves all the credit, and they're going to vote for Mahomes. But, if they come to their senses and realize that Kelce was really the difference maker in this game because he's that damn good, maybe, at 13 to 1, that could hit. So I think there's a fair amount of value there. But I do like roll the dice of Bashaud Breeland. Why the hell not? Be bold. Go for it.
Yeah, it's not a huge investment you have to put down at 150 to 1, really on anything. Yeah, right. and maybe Kelce
on it.
Maybe Travis Kelce suffers from like Vladdy Divac syndrome, where he just doesn't shower before the game, and then just no one wants to be near him in the post. I don't know. But Jeff, I'm looking at these odds right now that Clyde Edwards-Helaire is 28 to 1, but Darrell Williams is 40 to 1. Isn't Darrell Williams just a better bet in this game anyway than Clyde Edwards-Helaire?
Yeah. Well, we've been talking about this all week. I think that widely people have this one wrong. They're assuming, hey, it's Clyde Edwards-Helaire because it was Clyde Edwards-Helaire last time and it was Clyde Edwards-Helaire earlier in the season. But we haven't paid attention to the last 2 games. It's been Darrell Williams. I mentioned this on another broadcast this week, but another Williams down the stretch for Kansas City, big factor. I think Darrell Williams is kind of sneaky here. In terms of his player props, too, that my spidey senses are tingling, and I know that the player props want you to take unders on him, and I am not taking the cheese on that one. 40 to 1 is pretty appealing, especially if they get him the ball in the red zone. That couldn't be out. That's not out of the question, right? If this ends up being one of those games where it's not the script we think, it's not super pass heavy, and all of a sudden it's running back scoring touchdowns, the winning running back is likely going to win that award. So if it isn't Leonard Fournette on the other side, it could be Williams. I don't mind that at 40 to 1.
So we've covered almost everything there is to do with DraftKings tonight. But noticed I said Almost. Because this weekend, in addition to NFL, NHL, NBA, and UFC action, we have some big games in college basketball. So, of course, we had to bring in Awesemo.com, Ben Rasa, to give us his take on the games. Here he is breaking it down with Adam Kaufman. He's all over the place once again. Check it out.
Lots on the docket coming up this weekend. I don't think I probably need to tell all of you about it, but don't forget about college basketball. This guy hasn't. Ben Rasa from Awesemo.com. How are you, buddy?
I'm good. Yeah, you can never forget about college hoops. Obviously, busy weekend, but I'm really excited for Saturday.
Tips off nice and early, a noon Eastern game Saturday. Couple of top 20 teams in the nation, Alabama and Missouri, and so far Crimson Tide unbeaten in conference play. Will that hold up?
Probably, honestly, they're really, really good. Better than I thought, but I will say that Missouri just played a Tennessee team that I think reminds me of Alabama, really good defensively, and Mizzou was able to win that game. They are at home, even with no fans. That makes a huge difference in college sports. We know that. They have won 2 straight. I mean, they beat Kentucky, which that sounds cool, but it's actually not this year. I'll give the edge to Alabama still, but I do think a team like this is the type of team that could cause them some trouble.
In Morgantown, and if you've never been to Morgantown, I'd advise it. It's fun. You've got West Virginia playing host here to Kansas, number 23 against number 17. And, you know, this Kansas team, last time they matched up, 44 second half points. So how's this one going to unfold?
Yeah, it's a lot different. And, you know, again, I wish they had fans lighting the couches on fire, but you know what? Going into Morgantown is never easy. And Kansas is no good. Not that West Virginia is great either. Honestly, these are 2 teams that I think are pretty ripe to probably find an early exit in the tournament. But I have a feeling when it's all said and done, this goes to 1-1. Kansas held serve earlier, but they were at home. And West Virginia, they're down 1 player who left in the middle of the year, but they're a guard-heavy team. I think that matches up well with what Kansas wants to do. I will say that West Virginia gets it done at home.
Wisconsin and Illinois, another couple of top 20 teams here. Can Wisconsin actually shut down that high-powered Illinois offense, though?
Yeah, I mean, this again, contrasting styles. Wisconsin is one of the most methodical teams. They're over 300th in the country in pace. They want to, you know, bring this game down to a crawl. Then you have Illinois, obviously high powered. They've got a great guard. They've got a great center in Cockburn. They want to speed it up. Can Wisco do it? They absolutely can. But going into Illinois is a tough spot. I do think the higher scoring this game is, the more it favors the Illini. I kind of like, actually, if you're going to go to Illinois, you could look to the over as well. It's just one of those things. I think styles make fights. Illinois gets it done at home.
UCLA, USC. I'm sure there are other acronyms I could throw out at you, but if USC ends up winning this thing, first place in the conference, can they do it?
Yeah, I think they can do it. I think they will do it. Mobley is just too good. You know, he's going to be obviously a top pick in the draft. UCLA is so guard heavy. I'm not sure exactly what they're going to try to do here. They've won a lot of close games. I guess that's a credit, you know, that is a skill, I guess, but I think the record's a little inflated, particularly in the conference. They got by Colorado. Other than that, a lot of bad teams in the Pac-12. I think USC, I mean, they clearly have the advantage in the front court. There's no doubt about that. I think they just have the advantage overall. So I'll say that USC is able to knock off UCLA.
On DK Sportsbook, Ben, you can get a team future bet on Baylor going undefeated this season. Is that money you'd lay down?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be interesting to see how that's handled. Baylor is losing some games here and there because of COVID, like a lot of teams. So that helps. Obviously, if you don't play, you can't lose. But I think that if they can continue to lean on these guards, and they have so many of them, there's no reason. Everyone assumes Gonzaga is going to go through undefeated. I don't think it's crazy to think that Baylor does the same. We'll see what happens in the conference tournament, but they're a great team. I mean, I think it's a real argument that they're the best team in the country.
Where's the upset potential this weekend?
So again, I don't think it's a huge, you know, I'm not calling for anything insane. Oklahoma State at home, though, they get Texas coming in. Texas is a good team, but again, home court reigns supreme. You're going to Stillwater. Oklahoma State may have the #1 pick in Cunningham. He's back. He was out with COVID protocols for a little time there. He's come back. They lost by 3 in the first matchup in Austin. I think this is a different story here. You'll probably get a nice little spread there. There'll be a slight dog at home, I would say. Texas is a fine team. Shaka Smart is back. He had COVID in terms of their head coach, but I think they get clipped in Stillwater. I'll call for the upset there.
All right, Raz. Appreciate all the information, buddy. Enjoy the big game this weekend. And
you
by
too.
That, of course, I mean whoever your alma mater UMass is playing.
That's right. That's the biggest game, no matter what's on the schedule.
All right, Madden After Dark is up next, but first, here's what else is happening on DraftKings right now. We have a full weekend of DraftKings greatness planned as a part of the DraftKings $250,000 tailgate weekend. Here's what you have to look forward to tomorrow. So at 2 p.m., we're getting things cooking up with the Madden Stream 55K big game preview contest featuring a Madden sim between the Chiefs and the Bucs. Adam Kaufman and Brendan Glasheen will be joined by popular Madden Twitch streamer J-Dub for that one. That contest is free to play and gives you a shot at a grand prize of $5,000. And then at 3:30 p.m., once that sim is over, we have a special show featuring the DraftKings End of Year NFL Fantasy Awards, telling you who won things like Fantasy MVP and Fantasy Rookie of the Year. Jesse will be hosting that with Geoff Ulrich and Reed Fowler. And joining Jesse as well is Kenny Ducey. He's going to stop by to offer a little advice on tomorrow's NBA DFS slate. And then 4 p.m., the American Cornhole League makes its DraftKings debut as they're bringing it to you, the 2021 ACL kickoff battle from Winter Haven, Florida. Check out some of the best cornhole players in the world to do their thing. 6 p.m., it's back to Madden Sim action as Brendan Glasheen and Tom Carroll, Tommy Smokes, they're bringing you the Eagles at Browns. Then at 7 p.m., DK Live editor Shirag Hira, the best of the best talking basketball, is joined by Julian Ello for an episode of NBA Prelock Live as they take you through Saturday night slate of NBA. Then 7:30 p.m., more ACL action as our friends at the American Cornhole League preview the finals of the ACL kickoff battle. 8 p.m., it's time to wrap things up. Back-to-back Madden Sims, Glash and Tommy Carroll, they're back to bring you the Steelers and Bengals at 8 p.m. Then Krusty Kaufman, Adam Kaufman, and Matt LaMarca, they're making their way for Madden After Dark, covered with the 49ers at the Bills at 10 p.m. Eastern. A whole lot of stuff. Check it all out. So exciting for the weekend. But it is time for me to say goodbye for the night. We still have one more sim to go. It's Madden After Dark, baby. Get pumped up. Moose and Brandon Cristal with the call of Jets and Seahawks on Madden After Dark. Enjoy the game, everyone.
Thank you, Tara Lynn. Awesome as always. All she had to say, though, folks, is you just turn on the Dream Stream Saturday morning and you leave it on until Sunday night, until midnight Sunday, and we're done. That's all you got to do, and you'll be set. So anyways, take it from here. We got the Jets, folks. We got the Seahawks, Madden After Dark, and a guy I haven't seen with me, Brandon Cristal. Man, how you doing?
I'm doing good, Moose. It's been a while, probably a couple months since we've done a game together, but hopefully we'll have a little fun here. Plenty to talk about. I can get your thoughts on Super Bowl and share mine. As well as see what our friends in the chat, which road they'll lead us down. Did you make a winning lineup, you think, for our DK Sim Fam Friends contest that Koff was nice enough to create for us?
Yeah, I will say this. Kaufman's dedication to this league is pretty good. He's pretty much useless for everything else, it feels like. But like for this league, he has really taken the bull by the horns. So we give him some credit where credit's due. He made the contest. I didn't make it. I don't even know how to make a contest. So I have a pretty risque lineup, if I do say so myself. I put Metcalf in the captain. I put Wilson in the flex. I got Darnold in there. I got Lev Bell. And then I got Myers and Hyde as well. So we'll see where that takes us. Obviously, I'm going to need a big game from DK, from DraftKings Metcalf.
So I went with Chris Carson, who scores just about every game he plays in. He's on a stretch where I think he scored in 7 of his 8 last games. Then I've got Russell Wilson, Le'Veon Bell, both in the flex, DK, the Seahawks D, and Carlos Hyde. So essentially I'm hedging against anytime Carson doesn't touch the ball, it'll be Hyde toting the rock. I just don't believe in the Jets. Now they perform better in Sims than they do in real life. But I have no problem thinking that this Jamal Adams revenge will play into my favor, which means I'll probably lose and be in the 150th spot like I was last game. I think I was 131 maybe last game.
We're both taking big risks, not putting Russ Wilson in the captain spot. His ownership,
which Koff did. Koff announced it as he created the contest last game. He goes, "Hey, I'm putting Wilson in the captain spot, letting y'all know now."
Oh yeah, Kaufman always goes with the chalky guys though. He never takes risks. But Wilson is averaging over 27 points per sim. I believe he's like the highest producer in these sims right now on a per game average. So it's risky. He runs a ton. I don't know, spreads it around a bit, so the other guys on Seattle won't get a ton of work. But yeah, you know, any given sim day, man. I mean, DK Metcalf got that speed. I think it's up to 98, 95, maybe not 98. I can't remember. It's like 95 speed. He's a fast player in this game, or in this sim that we're doing right now.
Game.
So you got the upside there. But yeah, we'll need a couple. I'll need a couple bombs from DK. You'll need a couple Chris Carson touchdowns. And let us know in the chat. What do you guys need, man? Everybody just Captain Russ? Y'all on Team Kaufman here or what?
Yeah, he does go pretty chalky. I mean, he captained Saquon last game. I captained Evan Ingram, and he finished maybe around 30th. And then, like I said, I finished in the hundreds. I'm trying to figure out what's going on with Drew Brees' contract. They've created $24 million in cap space. Field Yates says that Brees probably dropped his base salary because he's going to retire, and
right.
I'll give him $24 million wiggle room. If there's any money they owe him still, then that'll just spread out over multiple years. They can spread that out for a decade if they want.
Okay. See, this is the one reason why I wasn't sure if Drew Brees was going to retire or not, because he could just come back and collect $26 million or whatever it was.
Yeah.
Next
and
year,
really
right?
put the screws to the Saints.
Put the screws.
I think he one is show. We know he doesn't need the money, right? That's why he and his wife are donating $5 million twice, I think, in the pandemic to help different causes there, which is amazing. I want to say it was $5 million, right? It was a really big number. It wasn't $1 million. I think it was $5 million. Right. So just without even looking, he's probably easily made $200 million on the field, and he's got a job waiting for him at NBC that's probably going to pay him upwards of $10 million just off the top, I'd guess. If Tony Romo's getting 18, 10 seems like the right kind of number for Drew to start, and if he likes it and goes well. The question is, where are they using him? Are they adding him to the booth with Al and Chris? Are they adding him to the studio show with Mike Tirico to get him comfortable there with the idea that he's going to take over with Tirico when Al's done? But that feels more imminent than Collinsworth's departure, unless they flip Collinsworth like they did Phil Simms and throw Brees in the booth and put Collinsworth in studio, which could definitely happen. But I think Chris is really good, and I think a lot of people do, so we'll see.
Yeah, I think Collinsworth definitely appeals to the kind of masses here as you get the Seahawks moving the ball early. But I'm in agreement. I mean, it will be interesting to see how they use Drew Brees. I have a feeling they'll probably start him off in studio, but I mean, I have no idea. I haven't been following that.
Here's a little more detail. Well, I don't think they've decided or they haven't announced their plan.
Yeah,
here's more detail on how the contract's splitting. This is kind of really nerdy football stuff. But they keep him under contract until June 1st because they reduced his salary from 25 to $1 million. It frees up 23.925 of cap space, and then they can carry his contract through June 1st. Then they can process his retirement. It splits the dead cap into 11.5 this year and 11.5 next year.
Yeah. Okay. So basically, Drew Brees is retiring because, like, why?
Yeah.
Else
right. Why would you say yes? Let me forego $24 million that's coming my way.
Yeah. So that's what I kind of thought something like that was going to happen, where they would work out a deal. He'd still get paid, and obviously, like I said, he wasn't just going to walk away and say, "No, I'm good," because even if he gets $5-10 million from announcing, it's not $25 million.
Yeah, I guess I don't know when they're actually cutting the checks though.
Yeah.
And how that's going to work, but that's for accountants that are smarter than me.
I mean,
to figure out. But
he'll get it eventually.
And look, you're going to start hearing this a lot in the next 5 weeks until the league year starts March 17th about cap space and the cap number, which there's reports out that they may wait till like right before the tampering period, like that weekend before, to announce what the actual cap number is when the bean counters for the NFL and the teams get together and figure out how to project what the new TV contracts are going to be, how much revenue did they, I don't say lose, but didn't make as much. That's one thing we need to point out. Them not making money is different than losing money. They're not in the red. They're just not operating it with as much profit this year because of the pandemic. But they didn't lose money, and unless teams are operating, negatively. But I don't think most are. It's the NFL, right, where every team's worth $2 to $4 billion. So you'll hear people talk about the cap. The cap only matters as it relates to some of the contracts you have, but it's more about what cash do you have to pay your own players as well as any new players that you're bringing if you're going to convert contracts or sign guys. So don't be fooled by what the cap number is unless you have teams that are really in salary cap hell. And the Saints were that, but they've already started making moves to clear up a lot of room.
Yeah, Saints were definitely in a little bit of trouble there. We got a run from Chris Carson. We got a catch for Dorsett and a catch for Metcalf there on that drive. But yeah, I know I didn't dive into all the stuff, but I was reading a little bit about the salary cap stuff today. I know a little bit of news came out. That's pretty interesting, though. I guess I guess the next time there's a nice little catch and bowl over there, but I think that was the boy Carson. Actually, that might have been Hyde.
That's Hyde.
That was Hyde, wasn't it? Yeah. All right.
Who's also
you rostered both, didn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that strategy actually because they
I don't normally do it, but
Hyde's really cheap though too, and he actually gets usage. So I think in this case it probably makes sense. They got to convert this.
No, they probably keep field goal.
But he got it anyways. What was I going to say? Yeah, I guess the next news is going to be who do the Saints turn to next year, right? You know,
and I think that's probably why Sean was on that media tour this week, and I think he was talking to Adam Shine on his show. He was on another show, really hyping up Jameis.
Right. It makes sense. I mean, I think Jameis would be an okay fit. I mean, I think Peyton's offense could reel him in a little bit. You know, there's short work to the RBs. If they keep Taysom Hill, they can bring him in during the red zone to limit Jameis's exposure a little bit. I mean, I don't think rolling with like a tandem of Jameis and Taysom Hill is like the worst idea.
No, but you can't pay Taysom Hill $16 million to not really be a starter.
I mean, that is yeah. So Taysom Hill's salary makes him an albatross. Yeah. I don't agree. I don't disagree at all. I don't know what was going on with that salary or why, but I mean, they can't really get rid of him. I guess they could cut him, but at the same time, they kind of need him now, right? So
yeah, I think that they'll get a little creative and extend him a little bit and rework that deal. Maybe you convert some of that to a bonus. But
Chef in the chat says Sean Payton wants Winston back. So.
Yeah, I think so. There's enough talent there, and it's the most viable option. He's been in your building for a year. You have the same thing with Teddy Bridgewater. Winston has a higher ceiling, and so they weren't going to have Bridgewater back based on where Drew Brees was. So you give Jameis a little QB rehab, and now you sign him to probably a 3-year, 60-ish million, a similar deal to what Bridgewater signed, right?
Yeah.
With half of it guaranteed and a bunch of incentives, right? Every playoff wins $1 million. You win the MVP, it's $1 million. You win Super Bowl, you make it a Super Bowl, it's $1 million. You win a Super Bowl, it's another $1 million. And so I don't have a problem with it. They still have plenty of weapons, assuming that they keep Michael Thomas around. Emmanuel Sanders on a 2-year deal. Obviously, Kamara's as dangerous a weapon as there is. There's one of my running backs. All right.
Carlos Hyde. Oh, that's the one I rostered too. So I like that. We both benefit. This is great. We had a couple that was like one of the longest drives I've ever seen. 6-minute drive there by the Hawks. A couple catches from Metcalf, and then Carlos Hyde capping things off. Cheap Carlos Hyde, people. Did the chat roster Carlos Hyde, or you guys?
I don't know. I'm in 7th place, so I'm guessing not enough people did.
Let's see. Carlos Hyde, 41% owned. So yeah, he was owned. 6.5% in the captain. This is in our BK and the Moose live from Seattle free roll, the Jamal Adams revenge game.
No, he did get the Jamal Adams revenge game because he's like, what should we call it? I just saw this note going across Twitter. People leaked Eric Church's rehearsal of the anthem, and so the sports books that had the anthem prop up took them all down, I guess. Because everyone was betting the under or betting the whichever way it went. That's always one of my favorite bets, and I'll tell you a funny story. A couple of years ago in Minneapolis, I went over to the Westwood One booth, and it was actually a suite. They gave him a luxury suite to broadcast from. They kind of modified it for him. But so 3 suites down is where Pink was, and she had done the anthem. So I just happened to be walking down the hall as she pops out into the hall, and I go, hey, I think you did it in 2:04 or whatever. And she's like, oh, really? Like, she knew exactly what I was talking about. She's like, hey, and she yells at somebody. She goes, he said it's 2:04 or whatever it was. And I told her what the bet was. I'm like, yeah, you either just hit the over, whatever. I don't even remember the details because I didn't have any action on it. But it was one of those where very random. It was cool that I had timed it with my stopwatch, and then I then bump into Pink in the hallway and can tell her what the time was. She was amused, so I appreciated it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised she even knew what you were talking about.
Well, I got to think anyone that does this has an idea, and the real question is, because there's no way you're not loading up on this. Mattress Mac can't get any inside info on this one. So odds are wherever it's being allowed to place it, you're probably capped at 5 or 10 grand. So anybody that she would even tell or that knew, probably you're not buying a new house.
That's true. As we get a little run there from Lev Bell. But I mean, look, the props are always a little bit fun to dabble in Super Bowl week, but I mean, the barber news was interesting too with the Chiefs going on. So
talk about a close shave, right?
I mean, I just don't know why were they risking it? And I mean, why weren't they testing the guy like 5 times who was actually giving the haircuts? So crazy. So anyways, that was one of the weirder pre-Super Bowl news stories we'll probably ever see for sure. Pre-cut, he had to get pulled.
Well, it's so funny because of the Mahomes State Farm haircut commercial that's out there. The real question is, how is he not in the front of the line?
That's true.
He's such a man of the people. They're like, no, I'll wait my turn.
Good teammate.
Yeah.
I'll take my place in line. There's Herndon on the catch there for the Jets, if you're watching. Herndon action.
I don't know if I've ever rostered Herndon. In the one game that I thought about it,
I always forget he's on the Jets.
Yeah,
I always
had,
forget he's their tight end. I just assume the Jets don't have a tight end.
I talked to a personnel person this week that agreed with me that the Jets do have the worst roster in football. They're very, very low on the list. High on the list, depending on how you want to look at it. But they do not have a roster that anybody really likes.
Yeah, not surprising. I guess their D-line has a couple okay players.
They have Quinnen Williams, Mekhi Becton, and after that, Marcus May is a good player, but he's a free agent. So as they're getting into potential Deshaun Watson talks and they want 2 defensive starters back, Quinnen Williams would be the only one that really fits the bill. Now they've got all those picks. They've got more picks in the first round in the next 3 years than any other team, so they could offer that more than players.
Yeah, exactly. If the guy's going to the Jets, there's no real quality player that's probably coming back because they just don't really have the players to offer.
No, and you're not going to trade Mekhi Becton, and they don't need him because they have Tunsil. So the only person they might ask for is Williams, and the deal doesn't happen. But by trading all those assets, you'll have Watson, who's awesome, and cap space, but no high-end draft picks the next few years.
Yeah, the Jets are a little bit of they're going to be still a disaster. I think even if they get Deshaun. They got Mims, Perriman back there. So I
like Mims a lot. Perriman's an NFL wide receiver. I think Mims is the other one that I usually mention when I talk about how bad the Jets are. But then I stop. That's it. Like I know
totally.
Connor McGovern's under contract for 2 more years, but
he's
just a nice player. He obviously started his career here, and I know him a little bit, but no one's asking the Jets for Connor McGovern in a trade.
No, no, and. That it will be. I think it's probably going to be the reason he doesn't go to the Jets too. I really do. I kind of do. I was thinking about that the other day too. I'm just like, what would a Jets trade really look like? The Lions got Goff back, and maybe Goff is a bit of an albatross contract, but he's also a starting NFL quarterback. The Texans are going to be in need of something similar.
The best thing. Oh, sorry. I would say the best thing the Jets could do is trade Darnold elsewhere. Make sure the Texans don't want Darnold because they want to do something at 2, right? If they want Fields or any of those QBs and they don't need Darnold back, then you at least get something back for Darnold, and then you're kind of in business.
Yeah, right. No, I don't think that's the worst strategy either. So
the Texans, though, their roster stinks too, and they're going to lose J.J. Watt one way or another here in the next year or two.
Yeah, their roster. Probably got a little bit more high-end talent on it.
Yeah,
but
for sure.
Depth-wise, it's not. It might actually be worse. It's definitely equal to the Jets in a lot of spots. I don't know about worse, but yeah.
They've got a tackling machine, obviously. The linebacker, Bernard McKinney. Merciless is a nice player. J.J. Watt's better days are behind him, and he may be energized somewhere else.
Yeah.
I don't love their DBs.
No, their DBs aren't strength at all.
No, I like their fast wide receivers. Right, you like Cooks, although he's been traded. Has he really been traded like 6 times?
I think it's 4 times.
Okay, 4 times in 4 years or something.
Yeah. Anyways.
And you don't love the Johnson boys in the backfield. Kiki QT's a nice 3rd, 4th wide receiver, and Fuller certainly shows that when he's healthy,
And they have to re-sign him too, don't they? Fuller?
Yeah, and Nick Martin's nowhere near as good as his brother. He's not a bad player, but he's not the elite player that Zach is. Laramie Tunsil's a nice left tackle. Is he worthy of the picks that they sent back the other way, the haul that way?
Probably not.
No. Well, or the 7th pick in the draft, which is what he was when the Dolphins took him.
Yeah, right. Yeah, so Texans, I don't know. They're in a weird spot.
Yeah.
Because I don't know who they get back. Like, I almost think I don't know. I guess, where do the Texans pick?
They don't.
Oh, right, yeah.
Their number 3 pick is in Miami. So they would be well served to trade Deshaun if they could really, as crazy as it sounds, and they almost certainly can't replace him at quarterback, definitely not in the short term, but let's say they use it on Fields, Wilson. They trade back a couple spots because they don't love Fields or Wilson and get Trey Lance at 8, right? Maybe they trade with Carolina or something. And maybe they even somehow grab Teddy Bridgewater as part of that trade. I don't know. But if all of a sudden, let's say they're getting 4 of the 5 picks the Jets have in the early round or in the first 2 rounds because of their trade with Seattle.
Yeah.
That's real roster stacking or roster building. The Raiders, that's what the Raiders did in the Khalil Mack trade.
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't love the Cleveland Farrell pick at 4, but with Jacobs, Pro Bowler, Jonathan Abram, Pro Bowl caliber talent.
Yeah. The Raiders' issue wasn't that they got a bad return for Mack. It's just they didn't really use the draft picks very well. Like they had the opportunity to create like a monster team with it. But you're right. That's kind of what I would lean towards doing if I was the Texans. Probably just right off next year, sign some. I don't want to say some bum off the street, but you could probably just get a bridge quarterback for a year. Maybe, I don't know. I'm not going to throw out any names, but maybe grab Nick Foles for a year or something like that, right?
Right. But that is the kind of guy you could get Nick Foles. You could get Case Keenum. You could get Andy Dalton maybe.
Dalton, sure.
And figure it out. They have A.J. McCarron there, but I think you can do better than that. So Cleveland Farrell goes 4. Here's who went 5. Devin White, maybe the best linebacker in football, or in a short conversation. They didn't want to go quarterback, but Josh Allen. It's Josh Allen, the pass rusher. Sorry. But Josh Allen, the pass rusher for the Jags.
Yeah.
Ed Oliver, who's a nice player for the Bills, and has certainly been better than Farrell. That might be because he's got better players around him. Devin Bush, who's another tackling machine for the Steelers.
Oh, your boy got in, Chris Carson.
Nice. Captain.
Oh, you must be right up there.
I was in 5th place. I'm just looking at some more names that jump out. Obvious. Brian Burns with Carolina is a better player than Farrell is to this point. Wilkins, his teammate at Clemson, I think is better. There's a lot of directions they could have gone. I think they hit with Jacobs. He's made a Pro Bowl.
Yeah.
And with Abram, if he can stay healthy, who they got at 27.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, those are definitely 2 of their better picks. I didn't like the Ruggs picks this year at all. I think taking him there was a little ridiculous.
No, I talked to him yesterday, but it did feel like a reach because I had Judy and Lamb higher, and Jefferson was better in college than all those, or was my favorite college receiver last year at LSU.
Yeah. Jefferson. Jefferson definitely a little discounted. I mean, after a year of seeing it, I actually don't think that Henry Ruggs is probably as bad a pick. I would actually take him over Judy after seeing both of them in a year in the NFL. Judy had a pretty horrible season. Maybe some part of that was QB action. I'll be wrong.
A little bit. Yeah. I mean, 45 catches, 3 touchdowns, I think 400 something yards. His pal Judy here in Denver, 52 catches, 3 touchdowns. Or Ruggs had 2, Judy had 3, and but 850 something yards. I'm in 1st place, by the way.
There you go.
So there's that.
BK just dropping into Madden After Dark, dominating everybody.
We'll see. Thanks to Koff for making that contest here for us. But I didn't like Ruggs. You got to love the speed. But the other guys seem like more complete wide receivers.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's what I'm saying. Like, I could easily be wrong on Judy long term. He's probably the more well-rounded right now. I thought Ruggs is still looking pretty raw, but you know, he could develop a little bit too. I mean, there's just a big gap right now though between like Jefferson and those guys. It is a little bit shocking. I didn't think it was going to be that big a gap, but yeah, interesting to see. I like Pittman out of Indy too. I thought that was a really good pick.
Yeah.
Actually, T. Higgins actually looks a lot better than I thought he was going to do too. I thought T. Higgins was like kind of a bad pick up there, but
I don't know. I thought he was pretty. It helped having studs throwing him the ball, but I thought T. Higgins was pretty good in college, and
yeah. I thought he was just might be a little bit too slow. I just
maybe
I just didn't think it was going to translate well for like Jefferson, who has pretty legit speed.
But here's the thing about the NFL is that if you can be big and slow, if you run really good routes and catch everything thrown.
Yeah, and that's what he did this year. Like he was really good. He went up and got it, man. Like like I said, I was dead wrong on T. Higgins. Fully admit that.
But it was a really good wide receiver class last year. It's another really good wide receiver class this year. Jamar Chase is really exciting. The Kadarius Toney out of Florida. There's buzz coming out of Senior Bowl last week that he could end up being a top 10 pick potentially. And obviously Devontae Smith, the Heisman winner. I think people will be able to see past his size. That was one of the things I asked Ruggs about yesterday. He's like, look, he just goes and makes plays. Doesn't matter what his size is.
Yeah, and the NFL should be, you know, we got Tyreek Hill, who's like, you know, what is he even like? 5?
Well, he's 5'10", but I think with Smith, it's more how lean he is.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Tyreek Hill's built like a running back.
It's true. Yeah, he takes a hit pretty good. Bounces off.
Higgins had his best games after Burrow got hurt. That's from It's Just a Damn Cough, man. And look, that meant that he was just kind of figuring it out. So when he and Burrow can get on the same page, then they proved that second round pick was a good pick there on him. And Ayuk is a guy that Kyle Shanahan swears was his favorite receiver in the draft. We saw flashes. You know, I dropped him from every fantasy team I had and regretted that later in the year. He and Debo together could be a nice little tandem there. But I'm just, you know, we're just listing all these guys because there's a lot of really good receivers last year. And Mims was right there. I thought Mims was really good at Senior Bowl. And there's a reason that he was drafted where he was. He just wasn't healthy from the get-go. And it was so dysfunctional. That's a Russ fumble, by the way.
Oh, yeah, we got a Russ fumble.
You have the Jets, Steve?
I don't. I actually considered.
Really?
I actually considered them, yeah, just because they were cheap. And I'm like, no one will use them. But I didn't go with them. It's sometimes not a bad play to play them against the Russian QBs because the Russian QBs fumble so much. But
right, they're vulnerable.
I rarely play Ds because I hate playing Ds. But
D'Angelo Russell hit a buzzer beater 3 or game-winning 3 with 2.9 seconds left.
Weekend outlook for your one and done pick, Bonzo. Yeah, I don't mind Hoosty. Who else is playing well today? God, off the top of my head. Sorry, guys. I was looking at my golf lineups earlier. Here, I'll get them up here in a sec. I'll give you a more detailed answer if you're looking for weekend golf lineups. I know Brooks Koepka. I definitely would not hate rostering him. He's looking like pretty focused this week. That's not bad. Obviously, Xander Schauffele's playing well. Those would probably be the two studs I'd go after.
Dustin Johnson tagging dudes.
Who's that?
Just Dustin Johnson. You saw the video of him hitting that driver into that guy's shoulder. One of the observers. Did you see that?
Yes. Well, no, I didn't see the video, but I heard someone tell me about it. I haven't seen it. Like, what happened actually? Now that I think about it, can you tell me on air?
So he's off the tee. Yeah, no, he's off the tee. He just, you know, smashes a drive. Probably 350 yards. I don't know. So whether he yelled 4 or not, there may not have been enough people. And the guy gets hit kind of on the backside of his shoulder, and you would have thought he got shot. Because it is shocking, right? I don't think he's the first person who's been hit at a golf tournament. But the guy goes down, and he got back up, and he seemed to be okay. But, I mean, it was smoke. You could Google it real quick or look for it on social media, and you'll find it in 2 seconds.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I would not want to be hit by a golf ball from Dustin Johnson, man. I don't even know what that guy's swing speed is, but it's got to be one of the highest in the world. So But yeah, Will Zalatoris is another dude. Played well today. Tee to green. Always moves up on the weekend. Like Zalatoris for weekend golf too. So there's another name I'd be all over. Henley's playing pretty well. Don't mind that play either if you're looking for a guy cheaper.
Are you trying to win $1 million on Sunday?
I'll definitely have a few in the showdown contest. Yeah.
Yeah, I've got one so far. I'm still mad at myself because the classics in the championship weekend, I recommended making a lineup with all 4 QBs, like, you know, splurging and I think it was $15 a pop, and then I didn't, or maybe even 20, and so I didn't end up in the money. But somebody in the chat, I can't remember who it was, did it, and all 4 of theirs cash. So.
It's the showdown format is just like ridiculous. Oh, the Jets got stuff there. That was 4th and 1.
Here we go. Carson or Hyde, 99 yards. Russ to DK, 99 yards.
No.
Boring.
This would be a good spot for a DK Metcalf.
Or Jets D for the few people that roster.
Safety. Yeah. For the one person who rostered the Jets D.
I'm still in first place in a little contest here. Not by much. I'll ride that into halftime if nothing big happens here.
I'll take the over on that, Chris Holden. the way over. Seems to be ingrained in his way of playing the game. Much agreed. A little pass. That was Deacon. Oh, no, sorry. That was Philip Dorsett.
Dorsett. He was a first rounder.
He was a first rounder.
Shouldn't have been.
No, obviously now.
But coming out of Miami, like, I guess he may have even been drafted before Tyreek Hill, but everyone just thinks you're going to find guys like that, and you don't. No. Now, that is why the Chiefs drafted McCole Hardman, was because they weren't sure Tyreek's status at that point.
Yeah, I mean, and once you commit to a guy like Tyreek, obviously you know what you're taking on. There could be more incidents in the future as Wilson does a little run. But yeah, and drafting, I mean, I think it was smart by the Chiefs to draft a little bit of Tyreek Hill insurance. I mean,
yeah, absolutely.
So, yeah.
The Broncos really liked McCole Hardman, but then after they made that trade to get the second pick or the extra picks when they traded back from 10 to 20, and Drew Lock fell to them because they were looking at Hardman right there. But once Lock was still there and they were able to go up and get him after taking Dalton Reisner, then they couldn't stick around because they would have been able to pick before KC to get Hardman.
Yeah. I'm trying to remember back to that draft, but yes, that sounds about right. So we go through stats here.
You just take my word for it. Well, that was
I will because I honestly can't remember how that draft
was. The same Cleveland Farrell draft, which I actually have up right in front of me. So in that second round, here's who went. So Debo went at 36. Jawan Taylor, the lineman, went right before him. Dalton Reisner goes 42 or 41. Locke 42 right after him. Packers big man Elton Jenkins went 44. I'm trying to find Hardman. Irv Smith Jr. was in there. A.J. Brown, Miles Sanders. So there, McCole Hardman goes 56 to the Chiefs there. But the Broncos liked him because their pick was, I think, in the high 40s until they moved up with, it's 52 because of Cincy. That's who they traded with. So they were going to pick 52. They were going to take McCole Hardman.
Who did they end up taking there?
They ended up drafting Drew Lock at 42. They traded up with the Bengals after taking Dalton Reisner.
It's a pretty strong second round, man. Like, you got AJ Brown in there too. Like,
yeah. Well, just Pro Bowlers. Or is that what that means? I think that's what that means. Is Pro Bowlers. DK Metcalf went in the second round too, right?
Yeah. Yeah, right. That's the same year as AJ Brown. Yeah, that is a strong second round right there, folks. It's like a first round. Like, you read out the names there and you'd be like, oh, yeah, that's
five.
A pretty good first round.
Yeah, 5 Pro Bowlers in just their first 2 seasons, plus Deebo Samuel, who a lot of people really like. I know I certainly do.
Deebo's, I think, was a good pick, and I mean, I think he's a really good fit for San Francisco and a good player. So I know he hasn't done as much as those other names, but I think long term, like, Deebo's going to be a really good player. Dude is just a yards after the catch beast. So, anyways, 14-0 Seattle here. That was I know I didn't really run through the stats, but to be honest, the Jets didn't do much, guys. So
nothing really changed. If you got Chris Carson, you're in good shape. Yeah. 14.25 points in the captain spot.
Lev Bell, 5.3 points. Darnold's got 1.8 points. Yeah, like I said,
47
pass yards.
He's cruising for the Babysitter Billy Not My Kid award.
He is
This is going.
definitely leading the Babysitter Billy dead DFL race. Watson to San Francisco says, I can't pronounce your username because it's too long.
Maybe
yeah,
they'd have
San
to trade more
Francisco's-
players than picks. Not that they don't
Yeah.
have picks, but
Yeah.
and their first round pick this year is going to not be a good one. I mean, going to be a favorable one for the Texans.
Yep. Yeah, like if San Francisco made that trade, they might have to send someone like Debo Samuel. I'm not saying they trade Debo Samuel, but they might have to
No,
send someone
they said
like
they want
that.
defensive starters. Yeah, so they're picking 12. So 12 is acceptable,
Yeah.
right? Because
At
it's
least
12 and then it's
Gets them in the conversation, right?
yeah 12 in the second round as well. Assuming that they're shuffling there. But if they want 2 1s, 2 2s, and 2 defensive starters, that's their opener. That's what John McClain reported. Oh, producer Michael's right behind me in second place. I didn't realize he's New York 1. All right.
Jeez, just a little DK party tonight here, folks.
We're in a showdown. Everyone's going to say we're in cahoots.
Yeah, Nick Hardy, CH 1300. Did I give that? I think I gave that play out here on the sim before. I said someone was asking me a $6,200 play. So hopefully that was you, CH. I can't remember if it was, but somebody asked me about that range, and I dropped Nick Hardy. Nick Hardy's having a good tournament. Talking golf here, Brandon, for a sec.
Yeah, there
Chat.
aren't fans there though, right?
No, they're letting like 5,000 in a day, which
Okay.
in a typical year it's 200,000 a day. So
Right, no party
Yeah.
tent. So when the Super Bowl was there, I went to the Pro-Am and followed Tebow around for a little bit. It was kind of wild then, and that was a Wednesday.
yeah, no, it's crazy. It's a nuts event. Fun though. It's really good. It's a really good golf course too. Like it's a fun golf course, so it just kind of all blends together for the week.
Yeah, I like the course. That was where, so it was interesting was, they always have a welcome to whatever city media party on the week of the Super Bowl.
Right.
And they had it there at the Bird's Nest on that Tuesday night.
Oh, okay.
So that was kind of neat.
Carson getting stuffed in 3rd and 2. Kevin, their defense is so good because they have Jamal Adams and Bobby Wagner, who are like really highly rated, cause fumbles, tackle everything.
Yeah, and this is without Carlos Dunlap who they have in real life.
Yeah, exactly.
Is he going to be back? Was he a rental?
That's a good question. I actually don't know. It would be a good fit for him to come back, it feels like, but. Ooh, DK. Oh, is that no,
Nope,
that's
more.
Lockett.
For Lockett, I'm sorry. Carlos Dunlap has 1 more year at $14 million, so that makes sense why they traded for him. And then he's unrestricted after this year.
Okay, there you go.
Now, if
Okay.
they saw enough, they could offer him an extension. Now,
Yeah.
but he
Up
is
there, isn't he,
30
Carlos
he's
Dunlap?
32 years old.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I thought he was even older than that, so that's not.
Well, he's 31. He'll be 32.
Good fit though for the Hawks. Feels like.
He'll be 32 in 23 days. So. Or late February, February 28th.
I can't get over how lopsided the possession in this game has been. Like it's just the whole game has just been one long Seahawks drive. It feels like. Wow, there's Chris Carson just get off me to that dude. 3rd and 6. They're probably going to convert because they've literally converted every 3rd down here. So.
Yeah, but one for that Russ fumble, this could be even ugly.
No, yeah. I mean, and they got 0 points off it, but like, if it wasn't for the Russ fumble, it'd be like 21-0, and the Jets wouldn't have had the ball at all. It feels like. So.
Daniel on the 1s and 2s says there have been a few Jets cameos. He's also right behind Michael and I. He's in 90th. So just looking back, he's right over our shoulder.
Got a conversion. That was Carlos Hyde there, running out wide, I guess. The second reception.
Man, Kevin Durant's really going at the NBA with how they're handling the protocols. He tweeted "Free me," and then he said, "Yo, NBA, your fans aren't dumb. You can't fool them with your whack ass PR tactics." Hashtag 37.
Your whack bleep tactics. Okay. Oh. Yeah, it's tough. Hopefully this time next year we're not worrying about all that stuff.
What's going on with Jose Canseco?
What's going on with Jose Canseco? I have no idea.
Something
happened? Is he making a comeback?
Maybe.
It's in the news for something a couple weeks ago, but I can't even remember if it's something I can talk about on air. I don't even really want to look it up now that I think about it. But, anyways,
it's all right. Carson or Hyde, but I'd rather it be Carson. There we go. Turn that corner. Right.
Stuff there.
Again, no,
this is like another 6-minute drive by Seattle. This is just 3rd and 13. All right, we can finally get a stop here, Jets. I mean, I'm not making this game go faster. I'm here. I'm fine. I mean, I got nothing else to do tonight.
Yeah, it's Friday night. We're hanging out. Oh, he was gonna fight a guy from Barstool. Okay.
Oh, that's what it was. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. No, not gonna get there. Okay. Actually, they could even go for it now. It's like 4th and 6.
Yeah, you just kick it to make it pretty scores.
Well, I mean, yeah, like this game is going by so fast. I haven't even asked you what your thoughts are in the Super Bowl. Like, who you got winning here? You think Brady's
I keep
gonna get
saying
it done
I'm picking the Bucks, and I know
it's
not popular, and it could easily be wrong, right? Everyone that's picking the Bucks is qualifying it, whereas everybody's picking the Chiefs is saying the Chiefs are going to run away with it. But I'm nervous about that Chiefs O-line if I'm a Kansas City fan. I understand that Remmers has played a lot this year because of how hurt Schwartz has been, but right tackle is different than left tackle, and he wasn't great at right tackle the last Super Bowl he played in against Von Miller. But jumping to left tackle against Jason Pierre-Paul, even if he doesn't have 10 fingers, he still gets after it. And Shaq Barrett on the other side against right guard Andrew Wiley playing right tackle, and then Wisniewski coming in playing right guard. You're talking about 3 offensive linemen playing out of position, with Remmers already being a backup. So you're starting 3 backups, 2 of which haven't played much in the position. Well, none of them played in that position, but at least Remmers have been playing tackle. You're not moving a guard to a tackle in Wiley. I think that I understand that the Chiefs will adjust and they'll probably move Patrick around a little bit more. Hopefully they don't send him on any pass routes or let him run sprint option. But I think you don't want to bet against Brady in a Super Bowl. They're at home. None of that really matters. So I kind of like the Bucs to figure out a way to sneak this one out.
I admit, like, their defense is good. Their D-line, like you said.
And Vita Vea's back.
What's that?
With Vita Vea back.
Yeah, Vita Vea's back.
Changes everything.
It does. It really, they're with Vita Vea in the middle, they're basically the best run-stopping team in the league. So
and that frees up Sue.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Are you picking the Chiefs?
I'm picking the Chiefs, yes. I think all that is good. I just don't think it's going to matter as much against the Chiefs. They're so good at getting, Andrew's so creative getting Tyreek Hill the ball. There's going to be so much pressure on that secondary. You could see Mecole Hardman go for a long touchdown or something. And then on the other side, I know it's Brady, but I just don't know how many more of these acrobatic deep balls he's going to be able to complete. The Chiefs secondary is actually very underrated. They've been one of the best at limiting big plays to the wide receivers. So I think it's going to be. I think Tampa Bay is a really good team, and I like the way Bruce Arians coaches a lot. I think he takes chances when it's necessary, and he plays the high variance games aggressive. I think that's what's led to this late season run. But one game, I think the Chiefs are the better team, and I think they can. I think they're going to do enough to get by and at least get by. So I'll say I still think it's going to be a 1-score game. I'm not going to go out and say they're going to blow them out, but they'll probably do enough to keep it close. But yeah, I'm taking the Chiefs.
Yeah, and that's not a. I'm not.
No, not a hot take by any means.
No, but I'm not laughing at you. I'm not that convicted on the Bucs.
Yeah, no, that's kind of. I mean, that's kind of. I'm fairly convicted on the Chiefs. Like I never really consider taking the Bucs, but again, I do recognize like I was on the Packers the week of the conference championship too, and like the Bucs just the Packers were a high flying offense too with a great quarterback playing great football, and the Bucs did enough to win that game, and a similar game script could fly out of here. I definitely recognize that, so I'm pretty convicted on the Chiefs as the right side, but I fully recognize like this Bucs team is I'm not underrating them at all. Bruce Arians, like I said, good coach, great defense, especially that D-line.
So Akeem Cahill and I have almost the same lineup. He has slid past me, but he has Russ in the captain spot, and I've got Carson. He's up on me by 0.21 points heading into the fourth year. And Fooligan is right there on our heels, and producer Michael just behind at fourth.
Oh, I am looking at my golf lineup. I was trying to look for you guys. There we go. Okay. Fooligan. Hey, you guys are tightly bound. I'm not too far behind. I'm like 10 points behind you. But I need DK Metcalf to do something. I could use some Lev Bell action. Lev Bell 74% in.
Yeah, I'll take the Le'Veon Bell too, but we're all in the same boat there.
That's right.
So I guess really to separate me from Akeem Cahill, I need Carson to
actually. I need Sam Darnold. Sam Darnold's only 32% owned. He's got 2.9 points. Good Lord. I wonder where Sam Darnold's gonna be playing next year.
I do think that there's value that the Jets will be able to get at least a couple twos, and if there's more than one team, then maybe it's a one. Maybe he ends up being the best option for the Colts. Maybe the Steelers are getting ready to move on from Big Ben and would love to see him compete with Mason Rudolph. Could be the Texans. He could be part of that trade. You get a guy that's, I think, an NFL quality starter, and most personnel people will tell you that too. So then at 2, you can do a lot. You can draft somebody, or you can pick up even more picks by trading back.
Yep, absolutely.
But the Texans aren't trying to trade Deshaun Watson right now. At least that's all indications. So how high can they drive the price up, and how convicted is Watson to stomach the holdout through August?
Through training camp and stuff.
He doesn't need the money. It's not a money thing. He's made $40 million already.
Yeah, I think he's going to be convicted. Like I think the trade is
maybe so. And then they're screwed because
yeah,
you can't control as much pre-draft as you can.
Exactly. Like the Texans should move
now.
on. The Texans absolutely need to pull the Band-Aid off.
Unless they can have a meeting with him.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm probably with you. Where do you think makes the most sense? And you got to be able to factor everything into the trade, including him saying yes.
Yeah. This is where I would like to see him go. I'd like to see him go to Carolina.
Okay.
I think that's a really, really good fit for him for numerous reasons. The coach, I think, would be perfect for him. College coach. We'll play at a faster pace. We'll play to Deshaun's strengths. We saw Teddy Bridgewater just move there kind of seamlessly last year. Deshaun's basically, like a better version of Teddy Bridgewater. And Teddy's a pretty accurate quarterback, but Deshaun is more explosive. He can do most of the things Teddy can anyways, and do a lot of things that he can't. So you got such good wide receivers there. That division is also getting weaker. I know Tampa's in it, but New Orleans is getting weaker. Atlanta's still going to suck. So I think it's a good spot for Deshaun to consider. And Carolina was in on it. They're in on it. I don't know if they're front runners or what they have to offer, but I think it would be a really good spot for Deshaun to consider. I don't think that's where he'll probably end up. That's not where I would place my money, but I think probably the Dolphins still make the most logistical sense. I just don't know if the Dolphins want what their opinion is on two. Is that going to be touchdown?
That pick? Oh, it's caught.
I thought it was picked at first, too. I was like, what is going on here?
Herndon? No. Oh, Hogan.
Oh, Hogan, yeah. Hogan's
7-11.
Jeez, anyone roster him?
I don't know. Let's see if that
Not me.
takes things up at the top.
That'll help my lineup with the Darnold.
Daniel did, so he's climbing out of the 90s.
Hogan, 25% owned, 1.1, and that in the DK Sims free roll. So, yeah, I mean, there's chatter about him going to Denver too, right? Like, is there any legs to that in your opinion? You're the
I do know there's
guy.
people in the building that certainly want to be in the conversation, and George Payton, the new GM, said they'll look at everything that comes their way.
Yeah.
The Broncos can offer 9 and 40 this year. Obviously, they don't know what their first and second are next year. They can definitely throw Drew Lock into the trade. If they say they want 2 defensive starters, I think to get it over the top, and this is going to hurt Broncos fans, but you can put Bradley Chubb in and probably it's a DB of some sort, or maybe it's Bradley Chubb's enough because he was a top 5 pick. And Bradley Chubb started in the Pro Bowl this year. He's going to be really good, especially if they can decide that they're bringing Von Miller back, not just next year, but for a couple years.
Mm-hmm.
He can be the Khalil Mack in Vic Fangio's defense, or that wrecker on the outside like Aldon Smith was in San Francisco. And we've seen so many really good players in that role in the Sam linebacker spot. But we can name a lot of really good defensive players going back to the Derek Thomases of the world. And J.J. Watt in Houston is a good example. Khalil Mack, who I just mentioned. Aaron Donald hadn't won a Super Bowl yet. He got to one, but hasn't won it. Those guys are easier to find than a true franchise QB with Hall of Fame potential, and that's what Deshaun Watson is. So as tough as that is to throw those 6 players or those 6 pieces back, he then comes in. He would have Jerry Jeudy, Cortland Sutton, Noah Fant, for now Melvin Gordon and Phillip Lindsay, a reworked, better O-line, and then a defense coached by Vic Fangio, who should be able to figure out what to do with his defense while his offense is scoring 30 points a game.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think the Broncos are the worst fit in the world at all. You know, if Watson is intrigued by them, or if he can, consider going to them. So, you got Sutton back. You still got Judy. You have really good tight end, Fant.
Plus the other kid, Alberto, who's really
absolutely
fast and coming off knee injury.
He looked great right before he got injured there. He really started to get, I mean, a lot of people were chatting him up as like a really interesting athletic prospect, but he legit looked like the real deal. So I think the talent is there. Like, I know in a way, Denver, I think, is in a similar spot to Carolina. Like, it would be interesting. You could really like build something quick there. It's a tougher division.
Absolutely.
For sure,
You're playing against Mahomes and Justin Herbert twice a year.
Justin Herbert the rest of your life. So maybe that'll factor in, but
it might. And, to some degree, it's okay. Do you want to go beat them twice a year? Do you want
I mean, you got to beat them anyways, right?
Yeah, you're going to have to play them at some point.
Yep.
And let's be honest, the way you beat the Chiefs, it's not by slowing them down. No one's done that. You got to outscore them.
Yep, absolutely, man. So it's an interesting speculation. Like I said, if I'm the Texans, you just gotta pull the plug, man. Like, you're absolutely insane if you don't get rid of them before the draft, in my opinion. But teams will dig in, and owners do what they want to do. These guys have too much money. They'd rather be disrespected. They'd rather not be disrespected or show some kind of symbol of power than give in sometimes. So that could be the kind of thing we have here.
When you look at the Niners, they could, similar to the Broncos trading Bradley Chubb, Javon Kinlaw is not as good. You're obviously not throwing Nick Bosa into that trade. But Javon Kinlaw, while he's not as good, he was a first-round pick last year. So that could be the type of defensive starter they're looking at. And the Niners have drafted a lot of defensive starters in general.
Yeah.
High in draft, especially the first-rounders going through that stretch. But when you look at guys that you could throw in there, you could also throw Jimmy G into the trade. They may not want to pay him that much. So maybe you're trading Jimmy G to New England, or you're cutting him. But with Debo and Ayuk, like we were talking about, we know they got speed in the backfield. Javon Kinlaw is certainly the name that pops up first. It would hurt, but you could throw Fred Warner or even Dre Greenlaw when you're talking about younger defensive starters. Jimmy Ward's a little older now, but he's a former first rounder. So they also could put together a nice package. But if the Texans are serious about it, and you're a team, whether you're any team, you have to be willing to part with your best young defensive player. I guess in San Francisco's case, maybe not Nick Bosa, since he was already top pick.
Yeah.
Or second pick or whatever.
Yeah, definitely gotta have some kind of piece like that, right?
But if you throw him in, you're probably getting less back.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
Would you trade Nick Bosa and 12 and one other pick for Watson? It seems like a no-brainer, right? Now that I'm saying it out loud. How are you not?
Yeah,
I get they almost got to the Super Bowl.
No, I probably would. I probably would. I was just about to say, in San Francisco's case, because they have a pretty good team already, they could probably get by. But realistically, like Kyle Shanahan, they should be going for it. They should be.
It's just that if this guy isn't really available, you don't know when another one's going to come along.
No,
you can say what you want about Lawrence or any of the, but they're not proven.
You got a short window in the NFL as it is. So I'm in agreement. It would suck.
Daniel wants to know if I'm watching the sim. Yeah, the Jets are marching, but if they don't score, the game's over.
They are marching. The Hawks went for it on 4th down there near midfield. I guess they were just out of field goal range. Russ chucked it into traffic there. Get back to the game for a sec. As I think that was Perriman just got popped over the middle. But
so producer Michael says if Watson went to the Broncos, how about the AFC West QBs when you talk about Herbert and obviously Mahomes?
Yeah, no,
but
it'd be insane.
If he went to the NFC West, you got Russ, who's getting fitted for a gold jacket probably when it's all said and done. Kyler Murray, certainly when healthy, is as exciting a QB as there is. And now Matthew Stafford's in.
Yep.
That's a hell of a division for QBs too if you were to end up in the Bay.
Yeah. The two West divisions definitely getting stacked. That's why I kind of bring up the Panthers. I just think for Deshaun Watson, it would be such a cool fit. But like I said, I don't know if they'll actually get in there. There was a report though that they were interested. I'm sure many teams were interested.
I think they're going to go all in hard that 8th pick. But and they've got some young pieces they could send back. They could send Brian Burns back.
Yeah. Who'd they draft? They drafted Derek Brown, right, last year?
Yeah, I guess they could throw in Derek Brown or even Jeremy Chin.
Yeah. I would really like to see him there. I think that would be a phenomenal fit long term. Obviously great for the franchise too. But it all depends. It's like you said, it all depends who wants to give it up, who wants to do it, right? I mean, you've got to be willing to part with these guys. You can't just talk about it. You got to give up a Nick Bosa or a Derek Brown in most likelihood. You've got to win. You got to win their. You have to win the trade. You have to knock their socks off. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So.
And if I'm Nick Caserio and David Culley, he missed that, didn't he? Yeah, yes. Adam Gase can't. If I'm Nick Caserio and David Culley, I'm doing all I can to get in touch with Deshaun and at least meet with him and say, hey, just talk to us. Or even if I'm David Culley, right? Just say reach out to whatever mutual contacts you have. Say, hey, you got to talk to us. Just talk to us. But he may dig his heels in and say, I just can't be around Jack Easterby and Cal McNair. That they misled me, they lied to me, they mistreated me. It's a toxic culture, or it's a culture I don't want to be a part of. And it's on you guys to figure out where to move me to that makes sense for you, that I'll say yes to.
I think for him too, I mean, part of it, he can see what's coming up. He knows the Texans they're nowhere near, right? He doesn't want to spend 3 more years. He's given them, 3 or 4 years to get it together, and they could have built around him, and they
they trade Hopkins.
Yeah, they let Bill O'Brien run do his thing, just absolutely do whatever. So I can completely see Deshaun Watson's point. I just don't think there's anything that's going to get reconciled there. I would be really surprised if it does. I think the only thing we got to question is what do the Texans do? Are they smart enough to just pull the plug, like I said, or are they going to really drag this out? Which I think is good.
I think Chris Carson needs to just reel off a couple carries into the end zone.
Well, where are you in here?
I'm in 15th.
15th, yeah. I actually moved up on that Darnold. I think I'm right behind you. I'm in 16th, so there you go.
Oh, look at that. Mad and Crazy's in first with Herndon in the captain spot.
Herndon in the captain spot, hey? What does Herndon have? I guess he got the touchdown.
13.5 points. 50 yards and 4 catches.
Wow. I guess we really haven't had any high scores.
No, 17-7.
Yeah.
A minute and a half left.
And
turn that corner, Chris.
He's trying. Yeah, I guess we've had 2 running back touchdowns, no rushes or anything like that. So
I would think here you're going to see Russ roll out, and even a virtual Russ is smart enough to not throw an incomplete pass, either run it Oh, they're just gonna run it. They're just gonna hand the ball. Whoa, the Jets knew it too. Man. Look at Willis.
Jets got drilled.
That's what Willis is talking about.
Oh, we're right on the
I'm in 12th now. But unless they just want to run it out here and not punt. But they're punting. Oh, I do have the Seahawks D, I think, but so do people at them. Come on.
See if this. So, oh yeah, got 9 seconds. Okay, Jets are going to get like a play. So we get like a garbage time Jets play here too. But
yeah, Akeem Cahill is still slightly ahead of me by less than a point. Has my exact roster, so nothing can happen. So Seahawks score here means the best I can do is finish second. Safety.
Oh,
Pick
almost
six.
got it.
Oh.
Hey,
Now we're gonna get one more play.
That was really close. I thought Darnold was going to go down there. So we got one more, at least one more play here, guys. Probably just one more.
LaMelo Ball, 34 points, most by a Hornets rookie since Zoe in '93.
Who
LJ
had
also had 34. LaMelo, which isn't
LaMelo.
good for my game against Kaufman.
Interesting. You take LaMelo?
No, he did.
Oh, he did. Oh, yeah.
But he also had Bradley Beal, who went 0 for 12 in the first half.
Are you serious? Oh,
First
for
time
12.
someone's done that in 25 years, other than OJ Mayo did it. Oh, wait.
I remember that OJ Mayo game. Bradley Beal. Wow, that is sick. That was locked down, guys. That's going to be the last play of this game. I'm not going to lie. Wasn't the most thrilling Madden game ever, but was fun hanging out regardless with you guys, as always. Where'd you end up, BK?
I was in 12th. I've now clicked over. I am 3 points behind Kaufman in our NBA game here late. Do I have anybody still playing? No. Gosh, he's beaten me 5 days in a row, 4 days in a row.
Yeah, you got to start. You got to take him down, man. You can't let him get on streaks. He'll never let you forget about it. But
look, I mean, 273.5 to 270.25. But was I expecting LaMelo to get 59 fantasy points? No.
Pretty crazy.
Honestly, the difference was me rostering Duncan Robinson. He was terrible. Everybody else for me was good, including Hayward, 49. They're
All right.
balling in Charlotte tonight.
So,
oh, and they lost.
Looks like we got Madden Crazy in the Mad and Crazy, or Madden Crazy. I like
Probably
that.
Madden Crazy.
That's great.
Madden Crazy.
Very innovative. It's probably someone in the chat. Anyways, they took down the BK and the Moose free roll, 65 points, 65.68 points. Herndon in the captain, Wilson, Darnold, Bell, Hogan. Man, we did not have many players reach double digits here, Brandon.
No.
I don't even know.
A lot of good candidates for the Babysitter Billy Not My Kid award.
You could basically just give it to the whole sim. I think the
Yeah.
harder question is, like, who do you give the MVP award to?
Well, so Herndon was in the captain spot in ours. Hogan was only captain in 2% of lineups.
Give it to him for the low ownership.
Herndon was captain in 5.5% of the lineups, 44.5% of the flex. I don't know. I can easily be talked in. Well, Russ in the captain spot at 16. And let's see, I had Carson 15. So, yeah, I guess we'll go Herndon because of his low captaincy numbers.
I think Herndon's a good choice.
Yeah.
I mean, he outperformed a little bit, very slightly. But, I mean, it's just one of those games where, like, this was actually one of the weirder games I've done. Like, nobody like, went for more than, like, 15 points.
People, while they told us we weren't watching the sim, they weren't really beating us up because unlike last night where Glash and I both missed an onside kick late as Baltimore was getting their teeth kicked in by Cam Newton and the Patriots. Cam had 5 touchdowns, 4 passing and 1 running. And we weren't because he was changing his Twitter name and I don't know what I was doing or I'm not sure. But
oh, the onside kick gate. Oh yeah, right.
The onside kick game.
Glash was changing. Oh yeah, we heard about this. You were talking about your basketball lineups, and Glash was changing his Twitter handle in the middle of a sim.
Well, because it was 35-17, and it just felt like the Ravens were terrible. And I captained Lamar Jackson. That felt like they were terrible. But yeah, the no dice game, because he said no dice, even though they got the onside kick. Like he glanced up, said no dice, and then went back to changing his Twitter handle. But I think that's what he's doing. That might have been 2 nights ago, because he and I've done a bunch this week. But so we'll give Hernan the player of the game and the babysitter Billy not my kid award goes to Sam Darnold.
Okay, I agree. Right. Sam Darnold's a great pick. He was absolutely terrible. So way below average for a quarterback who's pretty terrible.
And he was rostered a bunch. Right, he was rostered.
Yeah, he was the boss. He was over 30%.
30%, but okay.
All right. Anyways,
I'm not taking it back, Sam. You earned it.
Like I said, that was a bizarre game, to be honest, from the just the perspective of how little DraftKings scoring there was on both sides. But let's go over the schedule for tomorrow, guys. We obviously got a big weekend ahead.
Big weekend.
We got the Sims. We got here we go. Yeah, we got the Madden stream, the 55K big game preview contest, Madden Sim between the Chiefs and the Bucks. It's going to be Kaufman. It's going to be Glasheen. They're going to be joined by J-Dub, the popular Twitch streamer. Contest is free to play. It's going to give you a shot at 5K at the top. More Sims throughout the day as well. American Cornhole, Pro Singles Tournament, the big Major League Eating competition. And that one is the Glasheen. So the Glasheen Kaufman one with the big free roll, that is going to be pregame. I think I just want, tomorrow at 2 p.m. So that's good. Sorry, Sunday pregame is the big Madden stream. Is that right, Michael? I'll get my producer to just double check, but
the what if
Sunday.
If game. Yeah.
So the big 55K big game preview contest, that's going to be Sunday. Matt Kaufman, Glasheen, that's the Super Bowl preview. KC at Tampa Bay with J-Dub. So that's Sunday. But then that's the what if. And then tomorrow we got a Super Bowl preview. We've got Glasheen and Tom on for the 6 p.m. Eastern Sim, Eagles at Browns. We've got Glasheen and Tom on for the next one at 8 p.m. Eastern. And then for Madden After Dark Sim, 49ers at Bills, we got Kaufman and LaMarca to bring you home. So that's going to be Saturday. Saturday, we're also, I think that's right. So, and then Sunday, we got the What If Sim, Buffalo at Green Bay. Sunday at 2:30, we got another Sim, Ravens at Saints, Kaufman and Rossi. And the first one's going to be Kaufman and Kenny. Then we got the Sweat at 5K Eastern on Sunday. And then the Super Bowl. Leaderboard live. And then to end things off after the Super Bowl, we got another Sim, Kansas City at Tampa Bay with Glasheen and LaMarca. So a second Sim Super Bowl to tide you guys over. So again, got that Saturday tomorrow. Kaufman, Glasheen kicking the off.
It's going to be a fun weekend, man.
It's going to be a fun weekend. Like I said, just tune in. Starts 2 p.m. tomorrow, 2 p.m. Eastern, Kaufman, Glasheen. They got the Super Bowl preview first thing. Anyways, dudes. Appreciate hanging out with you guys all day. I was on for 3 Sims. Honestly, had a lot of fun, as I always do. Brendan, it was great to see you again, man. Have a great week. Have a great weekend, because, I mean, obviously, we're going to be around watching the Super Bowl and stuff. But that's pretty much it, guys. Have a great Friday night, and we'll see you guys tomorrow.